The head is round, and fitted with multiple metal spikes. Bit like a mace, Lagare briefly sketched with her hands. With that said, Rain quickly understood. Rain concentrated, lost in thought. He possessed the secret hammer skill, earth-splitting hammer, and obviously, using the Morningstar hammer to perform it wasn't quite suitable. By comparison, a spiked hammer with one flat end would be most appropriate. The spiked end could utilize the secret skill Rising Dragon hammer with its rotational force, strengthening armor penetration. And the flat end could deploy the secret skill Earth-splitting hammer, further enhancing shock damage. Lagare, let's go with the spiked warhammer. Rain decided. All right, just as Lagare was about to turn and leave again, Rain called out to her. Wait! Rain suddenly thought of something. He quickly grabbed a charcoal pencil and sketched a few lines on the parchment scroll. Then, Rain handed the parchment scroll to Lagare, saying, could you make a warhammer like this? It's also a kind of variation of the spiked warhammer. The head will keep one flat side unchanged, while the spiked side will resemble the Morningstar hammer, fitted with multiple spikes, explained Rain. It's not a problem to make it, but... Lagare gave Rain a peculiar look and said, don't you think this design makes the hammer look like a wild boar's head? The spiked end with all those spikes looks just like the bristles on a boar's head. Lagare seriously doubted Rain's aesthetic judgment. It seems his sketching groundwork isn't bad at all. Right, this is the classic boar head hammer, Rain thought to himself. The boar head hammer, quite vivid, the perfect combination of Morningstar hammer and spiked warhammer, isn't it? However, I have a better sounding name in mind, Unyielding Force. What do you think? Rain said with a smile. Unyielding Force, all right, whatever makes you happy. I'll go make the mold then. Lagare rolled her eyes at Rain, saying helplessly. At the very least, she couldn't comprehend Rain's aesthetics and his choice of name. While Lagare went to craft the clay mold for the warhammer, Rain placed the pieces of hardened essence gold into the blazing blacksmith's furnace. But obviously, the furnace that struggled to smelt regular iron or certainly couldn't melt chunks of hardened essence gold. Even if Rain pumped the bellows vigorously, it was of no use. The method Rain had in mind, of course, wasn't this. He focused his attention on the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent panel and added a skill point to the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. Although the 2 remaining skill points were originally saved to break through limits to face formidable enemies. Rain considered that if he successfully forged the warhammer, his blacksmith profession level would most likely increase. In that case, the skill points remaining after leveling would return to 2, and it wouldn't affect anything. Of course, the main purpose of adding the point was to verify Rain's previous conjecture, whether the power of the Witchcraft Scorching Touch was linked not only to spiritual power, but also to its skill level. With the addition of that one skill point, Rain's mind filled with fragmented memories of practicing the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. It was as if he had been training in Scorching Touch day and night for months. Soon, Rain found that he could omit several syllables from the original spell. In other words, the chanting speed increased. Coming back to his senses, Rain refocused on the Scorching Touch icon and saw that the line of text below it had quietly changed. Scorching Touch LV2, 5/300, effective Scorching Touch LV2. Consumes a certain amount of spirit, channels the surrounding fire elemental particles with a specific witchcraft model, producing high temperature damage within a certain range in front of the host's palm. Note: the casting time is 2.4 seconds. Power is proportional to the duration and the host's spirit. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective killing distance, 0.5 meters. Rain sharply noticed the change in the system's description. The casting time had been reduced from the original 3 seconds to 2.4 seconds, a nearly 20% decrease, probably due to the compression of spell syllables. However, what Rain was most concerned about, the power aspect, seemed to have remained unchanged. This made Rain a bit frustrated. It seems that the power of witchcraft still depends on spirit, while proficiency only affects the speed of casting witchcraft. Upon reflection, Rain found it quite reasonable. Since the witchcraft model is fixed, how could the power increase with proficiency if the consumed spirit remains constant? If it could, then it would lead to a level 1 wizard apprentice, through long-term practice, casting a very powerful witchcraft, which obviously isn't possible. Of course, there might be other methods to enhance the power of witchcraft. For now, what Rain could do seemed to be limited to increasing spirit to boost the power of witchcraft. Indeed, for wizards or wizard apprentices, spirit is fundamental. However, the fact that adding points can increase the casting speed of Witchcraft is extremely valuable in combat. What does nearly half a second faster in casting Witchcraft mean in actual combat? It goes without saying. After some thought, Rain decided to first verify whether the Witchcraft Scorching Touch could aid in melting the hardened essence gold with the blacksmith's furnace. Rain raised both hands, hovering them about 30 centimeters above the blacksmithing forge. Then he softly began to chant a spell. The time it took for him to perform his witchcraft this time was clearly much shorter than before. In just over 2 seconds, a red glow emerged from Rain's palms. Rain could clearly feel that the stray fire energy particles around him were rapidly converging in front of his palms. Suddenly, the already roaring flames of the furnace surged even higher. It was evident that the furnace temperature was quickly rising due to the enhancement of Rain's witchcraft, Scorching Touch. It's working! A thrill of joy rose in Rain's heart. Since Scorching Touch was a channeling type of witchcraft, maintaining stable channeling would continuously gather the stray fire energy particles around him. Soon, the temperature inside the blacksmith's forge reached over 2,000 degrees. The fragments of hardened essence gold that had been bright red at the start began to shine more brightly and soften, melting like wax soon thereafter. So, when Lagare came in carrying 2 clay molds, she witnessed a scene that left her astonished. However, by that time, Rain had already stopped casting Scorching Touch, so Lagare didn't see Rain performing the witchcraft. Of course, this was intentional on Rain's part. As for his ability in witchcraft, it seemed wiser to keep it a secret for now. Rain, you. After snapping back to reality, Lagare immediately placed the prepared clay molds beneath the forge's spout. As the molten liquid essence gold slowly flowed into the clay molds, Lagare covered them and waited for them to solidify slowly and cool down. Rain took the opportunity to glance at the system notifications. You have performed hardened essence gold smelting work. Related insights have increased. You have gained a new skill smelting hardened essence gold. Your skill in smelting hardened essence gold has improved. Experience plus 76. You focused on smelting hardened essence gold. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 48. Indeed, the experience reward was generous. Not long after, Lagare dismantled the clay cast, and a rough hardened essence gold warhammer was born from the mold. It's just that the spikes on the pointed end of the hammerhead needed to be reattached. The pointed end was riddled with holes, while the flat end merely needed a bit of grinding to finish off. The 20 to 30 centimeter long metal spikes, now cooled in another clay mold, were ready for Lagare. Lagare began to insert the metal spikes, padded with metal sheets, into the holes of the hammerhead, then returned it to the forge for an integrated melting process. What followed were the more delicate tasks, such as grinding, adding grooves to the hammer handle, improving the grip's friction, and so on. Typically, if the warhammer's wielder was below the transcendent level, a combination of a wooden handle with a metal hammerhead was commonly used, being light enough for ordinary people to handle. But for a knight transcendent, using the warhammer, naturally, an integrated metal handle with a metal hammerhead was preferred, though it added weight. More importantly, it increased the weapon's durability and strength. You have performed forging work on the 2-handed warhammer. Related insights have increased. You have gained a new skill 2-handed warhammer forging. Your skill in 2-handed warhammer forging has improved. Experience plus 1. You focused on 2-handed warhammer forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 2. Congratulations, your blacksmith profession level has increased. Looking at the blacksmith profession level, which hadn't increased for a long time and now was at blacksmith LV4, 0/1000, Rain couldn't help but smile. His remaining attribute points and skill points had both returned to a status of 2 points each. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the blacksmith shop. Is the deputy commander there? It was Matteo at the door. Matteo, come in. As soon as Matteo had walked into the blacksmith shop, he instantly noticed the brand new 2-handed warhammer in the hands of the barbarian girl Lagare. The warhammer was nearing completion and was in the process of being polished. Matteo's eyes immediately widened, staring transfixed at the dense spikes on the top of the hammerhead. He had never before seen such an exaggerated, even ferocious design for a hammerhead. Lieutenant, this black warhammer, is it your new weapon? Since Matteo had been present at last night's attack by the Iron Maiden automaton, he knew that Rain's bronze warhammer had shattered, so he asked. Yes, how is it? Lagare's craftsmanship is not bad. Right, Rain, too, was looking at the hogshead hammer with a satisfied expression. Yeah, it's really impressive. Sir, how heavy is this warhammer? It looks very heavy. Matteo, quite interested, walked around the warhammer that was being polished and asked after careful inspection. This. Rain only felt that the hogshead hammer should weigh over 100 pounds, much heavier than the glimmering greatsword, but the exact weight he really didn't know. It's almost 150 pounds, said Lagare, the barbarian girl polishing the warhammer, rolling her eyes at Rain. Her expression seemed to say, as the owner of the hammer, not even knowing the weight of his warhammer. His Matteo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his eyes widening again. One could hardly imagine the effect of a spiked warhammer weighing nearly 150 pounds, should its point strike a human body. Terrifying, terrifying. By the way, Matteo, have you found a house yet? Rain turned to look at Matteo and asked. It was only then that Matteo remembered the purpose of his visit to the blacksmith shop. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, right, sir. I've checked out a few houses near the town administration hall, and I think there are 2 that should meet your requirements. If it's convenient, sir, we can go and take a look now." Okay, let's go take a look now, Rain nodded. He wanted to settle the matter of the house quickly so that he could get his parents to start moving. Additionally, the creation of the warhammer only needed a final touch, and staying around wasn't going to gain him much blacksmithing experience. Immediately afterwards, Rain said to Lagare, "I'll step out for a bit to check out the house, the rest is hard work for you." But Rain had just taken a step when he seemed to remember something. Quickly turning around, he said, "Oh, right, how about using the blood-veined steel ingots to craft a shield?" Lagare paused at this, stopping her work and looking up at Rain with her beautiful eyes. That would certainly suit well. Rain nodded, smiling and saying, "Then I will go back home later and bring you the blood-veined steel ingots. Remember to craft a new shield for yourself." This. Lagare looked at Rain thoughtfully, initially wanting to decline, but then she hesitated. "No, it's too precious. Besides, a single shield wouldn't need that many blood-veined steel ingots." Lagare shook her head. However, before Lagare could finish, Rain interrupted her. Rain waved his hand, saying, "Don't refuse. In last night's battle, your oak shield was damaged. Without a shield, you can't perform at your best. If there are surplus blood-veined steel ingots, then make a blood-veined steel shield for me as well." Rain looked at Lagare seriously. This caused Lagare to blush slightly, and she lowered her head a bit. "Also, if the church's troops arrive in a couple of days and we go to the Nightingale Forest without a shield." Rain shrugged. Rain's last words made Lagare stop declining. She nodded. "Okay, then I won't be shy, Rain, thank you." Smiling, Rain left the blacksmith shop. Upon stepping out, Rain decided he would first go with Matteo to view the house, because once it was decided, he could have his parents start moving, and along the way, he could also go home to fetch the blood-veined steel ingots. "Matteo, which one shall we see first?" Rain asked. "Sir, the first house we are going to see belonged to the pie shop owner Makoff Delgado. Makoff was a good man, but unfortunately his whole family died in the church, killed in the cult's ritual." Matteo briefly explained the background of the house. The pie shop owner, Rain's brow lifted, as if he remembered something. "The one not far from Abel's potion shop. You know of it, sir?" "Yes, that's the one." Matteo initially showed surprise, but then it seemed natural to him that Makoff and Rain were both from Flashgold Town, and they knew each other. Rain, of course, knew the pie shop well. He had often bought meat pies there. Makoff's meat pies were one of his sister Bohie's favorite pies, second only to the meat pies made by their mother Emma. Shortly after, the two arrived in front of the first house, a 2.5-story residence just over 100 meters from the Flashgold Town Administration Hall. The house had an independent fence, and there were small yards both in front and in the back, but the front yard alone was much larger than Rain's family's front yard. Also, there were quite a few flowers planted in the front yard, with barely any weeds around, indicating that the original owner Makoff and his family regularly took care of it. Rain nodded slightly. The yard seemed very suitable for digging around, and he believed his sister Bohie would most certainly like it. After making a simple round about the house, Rain noticed that there was a backyard behind the house, slightly smaller than the front yard. Looking at it, the overall layout of the house was very similar to Rain's own home, only that it was much larger in terms of land area, nearly double. Knowing that Rain would come to inspect the house, Matteo had already prepared the keys ahead of time. Click! Matteo took the initiative to open the front door. As the door opened, Rain walked inside and saw that the decor was quite new, and most importantly, it was spacious. The ground floor consisted of a dining and kitchen area and a living room with a fireplace, while the second floor had 4 bedrooms plus a storage room. Described as a storage room, it was currently empty, only furnished with a few simple tables and chairs. Additionally, there was a spacious basement on the lower level, which could be used to store some perishable vegetables, grains, or even wine. The house's overall structure was rational and at least 2 or 3 grades better than Rain's current home. Rain nodded slightly. It was a very nice house and he was quite satisfied with it. Mateo, how much is this house? 280 gold coins, ready for transfer at any time. Okay, this one it is. My lord, don't you want to take a look at the other house? Mateo couldn't help but ask with curiosity. He thought the other house was quite nice too, and it even had a separate stable. No need. Rain shook his head. Rain had his reasons for choosing this place. Mateo had also briefly mentioned that the other house was located to the east of the town center, further from Abel's potion shop, and even further from the town hall. Mateo, come back home with me first, then you can help my parents with the transfer process, Rain said. Very well, my lord. On their way back, they soon passed by Abel's potion shop, where, unlike usual, Rain noticed from a distance that the shop's door was kept tightly shut. This couldn't help but puzzle Rain. Usually, even if the potion shop was busy, either Abel or Molly would be there. Shutting the shop like this was a rare occurrence. However, having matters at hand, Rain naturally had no inclination to inquire further. After returning home, Rain briefly informed his parents of the situation and handed the purse containing 300 imperial gold coins to his mother, Emma, before sending them off with Bo he to handle the transfer procedures with Mateo. Meanwhile, Rain took 10 ingots of blood-patterned steel and headed back to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered, Rain saw Lagare swinging a brand new pig-headed hammer, though her movements appeared sluggish, clearly requiring great effort. Seeing Rain come in, Lagare smiled. Rain, you've arrived just in time. I've just finished the last process. Try out your new weapon, she said as she handed the pig-headed hammer to Rain. As soon as Rain took it, he felt the weight of the dark pig-headed hammer. It was rather heavy in his hand. But after Lagare had increased the texture on the handle and the binding ropes, the grip felt good, and it was convenient to swing with either one hand or both hands. Immediately with the new weapon in hand, Rain happily went to the blacksmith shop's open-air backyard to swing it around. After executing a few hammer skills, the pig-headed hammer felt quite comfortable to use. The only small issue was the weight of the hammer, being made entirely of hardened essence gold. It was heavier than Rain had expected, which slowed down the swinging speed during attacks slightly. But after a moment's deliberation, Rain didn't see it as a major problem. After all, in the face of a powerful foe, he would inevitably be in a second state or third state form. Having added a bit of strength earlier, Rain's Knight Transcendent panel strength limit had now increased to 45%. Just activating Limit Break, with strength, agility, and stamina amplified by 45%, turned the somewhat heavy pig-headed hammer into a very handy one. In one set full power, Rain estimated the hammer would even feel a bit light. This was an issue that he couldn't address at the moment. After all, there was a significant difference between Rain's physical condition when erupting in power and when not. How is it, are you satisfied? Lagare, observing Rain demonstrate with the hammer, asked with a smile. Very satisfied, Lagare, thank you. Good, then I'm off to make the clay mold for the shield. By the way, what size do you want your shield? Lagare asked. If there's enough blood-patterned steel ingots, the same size as yours will do, but if there isn't enough, a slightly smaller size is also fine, said Rain after thinking for a moment. After all, to him, shields were hardly ever used. It could be kept as a spare for Lagare. Okay, Lagare nodded, knowing well that Rain almost never used a shield. While Lagare was off making the clay mold, Rain placed the 10 ingots of blood-patterned steel into the blacksmith furnace. Following the method from last time, Rain used Witchcraft's Scorching Touch to melt all the blood-patterned steel ingots into a liquid state. It wasn't long before Lagare entered with the clay mold. Given her previous experience, she wasn't too surprised by the speed of the blood-patterned steel ingots melting and placed the mold at the furnace's outlet. Opening the valve, Rain watched the blood-patterned steel liquid slowly pour into the mold's pouring hole. Rain also glanced at the system prompt and was delighted. You have performed blood-patterned steel smelting, improving related comprehension. You have comprehended a new skill, smelting blood-patterned steel. skill in smelting blood-patterned steel has improved. Experience plus 72. You focused on smelting blood-patterned steel ingots. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 39. You undertook shield forging work. Related comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill, shield forging. Your skill in shield forging has improved. Experience plus 2. You focused on shield forging. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 3. With Laguerre by his side, his profession level as a blacksmith was always able to increase quickly. An hour later, Laguerre held the brand new blood-patterned steel shield, her face alight with joy. Mateo glanced at his blacksmith profession level. Although the system's experience reward was still generous. Since he had just leveled up his blacksmith profession, it was currently at blacksmith LV4, 329/1000. When Mateo and Laguerre returned, they found that Mateo had brought along quite a few night watchmen, who were already helping with the move. And Anna, standing to the side, seemed to have started packing clothes too, probably notified by her sister Bohi. Soon, Mateo and Laguerre joined the moving army. Meanwhile, in Maste County City, inside the study of the Norman Baron's family estate, a conversation between father and son was in progress. "Father, the person you contacted this time, won't there be an issue like last time with the Black Sail pirates?" Dennis stood next to his father, Baron Norman, his expression tinged with worry as he inquired. Ever since hearing that lowborn, that farmer's son he completely looked down upon, Rain, had become a transcendent knight before him, he had been extremely irritable. A lowborn had just turned his life around like that. Wouldn't he become a noble just like him after passing the ennoblement assessment? Just thinking about the possibility of such an event occurring, the frustration and envy in his heart almost completely overwhelmed Dennis. That's why Dennis took the initiative to visit his father, Baron Norman, whom he normally feared, to inquire about the situation. The one taking action this time is an old friend of mine, a third-grade wizard apprentice specializing in witchery curses, Adams Nolan. His methods of killing are very tricky, and I can hardly see how Rain would have any chance of escaping fate. Baron Norman's right hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of the luxurious calf leather armchair. Dennis knew that this was a habit of his father's, reflecting a certain confidence in controlling the situation. That immediately set his mind at ease. Although he had heard of the strength of a third-grade wizard apprentice, he didn't understand what the witchery curse's specialty entailed. But judging by his father's demeanor, there should be great assurance. Adams once had the feat of killing 3 peak knights in a row in battle. Additionally, I've heard he has a record of killing a great knight. Although Adams has never directly confirmed this rumor, I suspect it is true. Because I also knew that great knight, but then he disappeared and, as I heard, never reappeared. Although Adams failed to advance to a witchery curses master a few years ago, reducing his strength, having him handle Rain, I think, shouldn't be a problem at all, even with Rain's exceptional knight talent. Baron Norman spoke slowly. Each word from the Baron was like a hammer strike upon Dennis's heart, driving away the restlessness and envy there. He hadn't expected that his father's friend would be so formidable. Dennis's face flushed with excitement, his heart trembling more than it even did when behaving recklessly with Tina. Flashgold Town, Rain's new home. After several hours of relocation, with the help of many night watchman subordinates, the entirety of the moving process was essentially completed. Rain, seeing everyone busily sweating at work, paused to think, and decided to invite the night watchman colleagues for a meal in the evening to express his gratitude. So, he asked his mother Emma to go to the market to buy some meat like chicken, duck, fish, vegetables, and fruits, and his father, the senior Rain, to purchase some good barley and fruit wines. Regarding the old house's refurbishment, Rain entrusted Mateo to find someone to fix it up and then put it on sale directly afterwards. After sorting out these trivial matters, Rain looked at the empty storeroom on the second floor, lost in thought. Shortly after, Rain walked out of his house and headed to Abel's closed potion shop. Peering through the gap in the door to make sure no one was inside, Rain circled halfway around to the residential entrance at the back of Abel's potion shop and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" a very hoarse voice asked, but Rain could recognize it as the voice of the pharmacist, Abel, immediately. "It's me, Rain." Creak, the door opened, and a tall, gaunt figure with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair appeared before Rain, who was taken aback by the sight. Thankfully, Rain's heightened senses allowed him to identify the familiar presence as undoubtedly pharmacist Abel. "You? Are you Mr. Abel? How did you?" Rain couldn't help but ask. Abel looked up with his bloodshot eyes at Rain, saying only one phrase. Molly's dead. Ah, how did Molly die? Rain was startled and quickly asked. The Molly he remembered, who was newly married and both beautiful and gentle, had died at the young age of 20. Rain's heart suddenly filled with a sense of life's fragility. At the same time, he realized just how precious it was for his family to be safe together. Additionally, Riani instantly understood why Abel had become like this. The pain of losing a beloved spouse must be absolutely heart-wrenching. Last week, Molly was killed by a cultist while she was at church. What? Riani's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that among the people who died at the church last week, Molly would be one of them. Riani, you came this time? Riani mumbled hesitantly, knowing it was not the right time to speak up, but after thinking it over he said, Mr. Abel, I would like to learn how to make potions. Abel waved his hand dismissively. I'm not in the mood to make potions right now, let alone teach you. However, if you really want to learn, you could try self-study. Abel took a journal from the room and said, this contains some of my experiences in potion making. If you truly have the talent, it should be of some help to you. Riani immediately took it, feeling a bit disappointed but expecting as much. This was an unassuming black notebook with a leather cover that looked quite old in terms of material. Furthermore, the surface of the black leather was stained with various colorful potions, and the notebook was emitting an uncomfortable odor, likely due to the potion residues. But seeing how Abel treasured it, this notebook must contain his hard work. If it weren't for the fact that Abel was devastated, Riani guessed that he probably wouldn't have allowed him to have it. Mr. Abel, thank you very much. After some thought, Riani added, Mr. Abel, if Molly was still with us, she wouldn't want to see you in despair. I hope you can pull yourself together and continue to live well. After leaving Abel's place, Riani went to the general store to purchase some basic apparatus for potion making. Then, Riani returned to the storage room on the second floor of his new home, ready to try his hand at making a mutation growth potion. At the same time, at the entrance of Riani's old home, an old man in a black robe and holding a wooden cane arrived. The old man wore a hood, and his face was not visible. Looking at Riani's old home, now deserted, a hint of confusion appeared on the old man's face. He thought to himself that Norman's work was becoming increasingly unreliable. However, he quickly spotted a night watchman dressed in uniform leather armor entering Riani's home, seeming to move something. The old man approached and asked, Young man, does Riani live here? Oh, you know the deputy commander, Lord Riani has moved. Would you like me to take you there? Asked the young night watchman enthusiastically, apparently mistaking the old man for a friend of Riani. Thank you. The old man followed the young night watchman and quickly arrived near Riani's new home. However, just as they were about to arrive, the old man whispered, Young man, you just had a dream and now you've woken up. What did you say, old man? The young night watchman turned his head, but the moment he saw the old man's deep eyes, he suddenly became stupefied, his eyes unfocused and his pupils dilated. But the next second, the young night watchman returned to normal, showing no signs of peculiarity. He muttered to himself for a while, then walked away on his own. He completely forgot that he had just been guiding an old man. The old man quickly arrived at the front door of Riani's new home, noting the comings and goings of no less than a dozen night watchmen. He frowned slightly. So many people. This would not be an easy task. Perhaps it was better to wait until nighttime, but there was still one thing he had to do. The old man looked around and quickly noticed a little girl digging determinedly in the front yard. Little sister, is this Riani's home? The old man walked up and spoke to Bohi across the wooden fence. When Bohi innocently looked up with her big eyes at the old man, she instantly became unfocused and numbly nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Then go fetch me one of your brother Riani's garments. If there's hair, even better. Okay, Grandpa. Immediately, Bohi turned around and left, soon arriving at Riani's room where she found an Egyptian linen surcoat of her brother's and brought it down. This scene was observed by Anna, who was tidying the room. Although she didn't know what Bohi was doing with Riani's clothes, she didn't ask. After Bohi handed over the linen surcoat to the old man, a few minutes passed and she shook her head, feeling dizzy and unable to remember what had happened. And the old man disappeared into the evening sunset. Rain bolted the storeroom door and then began to leaf through the black-covered journal of insights Abel had given him. However, after reading a few pages, Rain realized that the experiences Abel had recorded were all about the production of ordinary potions. Although there was a certain reference value, the difference was still significant when compared to the mutant growth potion he was about to try making, especially the last step. After some thought, Rain put down the book and began to pace the storeroom in contemplation. Considering my past experience in making nutrient meals, if I can successfully make the mutant growth potion, the profession level of beast tamers should receive a substantial boost, he mused. And then, the process of using the mutant growth potion to feed the spirit corgi cookie will bring a significant amount of experience as well. So, regardless of how effective this potion is, it's still necessary for me. But the mutant growth potion seems to be very different from the ordinary potions that Abel made. Should I start with making ordinary potions first? At this thought, Rain suddenly smiled. Let's not even talk about whether making ordinary potions could improve the success rate of the mutant growth potion. I almost forgot. I have a cheat. Right away, Rain decided to give it a try firsthand. However, Rain had never made a potion before, so he inevitably felt some trepidation. Seeing the 10 neatly laid out portions of raw materials on the table, Rain quickly calmed down again. With so many portions, I should be able to succeed with at least one. As long as I succeed once, there shouldn't be many issues afterwards. Who let us have cheats? Once learned, it won't regress but only improve with the increase of experience. Still, before making the attempt, Rain carefully reviewed the formula and production process of the mutant growth potion, recorded in the Beast Taming Journal once more. 1 ounce of gold marigold, 1 pair of wings from a nightwalker vampire bat, 2 claws of a carrion wolf. First step, grind the gold marigold. After contemplating for a while, Rain began the first step of making the mutant growth potion, preparing the gold marigold solution. This step required him to grind 1 ounce of gold marigold into powder and then mix it with distilled water, dilute, and filter it to obtain the gold marigold solution. The whole process was not difficult, and Rain measured out the specified amount of gold marigold and started pounding it into powder with a wooden pestle. Minutes later, looking at the pale golden liquid in the transparent test tube, a slight smile appeared on Rain's lips, perhaps because of the enhancement of his bodily constitution, especially the increase in his spiritual power. Rain managed to successfully prepare the gold marigold solution in one go quite easily. As the saying goes, a good start is the first step toward success. This immediately boosted Rain's confidence immensely. The second step required drying the wings of the nightwalker vampire bat and grinding them into powder. This process became exceptionally simple for Rain, who possessed level 2 Witchcraft scorching touch. If it were an ordinary person, they would need to dry the wings slowly over candle flame, which is not only slow but also extremely draining and prone to charring. But for Rain, after he executed his Witchcraft scorching touch and controlled the distance and the output of spiritual power, it only took a few seconds to complete this second step. And furthermore, the result was excellent too. Thinking it over, Rain felt that if it were an ordinary person with average spiritual power, even if they could complete this second step, they would likely be very exhausted by then and probably need to rest before continuing with the subsequent steps. But he did not need to. The final third step was to evenly sprinkle the gold marigold solution and the vampire bat wing powder on the carrion wolf claws, and at the same time chant a spell to mobilize the mysterious energy particles in the surroundings to exert a certain influence on them. Clearly, this last step could only be completed by a wizard apprentice or other occupations capable of controlling mysterious energy particles to some extent. This is why the experiences in making ordinary potions recorded in Abel's journal were not much help in making the mutant growth potion. Rain, following the third step's procedure, first placed a pair of carrion wolf claws into a beaker, then evenly sprinkled the gold marigold solution and vampire bat wing powder on top of them. Next, Rain chanted the spell recorded in Akkadian in the Beast Taming Journal in a low voice. In Akkadian, spirits of fire, who are wild and scorching, and spirits of nature, frolicsome and warm, heed my call. Suddenly, the 2 specific types of mysterious energy particles began to converge towards the carrion wolf claws in the beaker under the combined drive of Rain's spell and spiritual power, exerting a magical influence on them. The carrion wolf claws gradually began to undergo a peculiar change. However, after just 2 or 3 seconds, Rain sensed something was amiss, because for this third step, according to the instructions in the Beast Taming Journal, Rain needed to manipulate 2 types of mysterious energy particles. One was the flame energy particle, which was not difficult for Rain to manipulate, but the other, a green energy particle, Rain found extremely challenging to handle. SSSSS, a burning smell wafted through the air, and the carrion wolf claws melted instantaneously into a pool of pitch-black mud-like substance. The first attempt had failed. 12 gold coins worth of raw materials went down the drain. Rain watched silently as this unfolded, pondering the problem and solutions. However, Rain was not discouraged. On the contrary, being able to reach the third step on his first attempt made Rain eager to try a second time. A few minutes later, Rain decided to make another attempt. Sizzle once again, the smell of burning wafted through the air, and the second batch of raw materials was ruined. In addition, trying twice in a row made Rain feel a bit mentally exhausted. After all, the potion-making process required his full attention, plus the casting of the Witchcraft scorching touch. After some thought, Rain decided to try adding a point to his spirit attribute. After all, increasing spirit was sure to improve his level of control over the mysterious energy particles around him, but what he wasn't sure about was whether it would achieve the desired effect. Rain flipped his profession panel to the first page, the attribute page. As the remaining attribute points went from 2 right arrow 1, his spirit also went from 17 points right arrow 18 points. Instantly, a warm current flowed from his heart and spread throughout his body. Rain immediately felt his mind become clearer, and the mental fatigue he had just felt disappeared in an instant. In addition, Rain also felt a distinct difference. It seemed 18 points of spiritual power was some kind of threshold, and now that he had crossed it, the various mysterious energy particles around him seemed more active than before in his perception. But on second thought, Rain realized that it wasn't the energy particles that had become more active. Rather, his own senses had become sharper. Moreover, the energy particles of fire still felt the clearest to Rain. Instead of rushing into the third attempt at making the mutation growth potion, Rain chose to first practice the basic meditation method. Indeed, after the increase in spiritual power, Rain successfully visualized 14 will runes in one go, and still had a bit of energy left over. Previously, with 15 points of spiritual power, he was able to visualize 10 will runes at once, showing significant progress. According to the introduction in the basic meditation method, if one could visualize 16 will runes in one go, it would step into the second stage, also known as a level 2 wizard apprentice, and Rain was just one step away from this. Furthermore, Rain discovered that while previously he could only manipulate fire energy particles, he could now slightly control other types of energy particles as well. Clearly, this also meant that Rain's chances of successfully making the third step of the mutation growth potion had greatly increased. Calming the excitement in his heart, Rain tried again. The first step. By the third step, as Rain recited the spell once more, this time the green energy particles finally gathered onto the carcass wolf's claws in accordance with Rain's guidance, along with the fire energy particles. It worked. Rain's eyes instantly lit up. In the beaker, there was now a gray-green liquid, and no trace was left of the carcass wolf's claws, the black powder from the nocturnal vampire bat, or the pale golden liquid from the gold sunflower. Suddenly, system notifications chimed. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed the production of the secret potion mutation growth potion and has triggered the job change to Beast Tamer, Transcendent. Conditions for promotion to Beast Tamer are: first, a dog trainer or pharmacist of LV3 or above. Second, spiritual power of 12 points or above. Third, ownership of one or more wild beasts as a care subject. Current conditions met. Do you wish to change jobs to Beast Tamer, Transcendent? Note: after changing jobs to Beast Tamer, Transcendent, the dog trainer's profession panel will be overridden. A new Transcendent profession. However, what Rain didn't quite understand was why, after making the mutation growth potion, a pharmacist's job, which would be a more logical trigger, wasn't activated. Why did it trigger the Transcendent job of a Beast Tamer? Therefore, with his questions in mind, Rain looked closely at the system's description again. Secret potion. Rain caught the keyword. Upon further reflection, Rain started to understand. Normal potion production would not involve the third step, which required chanting a spell and using spiritual power to manipulate mysterious energy particles. Clearly, the mutation growth potion Rain had produced was not an ordinary potion, but a special kind of potion known as a secret potion. Hence, this also explained why it didn't trigger the regular profession of pharmacist. Secondly, it might be because of his prerequisite profession of dog trainer. This was already reflected in prerequisite condition. 1. Last, it was probably because the mutation growth potion itself was intended to be used for strengthening animals. Thus, the combination of these factors led to the triggering of the job change to Beast Tamer, Transcendent. Facing this job change, Rain pondered for a moment and then chose yes without hesitation. Ding, job change successful. Congratulations on successfully changing your job to Beast Tamer Transcendent. Agility +1, Spirit +1. You have obtained the core skills of Beast Tamer Transcendent. Beast Affinity LV1, Passive, Beast's Eye Active. Beast Affinity LV1, Passive. As beast tamers have dealt with wild beasts for years and are familiar with their habits, they find it easier to gain the favor of unfamiliar wild beasts. Beast's Eye Active. The beasts under your command serve as your loyal eyes and ears. I've actually obtained 2 core skills. This seems to be the first time I've gotten the core skills of a transcendent profession. This was somewhat unexpected for Rain. He saw that the words Dog Trainer on the original panel had changed to Beast Tamer, and the entire panel had turned green. Although the difference seemed minor, its significance was anything but minor. One was a common profession, the other a transcendent one. Below the panel title, aside from the original icons, such as dog food production and dog training, 2 new icons had lit up above these. Rain first focused his attention on one of the icons. The pattern of this icon depicted a person sitting cross-legged on the ground, beside a tiger lying down, suggesting a harmonious coexistence between humans and fierce beasts. Beneath it, a line of small print appeared. Core Skill, Beast Affinity LV1, Passive, Beast Affinity LV1, Passive Effect. When you come into contact with strange wild beasts, you have a certain chance to gain the beast's favor, and the success rate of taming unfamiliar wild beasts is slightly increased. Note: the effect of Beast Affinity is positively correlated with the host spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the better the effect. Beneath this icon was an experience bar, clearly indicating that Beast Affinity was a skill that could be enhanced by adding points. However, at present, this core skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Rain crossed his arms and rubbed his chin lightly, contemplating the potential applications of this core skill. If one day I were to fight in the forest or do something else, this core skill might actually be useful. But once removed from environments like forests teeming with wild beasts, this core skill seems somewhat useless. Oh well, there's no rush to add points to this skill for the moment. I can decide later on. Rain shook his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed with this core skill. Then Rain shifted his attention to the neighboring icon, which resembled the big eyes of an owl. Another line of small print appeared beneath it. Core Skill, Beast's Eye Active, Beast's Eye Active Effect. Control the beasts under your command and observe the surroundings through their perspective. Note, the duration of Beast's Eye is positively correlated with the host's spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the longer the duration. The system's description was clear and straightforward. Rain immediately understood the important significance this active ability might have for him. For example, in certain scenarios, Rain could use the eyes of a beast to observe the environment and conduct reconnaissance. Its utility was self-evident. Moreover, Rain noticed right away that there was no experience bar beneath this icon, meaning the active skill Beast's Eye couldn't currently be enhanced by adding skill points. However, Rain felt that this Beast's Eye was stronger than the first core skill Beast Affinity, or rather, it had a much wider range of practical applications. Immediately, Rain walked over to the window of the storage room. From his second-floor window, Rain could see a fully grown greyhound wagging its tail, following Laguerre back and forth, as if it were coveting the large bowl of savory meat Laguerre was holding. Rain smiled at the scene and immediately used the newly acquired skill Beast's Eye. The moment the skill was activated, Rain felt a special change in his spiritual power. It was as if a radar station was emitting electromagnetic waves all around, and swiftly, through some kind of radiation, Rain's mind locked onto his greyhound Cookie. Instantly, Rain felt as if his soul had projected itself into Cookie. Looking up, Rain saw a large, round buttocks in front of him, swaying as it walked forward. Although the buttocks were large, their movement was not excessively jiggly, indicating firmness. Hiss! Rain immediately realized he was looking at Laguerre's voluptuous buttocks through Cookie's dog eyes. He wanted to move his gaze away at once. But the next second, Rain felt that he couldn't look away. He needed to maintain Cookie's original state so as not to attract attention. At that moment, the courtyard downstairs was busy with night watchmen moving furniture and cleaning up, going in and out. So Rain kept this posture, following behind Laguerre's buttocks, walking a distance and deeply experiencing the effect of this new core skill. Tusk. The effect of this core skill really accentuates the front and back. No, that's not right, it's impressive. After sustaining it for a while, Rain began to vaguely feel a significant drain of spiritual power from his physical body. Just as he was reluctantly thinking of ending this first trial of the new skill, he saw Anna suddenly walk next to Laguerre, gave him a strange look, and said something. Seeing Anna's odd gaze, Rain immediately terminated his first attempt at using the new skill Beast's Eye. In an instant, Rain's soul felt like it had returned to his own body. At that moment, his perspective returned to looking down from the second-floor storage room window, his heart still slightly nervous as though he had been caught doing something bad. Did you see how Cookie was looking at you? It felt off, almost lewd, and the part it was staring at, Anna said to Laguerre with a hint of confusion. After hearing Anna's words, Laguerre turned her head to look at Cookie and saw its dumbfounded expression, which made her laugh. Anna, you're thinking too much. Cookie is staring at the meat in my hand. It must be the angle. Its eyes weren't like this just now. Anna turned around to confirm again, only to find that Cookie's gaze had suddenly changed. It seemed to have returned to its original, normal state. This made her quite puzzled. You see, as Anna practiced basic meditation, she found her perception becoming sharper and sharper, especially towards animals and plants. As for Cookie, it was stunned for a moment, shook its dog head, apparently puzzled by why its consciousness had suddenly blanked out for a while. Woof woof. At this time, Rain was pondering two issues about the new skill Beast Eye. The first issue was about skill activation. At the moment of activating Beast Eye, there was actually a considerable distance between him and Cookie. He had just connected with and sensed Cookie through a kind of radiation similar to electromagnetic waves. Its essence relied on the consumption of his spiritual power. So, it seems that it's better for him to have Cookie by his side the next time he activates this skill. That way he could save a significant amount of spiritual power, which could then extend the duration of the skill, because the saved spiritual power could be used for maintenance. The second issue was that after using Beast Eye, Rain could only see, he could not hear the conversations around Cookie. Of course, he couldn't use Cookie's sense of smell, which was thousands of times superior to humans, to assess the surroundings either. That's when Rain looked at the system prompt on the panel. Right after the job transfer prompt, a new row of prompts appeared. You have crafted a mutant growth potion, insight has improved. You have learned a new skill, mutant growth potion crafting. Your skill in mutant growth potion crafting has improved. Experience plus 30 focusing on mutant growth potion crafting. Your Beast Tamer, Transcendent. Class experience plus 12. Is every secret potion crafting a new skill. This is quite similar to the blacksmith profession, Rain thought to himself. After his job transfer to Beast Tamer, Transcendent, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1. Now Rain's spirit had reached 19 points. Name: Rain Carlin. Occupation: Wizard Apprentice. Transcendent LV4 132/1000/Night. Transcendent LV3 389/500/Beast Tamer. Transcendent LV1 12/100/Blacksmith. LV4 329/1000. Constitution 18. Strength 16. Agility 16. Spirit 19. Remaining attribute points 1 remaining skill points 2. Additionally, something that Rain noticed was that on his Night Transcendent class panel, the breakthrough percentage had gone from 45% right arrow 51% due to the continuous increase in attributes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, it's time to eat. Everyone is waiting for you. Bohe's crisp voice came from outside the door. All right, Bohe, I'm coming. Rain stopped his contemplations, opened the door, and quickly walked out. When Rain, leading his sister Bohe, walked downstairs, he saw that the long solid wood dining table in the living room on the first floor was full of sumptuous foods. Around the long table, Mateo and 7 or 8 night watchmen were sitting on one side, while old Rain, other Emma, Anna, and Laguerre were on the other, with 2 empty seats reserved for Rain and Bohe. In addition, 2 of the night watchmen whom Rain recognized were bustling back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room, tirelessly serving drinks. The atmosphere was lively indeed. The housewarming dinner was enjoyed amidst joyful spirits. Mateo and all night watchman colleagues, I'm very grateful for everyone's help today. To be honest, I'm embarrassed that I barely contributed to the moving process. Tonight, please eat and drink well." Rain raised his glass and thanked everyone with a smile. "Deputy Commander, you are too kind. Indeed, it was just a little favor. Come, let's all raise a glass to our young Deputy Commander." Mateo raised his glass and said with a laugh. After the housewarming banquet, Rain walked around the front and backyards with his family. "Brother, my favorite part is the big yard. Now, Sister Anna and I can plant lots and lots of vegetables and flowers." His sister Bo, he said happily. Seeing his sister's beaming smile, Rain was also touched by the joy and said, "Well, then this yard is yours to take care of. I hope you'll make it beautiful." Meanwhile, their parents had an expression of immense satisfaction and contentment. Rain, who took in all these scenes, nodded slightly. Perhaps this moment right before his eyes was one definition of happiness. Since Rain still had several things to handle, he didn't stay for too long, but quickly went back to the storeroom. Rain took out the 100 pounds of bear meat he had exchanged earlier at the county town's military supply station. At the banquet, he hadn't eaten enough, but had instead drunk quite a bit. Rain had been craving bear meat for some time now. He would occasionally reminisce about the first time he tasted bear meat in Clea's study. Now Rain's demand for food was increasing, and so were his standards for quality. Ordinary food provided no benefit to the increase of his strength, but ferocious beast meat was different, rich in various nutrients and still capable of aiding the advancement of his giant bear breathing technique. That was why Rain had previously exchanged for the bear meat and planned to gradually incorporate high-quality food into his daily meals from then on. At that moment, Rain directly cut off a large piece, about 3 to 4 pounds of bear meat, and placed it on a previously prepared iron plate. Since the bear meat had already been bled and cleaned, it didn't require any additional washing. Rain didn't use an ordinary cooking method for the bear meat. Indeed, after all, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. This time, Rain decided to simply scorch the bear meat at a high temperature before eating it. Rain placed his palms about half a meter above the bear meat, silently chanting an incantation, and cast the witchcraft scorching touch. Seconds later, an enticing aroma of cooked meat began to spread throughout the storeroom. So why use witchcraft to cook? Rain considered the principle of the ovens in his previous life. The fast and contained high temperature can lock the moisture and flavor inside the food. Therefore, Rain thought to use the high temperature of the witchcraft scorching touch to scorch the bear meat in mere seconds, achieving an effect similar to an oven from his previous life, retaining the moisture and flavor. Gazing at the fragrant 7/10 done bear meat, Rain sprinkled some salt over it and then began to chew with big bites. Yes, it was still just as delicious. In no time, Rain had eaten more than half of the 3 to 4 pound bear meat. Quickly, Rain felt a warm current spread rapidly from his stomach throughout his body. It may have been because he had become transcendent and his bodily functions had significantly improved. Although Rain ate much more bear meat this time than ever before, he didn't feel the strong sensation of fullness as before, just a comfortable warmth throughout his body. Suddenly, the sound of paws scratching at the door came from the entrance. Rain knew it must be the lurcher cookie. After all, aside from her, everyone else in the house would knock, not scratch at the door, and who else would have such a keen sense of smell? As soon as Rain cracked the door open a bit, the lurcher cookie squeezed her way in. She circled around Rain eagerly, wagging her tail frenetically, her eyes fixedly staring at the little bit of roasted bear meat remaining in Rain's hand, her face full of longing. Rain shook his head, unable to help himself, and said, "I have to hand it to you, don't tell me you haven't had enough to eat either." Despite his words, Rain tore off a small strip from the remaining roast bear meat in his hand and dripped several drops of a mutated growth elixir onto it before giving it to her. Cookie first sniffed the meat with her sensitive nose and then showed an almost human-like expression of surprised delight. With a woof, she swallowed the bear meat. The next second, Cookie's eyes widened dramatically, and she looked at Rain as if to say, "Master, there is something this delicious. A dog's life can't ask for more, this life is worth it." Seeing Cookie licking her lips with a look of wanting more, Rain said without a good temper, "All right, don't expect any more. That's enough for you to absorb." With that, Rain stuffed the last bit of bear meat into his mouth. It wasn't really that he was stingy. It was because Cookie was just a regular lurcher and not some ferocious wild beast. Consuming too much high-quality food could lead to indigestion. Sure enough, as if feeling the power of the bear meat, Cookie quickly curled up in a corner of the storeroom and started to doze off with half-closed eyes. Rain noticed the system's refreshed notification. By feeding the lurcher Cookie bear meat laced with a secret medicine mutated growth elixir, your understanding has slightly improved. Your beast taming skill has improved. Experience plus 15 your beast tamer, transcendent. Profession experience plus 11. Rain now noticed that on his green beast tamer panel, the original dog training skill had automatically changed to beast taming, and dog food making had been similarly updated to beast food making. It seems that the system's so-called coverage is not about completely eliminating or fully accepting. In addition, using secret medicines or high-quality food for feeding can accelerate the gain of experience points. This was also verified during the recent feeding. After resolving several doubts in the Beast Tamer, Transcendent panel, Rain began to practice the giant bear breathing technique, making the most of the special nutrients contained in the bear meat. After finishing the breathing technique training, Rain started practicing the basic meditation method. Because he gained 1 point in his spirit attribute when he transferred to a Beast Tamer, Rain wanted to test how many will symbols he could visualize at once now. 1 minute later, Rain opened his eyes joyfully. This time he managed to visualize 16 will symbols all at once, stepping into what's commonly referred to as a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Moreover, Rain confirmed that the LV levels displayed on the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession panel had nothing to do with the conventional Level 1 or 2 Wizard Apprentice. Reaching Wizard Apprentice LV2 does not equate to being considered a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice in the common sense of this world. Furthermore, he's actually at a LV4 Wizard Apprentice, but there's no such concept as a Level 4 Wizard Apprentice in this world. The highest level for a Wizard Apprentice is 3. So it's understandable that these are two entirely unrelated systems. After pondering for a while, Rain realized that the biggest difference in becoming a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice was the disparity in combat power. Previously, when he had just visualized 8 will symbols and became a Level 1 Wizard Apprentice, his combat power was far from that of a formal knight. At that time, his only feature was that, compared to an ordinary person, his spiritual power was much stronger, and his perception much more acute. To exert considerable combat power, however, he would have to rely on external objects, like the acidic missile scroll that Endry used in the Elim mine. However, with the advancement to a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice, there was a significant increase in combat power. Although Rain currently had no scrolls or other magical items at his disposal, he could achieve substantial combat power merely using the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. As the low chant of his incantation echoed, the iron pot in front of Rain's palm began to heat up rapidly, turning red, smoking, and softening within seconds. It was on the verge of melting. Keep in mind, the melting point of iron is nearly 1500 degrees. This means that the same spell, cast after advancing to a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice, was significantly more powerful than before. Previously, the temperature reached after a few seconds of guiding Rain's scorching touch was around 1000 degrees, but now he could reach 14 to 1500 degrees. In addition, previously Rain could only cast Scorching Touch 2 or 3 times, but now he could generally release it 5 or 6 times. The improvement in combat power was obvious. If, during a battle, he had the chance to cast Scorching Touch without being rushed, even a peak knight might be severely injured or even killed on the spot. After all, no living being can withstand the continuous roasting of 1500 degrees that can melt steel. However, an enemy isn't a wooden figure that would stand still for several seconds. This is the current weakness of Rain's Witchcraft. First, it has good power, but it's a contact-based spell. Second, it needs continuous channeling to release the maximum damage. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in Maste County City, a dim basement hall, the slender knight carrying a scythe-like weapon was quietly reporting, "High Priest, the mission to kill the newly promoted knight Rain has failed again." Moreover, according to Lamar's words, the Iron Maiden automaton was also destroyed by Rain. He stammered, seemingly finding it difficult to continue. After all, how could the High Priest believe the reasons reported by Lamar, when he himself hardly believed them indeed? How is that possible? The High Priest could accept the failure to eliminate Rain, but he was astonished when he heard about the destruction of the Iron Maiden. Surprise and disbelief were clearly audible in his voice. That Rain is not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also in hammer skill. No, he should be considered an expert in hammer skill. The slender knight reasoned, trying to explain as best as he could. After all, Lamar was present at the time, so he could only go by what Lamar had explained. Even though, before making his report, he had been considering how to make his explanation more persuasive. It seemed there was never a suitable rationale. An expert in hammer skill, a newly promoted knight was able to smash the shell of the Iron Maiden with a hammer. There was a tone of disbelief in the words. At that moment, a large and corpulent figure stood up from the shadows. Despite being almost as tall as the slender knight who stood over 2 meters tall, the new figure's bulk was comparable to 7 or 8 slender knights. If Rain had been there, he would have immediately associated the figure with sumo wrestlers from his previous world. It was such a striking resemblance, except the figure was wearing a hood and a long robe. High Priest, I'm only conveying what Lamar reported, the tall knight said. Stepping back as he noticed the High Priest standing up, he spoke with a hint of nervousness. After hearing the other party's reasons, the High Priest's voice rose sharply, clearly filled with anger as he said, Giovanni, you've been the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood for too long. Have you gone stupid? Do you think that reason holds any ground? You should know that even a peak knight couldn't possibly destroy an Iron Maiden puppet with a hammer. You have disappointed me greatly. This. Facing the High Priest's skepticism, Giovanni, the president of the Wilderness Brotherhood, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. However, he quickly recovered and said, High Priest, I let Lamar come as well. He's just outside the door. How about we listen to his report directly? Clearly, Giovanni did not want to take the blame. The corpulent High Priest nodded slightly. After the Black Flame monk Lamar came in and reported, the High Priest fell silent. After a moment, the High Priest's deep voice rang out again, Giovanni, then let's leave this matter to you, the Beast Knight. The dignity of the Black Flame Church cannot be challenged. Go. By your command, High Priest. Giovanni and Lamar both touched their chests and bowed in salute, they said. Night had fallen. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse. Silence enveloped everything. Thin mist began to float over Flashgold Town. Rain had returned to his new bedroom to rest early and was already in deep sleep. Meanwhile, a hooded old man in a black robe slowly walked towards the center of Flashgold Town from its outskirts, adeptly avoiding the patrolling squads of night watchmen at every turn. He stopped about 40 or 50 meters away from Rain's new home, looked around, and then entered a dark, unlit alley nearby. Shortly after he entered, 3 night watchmen from Flashgold Town passed by the mouth of the alley on patrol. After the squad of night watchmen left, the old man began quietly scratching something into the ground with his wooden cane. Soon, a pattern about 1 meter in diameter resembling an inverted pentagram appeared on the ground. From afar, it looked like child's graffiti. Then, the old man took out a piece of clothing brought to him by Bohi and placed it in the center of the inverted pentagram. Next, the old man began to chant softly, directing the wooden cane in his hand towards the pattern on the ground. Akkadian curse, spiritual fatigue. As soon as the old man's words fell, Rain, who was sleeping in a bedroom about 40 to 50 meters away, suddenly furrowed his brows in his deep sleep. In his dreams, Rain felt exceedingly tired, almost unable to open his eyes or wake up. That moment, it seemed the old man sensed the curse had taken effect. A slight smile appeared under his hood, but it was not yet over. He then took a slender finger bone from his pocket. The finger bone was long, seemingly from the skeleton of an adult human female. With the finger bone in hand, the old man started chanting softly again. Seconds later, a transparent human-shaped spiritual body appeared before him, and from its slender figure, it seemed to have been a beautiful human woman in life. Go, Sandra, deal with the owner of that garment, the old man commanded. The named female spirit, Sandra, obediently walked next to the inverted pentagram, sensed the scent of the garment, then nodded at the old man. She then floated like a mist toward where Rain was located. Soon, the female spirit, Sandra, passed through the wall into Rain's bedroom, and she saw him lying on the bed, his brows furrowed. Expressionless, Sandra walked slowly forward, her cold, sharp claws shifting from ethereal to solid, ready to strike Rain fatally when suddenly, she froze. Her gaze focused on a slightly inconspicuous brass ring on the index finger of Rain's left hand. She felt a familiar presence emanating from it, understanding the message contained within it. He is my friend, please do not harm him. If Rain had been awake at that moment, he would have noticed that the ring being scrutinized was the oddity known as Agatha's ring. Agatha's ring, a simple brass ring with a young girl's soul imbued with sincere gratitude and blessings. Wearing it generates goodwill in some undead creatures. At that moment, the slim female spirit, Sandra, revealed a hint of hesitation and did not attack immediately. It seemed that the ring had touched some deep emotion within her, unnoticed by Sandra. The very target she aimed to kill was now squinting at her, actually. Just as Sandra prepared to strike, Rain's level 3 danger perception had already alarmed him. However, the alarm in Rain's mind mysteriously disappeared soon after. Rain was now wide awake, considering the scene before him. He also found it strange that the female spirit was supposed to attack him, yet she hesitated on the spot. After waiting for a while longer, he saw the female spirit turn and leave the room through the wall. This left Rain somewhat puzzled for a moment. After waiting a few seconds, Rain quickly got up and walked to the window. Through it, he saw an almost transparent female specter drifting towards the pitch-dark alley across the way. Rain pondered for a moment, but decided not to immediately follow. He felt that the enemy he encountered this time was no ordinary foe, as they were controlling specters to attack him. However, for some unknown reason, the female specter hadn't attacked him in the end. Clearly, with such a mysterious enemy lurking, it was difficult for anyone to sleep in peace. It was best to do some reconnaissance first. Beast Eye. Rain remembered this new core skill of the beast Tamer and cast it at once. As the core skill Beast Eye was activated, Rain's spirit seemed to possess the sleeping greyhound Cookie in the storage room next door. Cookie suddenly stood up, dashed down the stairs, out of the door, and ran towards the dark alley. Cookie quickly arrived at the mouth of the alley and human-like, poked its head out, glancing inside. Thanks to canine dark vision, Rain could clearly see through Cookie's eyes a slightly stooped figure in a hooded black robe in the alley. The female specter that had just floated into his room seemed to be conversing with the hooded person. However, Cookie's gaze had dwelt on the hooded figure for only a few seconds before the person immediately turned their head. This sent a chill through Rain's heart, and he promptly made Cookie whimper and run away. The old man glanced over and, seeing only a stray dog, paid it no further attention. From his observation, Rain discovered that the enemy's perception was very sharp. It was very likely that their spiritual power exceeded his own. Is the enemy a level 3 wizard apprentice, or perhaps a stronger profession? Rain speculated. Facing such a formidable enemy, Rain's brain whirred into action. With such a cunning foe, I can't rest until they are dealt with. The battle seems inevitable. At this moment, they probably haven't realized I've found them. If I were to launch a surprise attack now. Rain immediately cancelled Beast Eye, quickly donned his chromed armor, picked up his warhammer and greatsword, and dashed outside. Upon nearing the alley, Rain slowed his steps. For safety's sake, it was naturally best to enhance his abilities further. The next second, Rain allocated another skill point in the Transcendent panel of the night, increasing his limit break from 51% to 61%. This advancement took Rain from the level of an experienced knight straight into the peak knight level. Consequently, both Transcendent attributes Huge Strength and Iron Skin advanced to level 3. Transcendent attribute, Huge Strength LV3, active effective Huge Strength LV3, Strength multiplies. Note, the degree to which the Transcendent attribute Huge Strength enhances the host's strength is positively correlated with the limit break value. The higher the limit break, the greater the strength enhancement. Transcendent attribute, Iron Skin LV3, passive effective Iron Skin LV3. The body automatically absorbs free metallic elements, forming a metallic film on the skin's surface. Note, the defensive power of the metallic film is positively correlated with the spirit and limit break value. The stronger the spirit and the higher the limit break, the stronger the metal absorption ability and defensive power. Multiplier of strength metallic film. This boosted Rain's confidence. As Rain appeared at the entrance of the alley, the hooded old man turned around. Underneath the hood, a pair of profound eyes looked at Rain with mild surprise and said, how did you find me?" At that moment, Adams was quite perplexed as to how Rain had managed to find this alley where he was hiding. Yet from his tone, there was no sign of panic or concern. It seemed he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Rain smiled and did not answer Adams's question. Instead, he took a signal flare from his bosom, and in an instant, with a whoosh, the signal flare shot into the sky and promptly exploded. That's right, it was the night watchman's call for reinforcement signal flare. As the deputy security officer of Flashgold Town, Rain naturally carried a signal flare with him at all times. Facing an enemy with such wily methods, Rain felt that fighting alone might not be the best idea. Besides, they were very close to the administration hall. Hamilton should arrive in less than a minute. Stupid fool. Faced with Rain's silent but decisive action to fire the signal flare to call for backup, Adams couldn't help but rage, feeling somewhat played. The goddess of luck allowed you to luckily escape disaster, but you're actually seeking your own death. As he spoke, he quickly took out a scroll from his bosom and tore it open. Rain's pupils instantly shrank. Break the limit. As Rain, holding the warhammer, was about to sidestep to avoid the scroll attack from the other party, suddenly Rain felt a bout of dizziness, and in an instant the surrounding scenery drastically changed. The walls of the narrow alley became as soft as noodles. The old man in the black robe, standing opposite Rain, was stretched and flattened. This feeling was terrible, like someone prone to seasickness alone in a dinghy amidst tumultuous waves at sea. Rain, enduring the discomfort, forcibly shook his head. At that moment, Rain saw the surroundings clearly again. However, the figure of his little sister Beau, he suddenly appeared in front of him. She waved at him and said with a smile, "Brother, come play with me." Beau's sweet childlike voice made Rain feel an irresistible surge of indulgence. It seemed as though refusing to join her for a while would be the biggest mistake in the world. But the next second, Rain immediately realized that he shouldn't be in this alley right now. Engaged in battle with a mysterious old man in a black robe, how could? Suddenly, an alarm bell went off in Rain's mind. Almost at the same time, Rain felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by being blown away. When Rain got back up, the scene had returned to the dark alleyway, and the mysterious old man in the black robe was still standing opposite him. At this moment, he felt a burning pain all over his body. Looking down, he saw a large hole corroded in the chromium iron chestplate at his chest. Thankfully, the silver-gray metallic film on the surface of his body had blocked further damage. But it seemed the metallic film's energy was nearly depleted, and its luster was quickly fading. Damn, this is so powerful, Rain cursed to himself internally. If he hadn't just stepped into the realm of a peak knight, and had his transcendent trait Iron Skin upgraded to level 3, he guessed the opponent's bizarre attack would have caused severe injury, or even taken him out in one blow. He's not dead. Seeing that Rain's sturdy knight's chestplate was blown open, Adams, who had thought Rain was surely doomed, suddenly widened his eyes and his mouth fell agape. At this moment, he was even more shocked than Rain. Knowing that combination of the illusion technique scroll and his own witchcraft lesser shadow arrow should take down a peak knight without a second word. Couldn't believe this youngster had survived. Not only did he survive, but he was also able to stand up. That's unbelievable. Could it be the opponent's knight chestplate has strong negative energy defensive power? But it didn't seem like it. The opponent's knight chestplate was clearly corroded with a big hole by his own lesser shadow arrow. Perplexed, Adams furrowed his brows in thought. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded at the mouth of the alley. Hamilton, having heard the commotion, led more than a dozen night watchmen as they rushed over. You're Adams." The moment Hamilton laid eyes on the old man, his pupils sharply constricted, and his complexion changed as he spoke. Hamilton walked over to Rain, speaking with a grave expression. Adams Nolan, the Shadow Stinger, top-level assassin, third-level wizard apprentice, known as Ghost Manipulator Bewitcher, a wanted felon of the Empire. His main charge is the murder of Maced County City Guard Lieutenant Colonel, the Peak Knight Baron Fairs Cardes, and he's also a suspect in the murder of the wealthy merchant Jabai Bigado and the town mayor Saskia Laza, as well as several other homicide cases. Any citizen of the Empire who sees Adams should immediately report to the nearest Imperial authority and will receive a reward of 50 Imperial gold coins, and those who manage to kill him will be rewarded with 1,000 Imperial gold coins. Rain knew that Hamilton was not only informing him about the other's information, but also trying to intimidate the enemy. At this moment, the elite night watchmen following behind Hamilton lit up the alley with torches and oil lamps, spreading out to surround it layer by layer. Who are you? The town sheriff or the mayor? To think you know me." Adams found that tonight's Flashgold Town had given him a bit more surprise than expected. He had not anticipated that someone in a small town would be so familiar with the contents of the Empire's bounty order against him. It was as if they knew it better than he did himself. And to recognize him at first sight was even more remarkable. Now, with sword and shield in hand, Hamilton had already come to Rain's side. He glanced at the large hole in Rain's knight's plate armor on his chest, his pupils contracted, then turned his gaze to the cloaked old man across from him, named Adams, and said, "Fairs Cardes was one of my best friends." "Oh, so today you intend to avenge your friend?" Adams's tone was very calm, as if not at all concerned that he was currently being trapped in the alley by over a dozen night watchmen with bows at the ready. "Rain, tonight will be a tough fight, but as long as we can disrupt his use of witchcraft and hold out until reinforcements arrive, we can win," Hamilton whispered to Rain. Rain's eyebrows raised slightly, and he nodded faintly. Hamilton's remark revealed quite a bit. First of all, it showed that Hamilton himself didn't have the confidence to defeat or kill this third-level wizard apprentice named Adams head-on. It was, in fact, the first time Rain had heard Hamilton speak like this. Secondly, had Hamilton just said to disrupt the other's witchcraft, that suggested their tactics would primarily be to harass and delay the enemy. "Oh, delay, what an interesting idea," Adams said, glancing at Hamilton with a hint of mockery. Clearly, Hamilton hadn't expected the other's perception to be so sharp that he'd caught every word he just said. "You take the left, I'll take the right. Fire the arrows," Hamilton immediately commanded with a stern face. Following that, he charged towards Adams from the right with his sword and shield. Rain followed closely, attacking from the left with his two-handed warhammer. The dense barrage of arrows from the elite night watchman was unleashed like a torrential downpour toward Adams in the alley before the two sheriffs could reach him. But before the arrows could strike Adams, a large swat of eerie black fog burst forth around him. The fog spread rapidly towards both ends of the alley. The arrows pierced through the black fog with a ding-ding-dang-dang and stuck into the ground, failing to hit Adams, who had already vanished into the mist. When Hamilton and Rain charged into the fog, they seemed to instantly lose sight of their target. However, Rain, with his core skilled dark vision, quickly adapted to the view within the dark fog, making out the slightly hunched, faint outline in the eerie mist. But Rain soon sensed something was off with this black fog. It seemed not just to conceal one's form, but also to possess other strange abilities. The fog whirled rapidly around their bodies like serpents, making them feel a negative energy constantly invading their bodies, quickly bringing a sense of fatigue. After only a few seconds, Rain felt his limbs weaken, and his movements swinging the two-handed warhammer became increasingly clumsy. "Arg!" Suddenly, at that moment, cries of pain arose from the night watchmen at the rear of the alley. This made Rain's eyes narrow. Attacking their rear were female spirits manipulated by Adams. Obviously, if they didn't dispel the black fog, the night watchmen would simply become sitting ducks, and as time passed, neither he nor Hamilton would likely endure. This was far too passive. Facing such an intangible thing as the black fog, it seemed one could only fight the intangible with the intangible. Rain swiftly sheathed his warhammer and drew the glimmering greatsword from his back, then charged towards the slightly stooped figure in the black fog. "Eh? To think you could discern my location," said Adams from within the fog, noticing Rain rushing towards him immediately. Originally, he had been leisurely waiting for the evil fog to corrode the bodies of the two knights before finishing them off at his convenience. He hadn't expected that one of the two could determine his position in the black fog. Roar, just as Rain was about 3 meters away from Adams, he instantly unleashed the secret technique of the giant bear sword technique, Roaring Strike. Ripple visible to the naked eye centered around Rain's gaping mouth quickly spread outwards, and the black fog, like a sea surface hit by a meteorite, was forcefully scattered by Rain's sonic attack, clearing a large circle. And Adams's figure, hidden in the black fog, was clearly revealed. Clearly, Rain's secret technique had greatly surprised Adams. It also caught Adams off guard. His moving figure suddenly came to a halt. This delighted Rain, and he brought his glimmering greatsword down on his opponent with great force. Smooth cleaving slash, puff. It felt like striking a rapidly flowing stream, the sensation transmitted from the greatsword to Rain's hand. A black membrane resembling an eggshell surfaced on Adams's body. Apparently, this black membrane was invisible when not under attack, but it appeared when hit. At this moment, black light flowed over the surface of the membrane, blocking Rain's strike, which was intended to be decisive from outside. Beneath the membrane, Adams now looked at Rain with shock in his eyes. his complexion no longer casual as before but rather seriously assessing Rain and said, "I didn't expect you, a newly advanced knight, to have such strong strength." Internally, Adams couldn't help but sneer. Norman has really set me up. This guy named Rain is more than just a newly advanced knight, he's as strong as many veteran knights. Because Rain's roaring strike had dispersed part of the black fog in the center of the alley, Hamilton and the elite night watchman on the outside could see Rain and Adams fighting and quickly rushed to assist. Hamilton struck Adams with a powerful shield strike. But the same scene occurred. Ripples appeared on the surface of the black membrane, but the eggshell-like membrane remained unchanged. Immediately after, Hamilton let out a roar, his muscles bulged, and he stabbed his knight's longsword at the black membrane with 3 rapid thrusts. The ripples grew larger, and there was a slight indentation on the surface of the eggshell-like membrane, but clearly, such force was still not enough to overcome the defensive power of the black membrane. Rain's eyes narrowed at this sight. Limit break, 61% strength, physical and agility enhancement. Huge strength LV3. 100% strength enhancement. Strength burst, 100% strength enhancement. In an instant, Rain felt a surge of warmth forcefully pumped from his heart, speeding up the blood in his veins bulging, his muscles swelling abruptly. The next second, his entire figure swelled. The joints of his chrome iron armor showed huge gaps, and the knight plate armor, which was slightly oversized, again became child-sized. At the same time, Rain quickly switched weapons in his hands, reverting back to his warhammer. For breaking shields, the spike-studded warhammer naturally had much greater power than the glimmering greatsword. Boom! Rain's giant hammer strike, with a 261% strength enhancement, forcefully dented the black membrane to the size of a wash basin, and almost all the dense spikes on the warhammer's head were close to poking Adams's eyelids. This stunned Adams inside the black membrane in an instant. Adams let out a shriek for the first time. "This is impossible. You. What kind of monster are you? Even a peak knight doesn't have your kind of attack power." Seeing this, Hamilton felt a surge of joy and immediately went all out, coordinating his attacks with Rain. Rain's strike truly terrified Adams. He immediately began fumbling for something in his clothes, losing all semblance of his earlier confidence. Quickly, Adams pulled out an ancient-looking gray scroll and tore it open, and at that moment, Rain's second hammer blow was about to land, making the black membrane nearly transparent, clearly a sign that the energy was on the verge of depletion. "Damn it, wasting one of my precious life-saving scrolls. In Arcadian, lesser physical reflective shield," Adams shouted. Instantly, just before the black membrane became completely transparent, a circular shield resembling a bubble took over from the black membrane, floating around Adams's body. The shield emitted a faint silver light, distinctive from the black membrane it replaced. Rain and Hamilton continued to attack from left and right, targeting both sides of Adams. When Rain's warhammer hit the shield again, suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a silver streak traveled from the shield up the warhammer to Rain. Rain immediately felt a numbing pain all over his body. Fortunately, his transcendent feature, Iron Skin LV3, protected him, and he was relatively unharmed. Hamilton, however, was less fortunate. Smoke wafted from the joints of his knight's armor, indicating he was seriously hurt. This shield, powerful indeed. It's similar to a damage reflection effect. Rain couldn't help but be wary of Adams. He had thought that unleashing his full power would sweep the opponent away, but Adams kept throwing one trump card after another. No wonder he was a criminal, with a bounty of 1,000 Empire gold coins. Damn strong indeed. Rain somewhat understood why the adversary was able to kill the peak knight, because some of the opponent's tactics were nearly unsolvable for the knights. At least, that was the case at the knight level. As for the great knight, that was still unknown. Additionally, was a third-level wizard apprentice this powerful? What about a formal wizard then? "Your attack is futile, prepare to die." Adams, protected by a lesser physical reflection shield, suddenly moved again, his face showing a mix of anger and ruthlessness. While mocking Rain and Hamilton, he was also quietly chanting, preparing some kind of witchcraft. Hamilton already looked desperate. His recent 2 attacks not only left the opponent unscathed, but his own body had been severely damaged by the opponent's strange silver shield. But Rain was different. Rain was protected by Iron Skin LV3 and hadn't sustained serious injuries, yet he also stopped attacking, knowing that attacking recklessly would only cause him to be injured by the counterattacks of that strange silver shield. However, Rain truly didn't believe that the opponent's shield could indefinitely defend against his attacks. Now Rain had two options. One was to replenish his strength and attack with full force again, trying to see if he could break through. Of course, whether he could break through or not, Rain had no idea at the moment. The second option was to circle to the opponent's back, avoiding the sight of Hamilton and the others, and utilize the Witchcraft scorching touch. Adams thought that Rain and Hamilton didn't understand Akkadian, but in fact, when Adams tore the scroll, Rain had clearly heard a key word: physical. Thus, Rain could basically determine that the opponent's silver shield was specifically designed to defend against physical attacks and had some kind of energy counterattack, most likely unable to withstand witchcraft or energy attacks. The whole decision-making process was completed in an instant. Rain quickly circled to Adams's back, opting for the second strategy, applying the Witchcraft scorching touch. The reason was simple: the opponent had killed a Peak Knight before. This indicated that even if the Peak Knight used his desperate final moves, he still wasn't able to overcome the opponent. Besides, this specialized defense shield was far more powerful than the initial black film. Rain surmised that although Triple State was fierce, choosing to take it head-on wasn't very safe. Battle requires wisdom. Referring to the sayings of great people, that would be being good at seizing opportunities, targeting the enemy's weaknesses, turning passivity into initiative. At this moment, Adams was clearly preparing to cast a powerful spell and would not move for a short time. Oh, this was also an opportunity. The next second, Rain flashed to Adams's back, raised his left hand, aiming at Adams's back heart, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters from the opponent's silver shield, achieving almost the closest distance. Rain remembered very clearly, his scorching touch was a contact-based witchcraft. The closer the distance, the greater the power. But Adams was completely unaware of this, because at this moment, all he had in his mind was the fury of killing both men, and he also didn't think that two knights could have any means to break the lesser physical reflection shield. Moreover, the elite night watchmen in the alley were continuously shooting arrows at him, the sound of which was incessant. This also made him unable to hear the soft chanting of Rain behind him. Akkadian, drag into the illusion. With the last syllable of Adams's chant, his face suddenly showed a trace of a smug smile. A special kind of spiritual power mixed with a strange energy rapidly spread to an area of several tens of meters. Including Hamilton and up to the night watchman at the alley entrance, everyone's expressions became blank, stunned on the spot, as if turned into scarecrows. But at the same time, Adams's expression suddenly changed. His entire body suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterward, he let out a scream. The next second, Adams staggered to the ground, and his pale silver shield also gradually disappeared. It was unclear whether it was due to time running out or because Adams was suddenly injured. But none of that mattered. A black light, like a dragon leaping out from the sea, in a split second, rose from the ground straight up under Adams's chin. Boom! Adams was seen trembling even on tiptoes, shooting straight up into the sky, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. In midair, it was clearly visible that Adams's jaw had been instantly shattered by that black light. Blood shattered bones, and tissue from skin and muscles splattered everywhere. It was evident how powerful that black light was. This strike was precisely the secret technique of Tockle Hammer skill, Rising Dragon Hammer. The one who executed it was naturally only Rain. Originally, just now, both he and Adams had almost simultaneously completed their techniques, and while Rain was affected by an illusion technique, Adams got attacked by the high temperatures of scorching touch. Right before Rain felt dizzy and was dragged into some illusion, he quickly added 1 point to his spirit attribute, which abruptly increased his spiritual power, immediately breaking the illusion technique's effect on him. Initially, Rain had intended to use the recovery effect of the point addition to clear his mind. But in actuality, the sudden increase in spiritual power seemed to directly break the illusion technique's influence. Of course, Rain was not clear about the specific mechanism involved. But regardless, all of this allowed Rain to use his full spiritual power to guide the Witchcraft scorching touch, continuing to attack Adams with high temperatures. As temperatures neared 1,500 degrees, even just lasting for a second or two, they were capable of causing significant damage to the human body. Thus, by the time Adams realized what was happening, his internal organs and bodily fluids had already suffered severe damage from the high temperatures. This is also why, stumbling, Adams almost couldn't stand up and had to support himself with both hands on the ground. that moment, atoms, suspended in midair, began to fall. Although the opponent's jaw was gone, Rain was still somewhat worried that the opponent might have some strange or ultimate survival trick, so he immediately unleashed a combination attack without any hesitation. Right after the secret skill, Rising Dragon Hammer, he immediately followed it with the second secret skill of Toggle Hammer technique, Earth Splitting. Earth Splitting Hammer, boom! The heavy flat end of the warhammer struck the ground forcefully. The intense shockwave spread out in a fan shape, ravaging the ground ahead. A large fan-shaped area of the ground, like tofu, shattered into pieces and was propelled a meter into the air. Adams, still immersed in the severe pain of his shattered jaw, had just touched the ground when everything went dark, and he never woke up again. By the time Hamilton and the other night watchmen came to their senses from Adams's illusion technique, the scene before them was as follows. Rain stood upright, holding the black warhammer with one hand. In front of him spread the shattered fan-shaped area. The ground, and on that ground, there was a mess of bloody flesh wrapped in a black robe, almost completely unrecognizable as a human form. Clearly, Rain had defeated his opponent, including Hamilton himself. Everyone had not seen how Rain had defeated the opponent, but at this moment, they all stared in shock at the shattered area. Anyone could tell how terrifying the force of the attack must have been to shatter such a large area of hard stone ground. But only Rain knew that the key to his victory over Adams lay in witchcraft, not hammer skill. At this moment, Rain was distracted by a system notification. Your skill Toggle Hammer technique has been enhanced. Experience plus 138. Congratulations. Your skill Toggle Hammer technique has been upgraded to LV. For your skill Giant Bear Sword technique has been enhanced. Experience plus 127. Your skill Scorching Touch has been enhanced. Experience plus 14. You have undergone a battle, Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 87. Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. Experience plus 13. I didn't expect it could be like this. The experience rewards from one battle seem to be automatically distributed by the system according to some rule among the Knight and Wizard Apprentice professions. Rain stared at the system prompt, his mind quickly processing. This battle, since I used the Witchcraft Scorching Touch, not only did Scorching Touch as a skill get an experience reward, but correspondingly, the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent profession experience was also increased. Why then, in previous battles, why was there no profession experience rewarded to the Wizard Apprentice? Could it be because I did not use any witchcraft in those battles? It seems likely to be the case. But, if it really is so, that's obviously good news. In that case, to raise the Wizard Apprentice profession level, in addition to practicing basic meditation, I can also improve by frequently using witchcraft in battle. It seems I found the trick to advance the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent profession. Soon, a realization dawned on Rain, and his eyes brightened as he figured out the key. At this time, Hamilton stepped forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the jumbled pile of black robe and flesh, and in a tone of surprise mixed with confusion, he asked, Rain, did you defeat Adams? Yes, sir, with your coordination, I seized the opportunity and luckily managed to kill him. Well, the power of your warhammer is beyond my imagination. Hamilton, after a long pause, managed to squeeze out these words. Hamilton distinctly remembered how he, holding the longsword, had repeatedly stabbed at the opponent. But all were blocked by that silver shield. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured by the counterattack of the shield. Rain was able to break that silver shield. However, staring intently at the shattered fan-shaped area on the ground, Hamilton quickly came to realize that it made sense for Rain, with such a powerful hammer skill, to be able to kill the opponent. Since the Toggle Hammer technique had advanced to LV 4-3/1000, Rain was currently perceiving the fragmented training memories of the Toggle Hammer technique that had appeared in his mind. These memory fragments were scattered segments of hammer training, which Rain was quickly digesting and absorbing, integrating them into his muscle memory. The entire process felt to Rain as if he had suddenly gained a year's worth of arduous practice experience in the Toggle Hammer technique. Some previously overlooked details of the hammer technique were also perfected and supplemented. Moreover, Rain noticed that his Knight Transcendent profession level had reached LV3, 476/500, and was about to advance to LV4. Of course, the profession level of a Wizard Apprentice, being already at LV4, was still far from advancing again. Cough, cough, Rain, I really didn't expect, cough. you could actually kill that guy Adams. Hamilton patted Rain's shoulder, saying with a face full of relief. However, it seemed that because of the recent backlash damage from a lesser physical reflection shield, Hamilton's physical condition was not too good at the moment. His body had been wounded by some unknown energy, and he was constantly coughing. By the way, this time, cough. Are you planning to directly claim the bounty, or report it as the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town? Hamilton's words made Rain involuntarily start pondering. He was no longer a newcomer within the imperial system, and of course, he understood the implications of Hamilton's words. If claimed directly, that would mean receiving 1,000 imperial gold coins as a reward, and additionally, it could further enhance the rank of the bounty hunters. Whereas if he reported it as the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town, the financial reward in terms of gold coins would basically be gone, all converted into merit points, and the killing of Adams would be listed in the resume as a separate deed. Cough. Based on your combat performance this time, I think the merit reward you can get is definitely not small. Once you pass the knighthood assessment later, you are highly likely to be immediately promoted in position. Hamilton, seeing Rain hesitating, tactfully expressed his opinion. In fact, Rain was leaning towards the first option. During the previous battle, he had seen Adam's combat power and the strength unleashed by a third-level wizard apprentice who had several sorcery scrolls on hand. Apparently, all these required money, that is, gold coins for support. But then, if one were to rise higher in position, would he still lack money? Just thinking about the compensation given by the Crowley family for hiring him as a guardian knight was enough to understand. At this thought, a smirk appeared at the corner of Rain's mouth. Furthermore, if he reported it as the latter, Hamilton and his fellow night watchmen would add a commendable note to their resumes and receive a significant amount of merit rewards. Of course, Lord Hamilton, let's report it under the nomination of joint annihilation by the security forces of Flashgold Town. By the way, please do not skimp on the narration of yours and your colleagues' contributions in the battle. Good lad, cough, much appreciated. Hamilton, while coughing, couldn't help but smile. Rain's words naturally also reached the ears of the night watchmen. Many had been wounded by a female spectre and were originally grimacing in pain while being treated, but now their expressions had softened greatly. Some even began to smile. Sometimes as ordinary people. Being a night watchman to them was more a profession that sustained their livelihood. If they could earn a bit more and make their families' lives better, even if the tasks was sometimes dangerous and they might get hurt, they still found it worthwhile. No need to speak of other things, the Deputy Lord is truly generous in terms of military achievements. This was the sentiment of most elite night watchmen present. Thinking about the female spectre, Rain turned his head and looked around, noticing that she seemed to have disappeared from the spot along with Adam's defeat. Rain recalled that, at the moment just after the battle ended, he had vaguely seen her dissolving at the corner of the alley with a smile on her lips. Sheriff Lord, Deputy Lord, this corpse, a night watchman elite reported. Leave it to the deputy to handle, Hamilton said with a smile as he waved his hand. Only then did Rain remember he still hadn't had the chance to collect his spoils. He wondered what kind of loot this strongest opponent he had encountered so far might bring him. A sense of anticipation, long absent, began to rise in Rain's heart. But when Rain came to the heap of black-robed flesh, he couldn't help but feel stunned. This was really a bit difficult to approach. After hesitating for a while, Rain, suppressing the sticky and warm sensation from his hand, began to search the black robe. The bottles and jars in the opponent's waist pouch had shattered, but their contents had not yet leaked. Thus, Rain carefully chose not to disturb them first, but opted to collect other items instead. Soon Rain had accounted for all the spoils: a wand-like curved stick, a white slender phalange, an iron key, and a pouch containing a small amount of gold coins. That was it. This couldn't help but disappoint Rain. The feeling was just like in Rain's past life online games, when a group took down a big boss and then ended up with junk loot. But still, Rain carefully examined these three pieces of loot. The first was the stick, more precisely a short staff, with a slightly thicker head and a much smaller base, made from a single piece of unknown dark gray wood. As soon as Rain picked it up, he felt a coolness, delicacy, and heaviness, clearly indicating the high density of the wood. For the moment, Rain could not tell whether the material was valuable or what it was worth. The white, slender finger bone was even more intriguing to Rain. Since Rain's spiritual power had reached 20 points, he could tell right away that the white finger bone had a rather distinct aura of the vengeful female spirit. That being said, it was very likely a remnant of her body from when she was alive. Of course, there was also a possibility that the finger bone had nothing to do with the vengeful woman in life and was merely transformed in some way by Adams, making it a medium for casting spells. Next came the money pouch, which Rain opened to find merely 3 or 4 dozen gold coins. Such a level of wealth was greatly disproportionate to his capabilities. He weighed the pouch in his hand and then put it away. Finally, Rain held the iron key in his hand and started fiddling with it. Clearly, the items Adams left on his person don't match up with his abilities. The odds are that he hid them somewhere. Perhaps this iron key in my hand is the key to it all. Too bad, I can't likely use this key to directly locate and uncover his secrets. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Rain spotted 2 familiar shapely figures at the entrance of the alley. It was Laguerre and Anna. Both of them had come. Rain was not at all surprised that Laguerre was aware of the commotion here. After all, with her rich combat experience as a barbarian girl, and considering her bedroom wasn't far from here, it would have been strange if she hadn't noticed such an intense battle. However, how did Anna wake up as well? Now the 2 of them each had separate rooms. That's right, Rain suddenly remembered that Anna had begun the basic meditation technique with him at the same time, which must be the effect of the basic meditation technique. As one practices the basic meditation technique, their spiritual power gradually increases, and naturally, their perception improves. Anna Laguerre, why did you come over? Rain called out. Rain, here. The 2 girls looked around, and since the alley was quite dark, they hadn't seen Adam's corpse at the end of it. Just a small trouble, it's already been taken care of, Rain assured them. Small trouble? Hearing Rain's words, Hamilton's mouth twitched involuntarily. A fugitive with a bounty of 1,000 gold coins was just a small trouble in your eyes. All right, the winner makes the rules. Woof woof. At that moment, the lurcher cookie also poked its head out beside Laguerre's shapely legs. This movement was exactly like his sister Bo. Rain couldn't help but complain in his mind. Hey. A spark of inspiration crossed Rain's mind, making his eyes suddenly brighten. He quickly ran towards the entrance of the alley where Laguerre and Anna were. The 2 women, seeing Rain approaching, had differing thoughts. It looks like Rain and the others must have won the fight just now. That's great. Rain is running towards me. Could it be that he wants to give me a hug after the victory? Should I respond or perhaps give him a gentle hug in return? Anna pondered with indecision. As for Laguerre, upon seeing Rain charging, her first thought was that Rain probably wanted to hug both her and Anna. This guy is really getting off hand. Aunt Emma really, always filling her son with the notion that once he becomes a noble lord, he can have a combination of a wife and lovers. No, a wife with multiple lovers. Doesn't he know that we barbarian girls are very traditional? Well, a hug is no big deal, Laguerre thought to herself. As both women were internally struggling and awaiting Rain's hug anxiously, Rain suddenly dropped to a crouch right in front of them. Rain grabbed Cookie's head and said, "Cookie, come with me." In an instant, Cookie's dog eyes sparkled. Its expression seemed to say, had its status in the family hierarchy really risen above the 2 female masters in its owner's heart? Whether it was Rain's imagination or not. He felt that Cookie, having taken the mutation growth potion, seemed to have grown smarter. Rain, holding Cookie, quickly arrived at the pile of black robe residues. This left the 2 women exchanging glances, both feeling somewhat disappointed. Rain then had Cookie sniff the bloody black robe on the ground, followed by the short staff and the iron key. After miming a few signals, Cookie's eyes brightened as it began to sniff and run towards the north of Flashgold Town. This immediately delighted Rain. As the books from his previous life said, the sense of smell of canines was thousands of times better than that of humans, and it was indeed no exaggeration. My lord, we might discover something unexpected, Rain said, turning his head to speak to Hamilton. Looking at the lurcher sniffing and running, Hamilton instantly grasped the implications of Rain's words. He laughed and said, "I'll sit this one out, cough. I'd only be in the way, pick a few sharp ones to accompany you." "All right, my lord," Rain nodded. At a distance, Rain gestured to Mateo. Mateo quickly ran over. "Call 2 smart ones to join me," Rain instructed. "No problem, Deputy Commander. Valors, Lennon, the 2 of you come with me," Mateo said with a pleased look, patting his chest. Rain's closeness made Mateo feel that his recent performance must have satisfied the Deputy Commander. "At your command, Captain," 2 stalwart night watchmen stepped forward and said. Just as Rain was about to follow Cookie to the north side of Flashgold Town with 3 people, he quickly noticed 2 familiar sets of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw it was Lagare and Anna. "Rain, do you need us to accompany you?" After thinking for a moment, Rain said, "Well, Anna, you should go home first. There might be some danger later. Lagare, you can come with me." Anna nodded. At the same time, she slightly bowed her head, her eyes dimmed. As expected, Rain must think of her as a burden in his heart. She glanced enviously at Lagare standing beside her, holding a brand new metal shield, looking heroic. How wonderful it would be if she could be like Lagare one day. Soon, Rain's group of 5 arrived at the north side of Flashgold Town. However, what puzzled Rain was that the lurcher cookie, even after reaching the edge of the north side of Flashgold Town, kept running forward without any sign of stopping. Could it be that Adam's residence was in an estate outside of Flashgold Town? Rain couldn't help but speculate. But an hour passed. Cookie continued to sniff and run, and it seemed they were getting closer and closer to County Town. In an instant, Rain reacted. Yes, a master of Adam's caliber was naturally most likely to be hidden in County Town. After all, a level 3 wizard apprentice looking to advance would need resources that a small town simply couldn't provide. Or to say, it would be very inconvenient for such a master to reside in a small town and obtain resources. The group of 5 quickly passed through the city gates, but then Cookie headed towards a location Rain was increasingly familiar with. This is near Frank's Tavern. A flash of insight crossed his mind. In an instant, Rain connected the dots to an excellent location. Could it be that Adams was usually hiding in the bat market? Sure enough, the lurcher Cookie walked into the alley marked with a bat symbol, and then barked a few times with a dumbfounded dog's expression, looking at Rain. It seemed to be saying, "It should be here, but the scent stops." "There's nothing ahead." Rain smiled and turned to Mateo and the other 2, saying, "Your uniforms are too conspicuous. Wait here for a bit." "At your command, Deputy Commander," Mateo said with a grin. After a moment's thought, Rain said to Lagare, "Your shield and figure are too noticeable, too. Better wait here with Mateo and the others for me." "Well, okay." Lagare clenched her hand on the shield and nodded. She was currently quite behind Rain in terms of strength, so she didn't offer any objections. Rain then picked up Cookie and walked into the bat market. The 4 people on the side watched in surprise as Rain suddenly disappeared in front of them. Right away, the 4 of them exchanged puzzled looks. By this time, it had started to get light. Perhaps in a normal morning market, there should already be early rising merchants and pedestrians mingling. But in the bat market, the human flow was extremely scarce, and the streets were empty. As soon as he entered, Rain set the lurcher Cookie down, and Cookie's dog eyes regained their previous liveliness. Sniffing around, it began to quickly scout ahead. Soon, the man and dog arrived at a shop with a sign hanging on the door featuring patterns of stars, the sun, and the moon. Woof! Cookie let out a soft bark. Afterward, it wagged its tail and walked back and forth in front of the closed shop door. Clearly, this was the place Cookie had determined Adams had stayed before. Rain raised his eyebrows in delight. Having tracked from Flashgold Town all the way to County Town, now, they finally found a site where the other party had likely stayed. Rain first looked around and, after realizing that no one on the street was paying attention to himself and Cookie, immediately circled the shop, carefully observing it. Soon, he noticed one of the windows of the shop was half open. After a moment of thought, Rain began to execute his newly mastered core Beast Tamer skill, Beast Eye. The next second, Rain's vision switched to Cookie. Cookie took a running start and leaped through the window about 1.5 meters high. It wasn't long before a man's scolding voice came from inside. Where did this stray dog come from? Shortly after, Cookie jumped back out the window. At that time, Rain ended the skill Beast Eye and looked amused. There's only one adult male inside, very weak, seems to be Adam's servant or possibly just an ordinary employee to help watch the shop. Should be easy to handle. So Rain stepped forward and knocked on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The person inside asked cautiously, "Who's there?" "We're not open for business yet. The diviner is not in." The other party added another sentence. The diviner. It seems that this was most likely a false identity used by Adams to hide. Not opening the door, Rain raised his gauntlet-covered right hand and slammed it violently against the wooden door. Crack. Wood splintered. Rain chose to break in directly. The shop's wooden door suddenly had a hole the size of a wash basin, and without delay, Rain pulled open the door latch, pushed the door open, and walked in. "Are you?" asked a man in his 20s inside. retreating step by step in fear upon seeing Rain clad in knight armor and carrying such an imposing aura. "As an accomplice of Adams, you are under arrest," Rain declared loudly. "Adams? Sir, are you mistaken? We don't have anyone by that name here," the young man replied, looking utterly confused. "Recognize this?" Rain pulled out a staff from Adams from behind his back. The white knuckles surely weren't shown off by Adams before, but Rain felt that Adams would most likely not hide such an unremarkable staff. As expected, "My boss's staff." The young man's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had made a connection, and he exclaimed in disbelief. "Your boss's real name is Adams. A fugitive wanted by the Empire. How do you have anything else to say?" "Sir, I've been wronged. I only started working at this divination shop last month. I had no idea our boss was a fugitive wanted by the Empire." The young man's legs gave way, and he slowly slumped against the wall, crying out his innocence with a look of disbelief. If what you say is true, you will be released soon. Now please cooperate with my work." "Where is Adams's, your boss's, bedroom?" Rain asked, patiently organizing his thoughts. 10 minutes later, Rain walked out of the divination shop carrying a large black bag, followed by a dejected young man. Just as Rain was about to leave the bat market, two hooded figures in black robes approached him from the front of the street. Rain's pupils contracted, and his expression turned stern. He could feel the active spiritual power of the two people opposite him. It seemed not inferior to his own, roughly that of a second-level wizard apprentice. Of course, they could be higher, like a third-level wizard apprentice, but deliberately disguising it as second-level. "Young man, no fighting is allowed inside the bat market. Any dispute must be submitted to the market's manager," one of the robed men said. "Are you the managers of the bat market?" "I am here to capture Adams, a fugitive wanted by the Empire." "I believe even the bat market cannot protect a wanted criminal," Rain stated, pointing to the emblem on his knight armor. "This." The two robed men, taken aback by Rain's answer. The two exchanged glances for a moment, then said, "Since you are an official Imperial agent performing your duties, that certainly is a different matter." Indeed, having the backing of a powerful entity is beneficial, Rain thought to himself. Once Rain left the bat market, Mateo, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately came up to him, asking, "Sir, did everything go smoothly?" "Mateo, take this man into custody. We'll interrogate him later about his relationship with Adams." Although Rain was almost certain that the employee was just an ordinary person, the only extraordinary aspect being his slightly higher spiritual power, a fairly common occurrence in the bat market typically. Shop assistants are selected from ordinary people with relatively stronger spirits. "As you command, sir." Immediately, Mateo signaled to two elite night watchmen behind him to escort the suspect, following Rain back to Flashgold Town. 2 hours later, once back at home, Rain immediately went to the storage room and placed the black package directly on the table. A smile crossed Rain's face as he waved vigorously through the air with both hands. This haul could definitely be called tremendous. Calming his surging emotions, Rain set about to inventory his acquisitions this time. A crystal ball, 2 sorcery scrolls, 3 books written in Lingwan, Akkadian, and a whole bunch of assorted materials. Currently, Rain had no idea of the effects of these items, so the first thing Rain opened were the 3 books written in Lingwan. Not bad, not a decent person. There's a diary. In that case, the origins and uses of these items in my possession should generally be recognizable, Rain, holding a book in his hands, said with a smile. As Rain flipped through the pages, his facial expression alternated between frowning and relaxing. Finally, he let out a long sigh and began to ponder deeply. It turned out that Adams, unlike the roguish wizard apprentices like Endry who became involved halfway, had a relatively orthodox background. According to the diary, Adams had once been a wizard apprentice to Solon Bergman, the advisor to Duke Louis of the Dragon Empire, many years ago. However, the young and impetuous Adams eventually became involved with the Duchess Catherine, wife of Duke Louis, but the affair was quickly exposed and secretly relayed to Duke Louis by one of Catherine's personal maids. Fortunately, Adams, sensing something was amiss, discovered the squadron of knights sent to capture him. Adams believed that if he were caught by the furious Duke Louis, his life would not be spared, and moreover, he harbored resentment towards his mentor Solon for not protecting him. Immediately, Adams stole numerous casting materials and sorcery scrolls from his mentor Solon and fled the imperial city quickly. Not bad, this story could be passed down by the wandering bards. Tusk, indeed, 'tis folly to be sage and serious in youth. Who would have thought that Adams in his youth was such a charmer? He slept with the Duke's wife. Worth it. Certainly stronger than that wandering bard Endry who merely hooked up with an earl's wife, but Adams is different, that was the Duke's wife. But, are all wizard apprentices so licentious? Plus, they all fancy married women with a rascal's attribute points maxed out. Rain stroked his chin, musing to himself. Additionally, the advisor Solon of Duke Louis, as described by Adams, seems to be a formal wizard from a school called the Igni sect. Although Adams's description of his mentor Solon was limited to a single sentence, Rain felt it revealed quite a lot. First and foremost, in this world, some wizard apprentices, or wizards, themselves belonged to certain schools, meaning there was a complete lineage and training system. The existence of the Igni sect indicated that there were probably other schools as well. This was certainly good news for Rain, who strove to seek the mysteries of witchcraft, yet had always been groping his way like crossing a river by feeling for stones. Secondly, the fact that a formal wizard served as an advisor to a duke of the empire, upon reflection, suggested to Rain that the upper echelons of the empire did not regard wizards as dangerous beasts. Instead, they were seen as a source of strength. This instantly made Rain recall the advisors to lords from ancient times in his previous life. Putting all these ideas together in sequence, Rain thought that if he kept climbing upward with the support of the empire, he would gradually come into contact with systematic wizardly knowledge. Moreover, there were other contents in the diary that left a deep impression on Rain. It appeared that in the eyes of a third-level wizard apprentice, knights below the level of Great Knight, be they veterans or peak knights, were no different from the weakest links. In Adams's view, with strength at his level, it was only other mystical side professionals who could possibly pose a threat to him, meaning in his heart, only witchcraft can combat witchcraft. Knight types who relied purely on physical attacks were not even worth consideration to Adams. No wonder Adams had looked down upon the assault from him and Hamilton, believing he could escape with ease. Thinking carefully, Rain recalled that under normal circumstances, and logically deducing the battle, indeed, there was hardly any chance for Adams to lose. Given the strength Adams had shown, he could easily have handled the assault of one peak knight and one veteran knight. It was just unfortunate for Adams to have come across someone like him who cheated. An encounter later, with strength surpassing that of a peak knight and possessing a bit of witchcraft, a little monster was born. Thus, Adams met his unfortunate end in an unexpected place. Of course, what Rain focused on was that in Adams's cognition and judgment, he, a third-level wizard apprentice, was at least on par with a great knight, if not slightly superior. Does this then mean that in terms of combat power in this world, a third-level wizard apprentice is equivalent to a great knight? No. After thinking it through more carefully, Rain felt there were one or two conditions that needed to be added. That is, a third-level wizard apprentice with a formal education and possessing several sorcery scrolls, as trump cards, should be considered above a great knight. As for wandering wizard apprentices or pauper apprentices, that may not necessarily be the case. Whether or not external forces can be borrowed directly determine the combat strength of a wizard apprentice. After pondering, Rain continued to flip through the pages of the diary, reading on. A quarter of an hour later, Rain picked up the crystal orb that was slightly smaller than a baby's head and examined it carefully. Who would have thought that this crystal ball is actually a testing crystal, capable of crudely testing a person's affinity for various mystical side energy particles? Rain muttered to himself. Simply put, each person attracts different mystical side energy particles to varying degrees. For a wizard apprentice, energy particles that are more naturally attracted to, and are thus easier to control, would also be slightly more powerful. Therefore, Adams's diary made it very clear that it was important for orthodox wizard apprentices to determine their affinity before learning witchcraft, so as to redouble the effort when choosing a speciality. Later on, this benefited Rain, the wild wizard apprentice, immensely. Soon, Rain figured out how to use the affinity-testing crystal ball. The method was simple, only requiring him to pour his spiritual power into the crystal ball and earnestly perceive the surrounding mystical side energy particles. After a moment's thought, Rain decided to test it immediately. Thus, he began to hold the crystal ball with both hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated his spirit. As Rain's spiritual power flowed in, the crystal ball quickly emitted a soft white light, and at the same time, different colors of light started to swirl within the previously clear crystal ball. A few seconds later, the light gradually stabilized. At this moment, Rain opened his eyes and saw that the topmost layer of the crystal ball was filled with red mist, while in the middle there was a light silver mist, with both seeming to have almost the same volume. Although there were slight differences, the gap wasn't significant. The light silver color was only slightly less than the red, with their combined volume accounting for nearly 80 to 90% of the space within the crystal ball. The rest were a mix of colors, almost a little of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. According to Adams, the red represented affinity for flame energy particles. The larger the area it occupied in the crystal ball, the stronger the tester's affinity for that type of energy particle. Rain nodded slightly, thinking to himself that this was right. This also explained why, when he first became a level 1 wizard apprentice, he could only manipulate flame energy particles. And as his spiritual power grew day by day, on the verge of becoming a level 2 wizard apprentice, he could barely affect other mystical side energy particles around him, yet the power was still much weaker in comparison. However, this affinity testing crystal ball could only approximately measure the tester's affinity direction, and wasn't capable of an accurate quantitative test. Simply put, it's like if you took an exam and got scores of 60 in Chinese, 60 in mathematics, and 10 in English, the ratio would be 6, 6, 1. Of course, if your scores were 120, 120, and 20, the ratio would also be 6, 6, 1. What the crystal ball shows is a kind of ratio, not a specific value. As for Rain's pale silver color, that was not recorded in Adams's diary. This made Rain frown slightly. Clearly, if he could understand what the pale silver represented in terms of affinity direction, could deliberately collect witchcraft and related knowledge in that direction, naturally enhancing the power of the witchcraft he cast over those with relatively weaker affinity. However, since he couldn't figure it out immediately, Rain contemplated for a short moment and decided to continue reading. An hour later, Rain had read through the entire diary of Adams. Looking again at the spoils on the table, a smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's face. Regarding the short wand, the diary mentioned that it was crafted from a special tree called greywood and had a slightly elevated effect on dark energy witchcraft. For Rain, this wasn't of much use, but for those wizard apprentices who specialized in dark energy, it would likely take great pleasure in it. As for the slender white finger bone, the diary did not record anything, so he skipped over it. Regarding the 2 Lingwen books, one detailed the method of creating a potion named Arcane Elixir, which could slightly enhance spiritual power. However, nearly 99% of the ingredients were unknown to Rain. After briefly looking at it, Rain put it aside, because for most wizard apprentices, the only way to enhance spiritual power was through years of practicing basic meditative techniques. And for a small number with rich resources or a legacy, there was a second method. They could enhance their spiritual power through the consumption of these rare elixirs. However, for Rain, he had a third approach. Its effects were far superior to the previous 2 methods. That was adding points. So, for Rain, the arcane elixir, which could enhance a small amount of spiritual power, was not as precious to him as it might be to other wizard apprentices. Mainly because Rain considered one thing. At the current stage, if he chose to produce this elixir, he would have to search for these rare materials himself. Possibly, the time spent in the process could allow Rain to level up several aspects of his vocational panel. Therefore, after a short contemplation, Rain understood that it would be much easier to arrange for someone to collect them later on when his duties were further progressed, and then making the elixir would still be timely. The other book made Rain's eyes light up because it recorded 3 types of witchcraft. To be precise, 2 curses plus 1 witchcraft. The first curse was spiritual fatigue. The condition for casting this curse was a bit troublesome. The first step was to draw a pentagram in reverse along with a personal item that had intimate contact with the target of the curse. Of course, if there was access to the target's hair or blood, that would be even better. Rain had an epiphany after reading the description of the effects of the curse spiritual fatigue. The effect of curse spiritual fatigue, it reduces the spirit of whoever is cursed, causing them to feel strong fatigue. This immediately reminded Rain of how he felt the previous night. He suddenly felt extraordinarily tired, almost unable to open his eyes, evidently due to this curse. Rain carefully studied the curse type witchcraft again, and his brows furrowed immediately. Because the release of the curse, spiritual exhaustion, not only required learning some prerequisite knowledge, such as basic principles of negative energy and human neurology, but also hinged on the manipulation of negative energy particles. The strength of the negative energy particles that the caster could manipulate was directly related to the strength of this curse's effect. Of course, the strength of spiritual power is almost linked to the power of all witchcraft, which goes without mentioning here. That is to say, if Rain were to perform this witchcraft with the same spirit power intensity, his curse effect might be a lot weaker than that of Adams's. The second curse was called ghostly entanglement. It also required personal objects closely associated with the curse's target, such as hair or blood. Secondly, it required an existing resentful spirit or other spiritual body creature. If not available, it wasn't impossible, but the effect of the curse would be greatly reduced. Curse ghostly entanglement effect causes the magnetic field of the curse's target to change, making it extremely susceptible to the attention and attack of resentful spirits, malevolent spirits, and other spiritual body creatures. Seeing the effect of this curse, Rain couldn't help but understand why Adams was referred to as a ghost manipulator. Indeed, there are only misnamed names, not misnamed nicknames. For most people, even for a formal night, facing such a bizarre curse without the aid of external forces was very hard to resist. After thinking it over, although both these witchcrafts were naive energy curses, Rain found them difficult to learn, and the effects after learning might be passable. But Rain still planned to give them a try. However, in terms of learning order, these two curse-type witchcrafts had to come after the third witchcraft. The third witchcraft, which even Adams had not mastered, was named High-Temperature Force Field. Judging from the name alone, it was a fire-type witchcraft, and moreover, it was a rare force field type of witchcraft. Witchcraft, High-Temperature Force Field effect, forms a high-temperature spherical force field within a few meters radius around the caster. According to the sloppy notes in the book, Adams stole this witchcraft because it was a rare force field type, and Adams felt, although it was a fire-type witchcraft, it was very significant for reference. However, later, Adams found the witchcraft model structure of the high-temperature force field a bit complex, making it difficult to master. More importantly, this witchcraft did not align with his combat philosophy. Adams preferred to build himself as a cannon, focusing on learning long-range attack witchcraft, and the high-temperature force field only had a range of a few meters, which suddenly diminished his desire to learn it. However, when Rain saw this witchcraft, what he thought was completely different. Rain's current combat power, a significant part of it, came from the knight, transcendent profession, meaning he mainly relied on close combat. The high-temperature force field witchcraft seemed to have an inexplicable fit with him. Imagine generating temperatures comparable to those under the Sahara Desert's scorching sun, within few meters around oneself, and the enemies would quickly show signs of heat stroke, such as nausea, vomiting, dehydration. This picture was simply too perfect. Of course, the above scene was just Rain's imagination. After all, the specific power would only be known after he learned it. However, since high-temperature force field was a fire-type witchcraft, it matched perfectly with Rain's affinity, which was a significant advantage. That is to say, once Rain mastered this witchcraft, its power could be slightly enhanced. Besides, this elemental-type witchcraft didn't seem to require any prerequisite studies, and could be directly learned, and once mastered, it could be quickly transformed into combat power. Therefore, Rain decided to first learn the fire-type witchcraft, high-temperature force field, then the two curses. Finally, only 2 sorcery scrolls were left. The creation of a sorcery scroll was extremely difficult, but its release was very simple, requiring only a small amount of spirit power to activate the scroll. There was no need to consider any witchcraft model, affinity, or other matters. It was the best way to quickly enhance a wizard apprentice's combat power. The only downside was that it was expensive. Just as Rain was about to examine the sorcery scrolls, there was a knock at the door from Mateo. As soon as Mateo entered, he began to report on the investigation. "Deputy Commandant, we have clarified the identity of that young man. He was not lying and indeed became an employee of Adams's shop about a month ago. Additionally, he provided a rather useful piece of information. 2 days ago, a middle-aged man came to the shop looking for his boss. He feels that the attack you suffered might be related to this middle-aged man." Upon hearing this, Rain's brow raised. This was very likely. After all, he had no grievances with Adams. Oh, the attack against him must have been commissioned by someone else. Do you have any specific information about this middle-aged man? Rain asked. The middle-aged man did not stay long, and Adams dismissed him soon after. So the young man is not clear about the detailed content of their conversation or the specific identity of the middle-aged man. However, sir, I just had someone draw a portrait based on the young man's description. You can have a look, Mateo said, pulling out a rolled-up parchment from his chest, unrolling and presenting it in front of Rain. Rain's heart leapt and he nodded, saying, "Very good. Mateo, you are becoming more meticulous in your work." After carefully discerning, Rain confirmed that the person was neither Baron Alonso nor Viscount Hamadi. Of course, this was assuming that neither of them was using some sort of well-crafted human skin mask. Rain reminisced in his mind and confirmed that he did not know this person. Rain always felt that there was something familiar about the man's appearance, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this familiarity at all. Less than a minute after Mateo had left, the storeroom where Rain was located again heard a knock at the door. Rain opened the door and saw Laguerre standing outside. "Rain, may I come in? I need to discuss something with you." "Of course, come in. Rain, have you now reached the level of a senior knight?" Laguerre looked at Rain with her deep blue eyes and expectant expression on her face. Laguerre, why would you ask that?" Rain smiled. "I heard it from the night watchman. They all say your strength has surpassed that of the peace officer of Flashgold Town, Lord Hamilton." "Well, perhaps." Rain nodded without denying it. "That's wonderful. Rain, may I request something of you? I want to retrieve my brother and his teammates' remains and their weapons from the Nightingale Forest. I've been waiting too long." As Laguerre spoke about it, the light died in her eyes, leaving her face forlorn. So that was it. Rain looked thoughtful. It was not that he was unwilling to go. Only, if a crowned knight had easily disposed of Laguerre's brother, a savage warrior with a ferocity level of 40%, clearly, the opponent was very strong. Although he had killed Adams, a third-level wizard apprentice, that did not mean he was confident in handling some of the mysterious events in this world. Laguerre, I will now go to Lord Hamilton and ask about the plans of the county town and the church. Supposedly, the church's people should be arriving soon, Rain thought and said. The recent delays, I heard, were due to the monsoon and Sea Goddess Church, working in coordination with the official empire to suppress the cult, Rain added after thinking. At that moment, his sister Bohi suddenly yelled from downstairs, "Brother, someone is looking for you downstairs and there's a carriage." Rain's eyebrows raised. Could it be that it was someone from the Crawley family? Thump, thump, thump. Bohi rushed upstairs, her face flushed and slightly excited, saying, "Brother, the carriage doesn't bear the pattern of roses, it seems like a giant dragon." A giant dragon. Impossible. This immediately made Rain quite puzzled. He immediately excused himself to Laguerre and went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw a luxurious carriage parked next to their house, clearly not in the style of the Crawley family, and the crest on the carriage was completely different. This time, the carriage had a design with more curves, giving it a more exquisite and noble impression. Moreover, the crest on the upper right corner of the carriage showed a giant dragon spreading its wings and roaring skyward, lifelike. Bohi was right. Rain's pupils shrank. Clearly, the visitor was a prominent figure. Because generally, nobles or institutions simply do not have the right to use a giant dragon as a crest. Following the established custom of noble crest design in the Dragon Empire. Rain had heard about this from Jenny during a carriage conversation a few days ago. Upon seeing Rain approach, a middle-aged man dressed in a fitted tailcoat also alighted from the carriage and said, "Excuse me, is this Lord Rain of Flashgold Town, the deputy peace officer?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I am an official of the Imperial Candidacy Examination Committee stationed in Minster Province, Lord Rain. Please get into the carriage so we can discuss in detail." An official of the Candidacy Examination Committee. No wonder they dared to use the image of a giant dragon as the symbol on their carriage. After all, the other party is an organization directly under the Senate, the highest authority in the empire. All right, Rain nodded hastily, not daring to be negligent, and followed the middle-aged man into the carriage. As soon as he entered, he found the carriage's interior was unusually spacious. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other, with a moderately sized, rectangular coffee table in between. A middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in black hunting clothes with gold trim, was sitting calmly on the left side. Watching Rain enter the carriage. "Lord Rain, this is Special Envoy Javier Stewart, said the man in the tailcoat following the introductions. Envoy Stewart, greetings. Rain inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. Envoy? Rain couldn't estimate how high-ranking this position was, but obviously the other was a high-ranking noble. Lord Rain is quite youthful and talented. Please have a look at this information. Javier examined Rain and couldn't help but smile. As he spoke, he pushed a file resembling a document bag across the coffee table toward Rain. Of course, my lord, Rain replied after receiving it, and then began to read carefully. Minutes later, after finishing the documents, Rain's face showed reflection. At that moment, seeing that Rain had finished reading, the special envoy named Javier spoke. Due to the need for confidentiality, we cannot give you these documents. If you haven't memorized them, you are welcome to read them again now. There's no need, I think I've committed it to memory. Thank you, Envoy Stewart. By the way, please take good care of this credential badge for participating in the candidacy examination. Javier pointed toward the coffee table again. Rain nodded. He picked up the amethyst-colored badge from the coffee table, which was slightly larger than a gold coin. The badge bore the image of a knight holding a sword and shield atop a horse, looking imposing and extraordinary. Then, Lord Rain, please make sure not to be late. Tardiness will result in disqualification from the candidacy examination. I apologize for the intrusion and wish you success in your examination, Javier said with a smile. Rain understood that this was an indication that their time for discussion was over. Presumably, the envoy still had other candidates to notify for the examination. Thank you, Envoy Stewart. After picking up the credential badge, Rain stood up and left the carriage. Shortly after, the carriage slowly started moving. Inside the carriage, the man in the tailcoat asked curiously, Envoy Stewart, why did you make a special trip to see this Rain? The individual is merely of common birth. Though it is commendable that he has reached transcendent at such an age, it doesn't seem that rare in the whole of Minster province. Javier chuckled and said, He, the latest news is that this young Lord Rain, a while ago, defeated several cultist monks by himself, thwarting one of their operations. That is quite rare. The man in the tailcoat showed a hint of surprise. Doesn't that mean this young Lord Rain might already possess strength comparable to that of a seasoned knight? Not just that. Among those cultist monks, there was a black flame apostle, which has also been confirmed by Meister County's Monsoon and the Church of the Ocean Goddess, Javier continued. What? The man's eyes suddenly widened, truly taken aback this time. A Rain to defeat an angel envoy of that caliber at his age, even throughout Minster province, was exceptionally rare. To narrow the scope further, no individuals of common birth around 15 years of age had achieved this. It seemed there were none. At least in his memory, there were none. It seems that this Lord Rain could very well be a potential sword-bearer. The man in the tailcoat exhaled thoughtfully. He now understood the purpose behind the special envoy's particular visit. Indeed, yes. But there is some uncertainty in becoming a sword-bearer. We shall wait and see, he replied. Soon, the luxurious carriage disappeared at the end of the road after watching the carriage depart. Rain began to consider his preparations. The contents of the document bag were etched deeply in his mind. Firstly, the time and place for the candidacy examination, half a month from now. In Rosby City of Minster Province, the county town of Rosby. It was the first time Rain had heard of it. Thankfully, based on the map provided in the documents, Rosby City was right next to Meister County. It would take approximately 5 days by horse, which wasn't too far. Moreover, the map also showed that this was a large city right on the coastline, surrounded by many islands near Rosby City. It appeared the examination might involve the islands, perhaps even directly related to the ocean. Eradicate pirates that had settled on certain islands. Or was it friction on the border with the emerging Eagle Federation? Rain shook his head lightly. None of this was certain, and he would only know after arriving in Rosby City. Additionally, he did not yet know whether he would be assigned an individual task or a team task for the examination, so Rain had to prepare earnestly. However, Rain was quite confident in his abilities. After all, his current strength had already surpassed Lord Hamilton's. When Lord Hamilton had participated in the ennoblement assessment, he too secured a good second-tier rating and was granted the title of Baron. That is to say, as long as nothing unexpected occurs, he should at least be able to secure the Baron title in this ennoblement assessment. Rather than returning to the second-floor storage room, Rain, after some thought, decided to first visit the town hall to find Lord Hamilton. It wasn't long before Rain arrived at Lord Hamilton's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the strong scent of herbs, reminding him that Lord Hamilton had been quite seriously injured the previous night. Seeing Rain enter, Lord Hamilton smiled and said, "Rain, what brings you here? I was just about to send someone for you. I didn't expect you to come on your own. Lord, how are you feeling? It's not too serious, but I do need to properly recuperate over the next few days." Rain nodded and continued, "That's good to hear, Lord. The Ennoblement Assessment Committee has already contacted me." "Oh, so soon," Lord Hamilton said, his expression turning solemn. Immediately, Rain briefly shared with Lord Hamilton the people he had met and some of the discussions they had. He mainly wanted to hear Lord Hamilton's analysis and see in which areas he still needed to prepare, given Lord Hamilton's relevant experience. After listening, Lord Hamilton thought deeply and then said, "Regarding the position of envoy, I'm not too clear either. After all, any worker from the Ennoblement Assessment Committee, as long as they hold specific tasks or responsibilities, can be regarded as envoys at the county or provincial level. However, that's not what you should focus on. Rain, judging by your assembly location, it's highly likely that the contents of this ennoblement assessment batch will involve the sea. You have about 10 days left. You should make good use of this time to prepare. For instance, in an aquatic environment, a knight's heavy armor might sometimes become a burden, so I suggest you prepare a set of leather armor. Besides, you should also think carefully about other possible situations you might encounter." Rain nodded. Indeed, that was the case. However, at that moment an idea flashed through Rain's mind. Perhaps he could visit the bat market again. There might be some potions or strange objects suitable for use in aquatic environments. Speaking of which, Rain, the messenger from the county just informed me that tomorrow Rudolph, the head of the Monsoon and Sea Goddess Church, will once again lead a team to Nightingale Forest to deal with the evil spirit night issue, Lord Hamilton mentioned. "Initially, I thought I'd ask you to accompany him since I'm injured. However, since you're about to participate in the ennoblement assessment, it's better." At this point, Rain raised an eyebrow and interrupted Lord Hamilton's next words. "Wait, Lord, since you are unwell, it's more appropriate for me to go. Moreover, if I want to further enhance my strength, I believe I need more real combat experience." He hadn't expected that right after Laguerre had approached him, the church's people would come calling. In addition, having the church accompany him naturally offered a greater security assurance, as they were experts in handling mysterious events with rich experience. Of course, most importantly, Rain was still considering whether he could further improve his strength by dealing with the evil Spirit Knight task, because at present his Knight Transcendent career panel was not far from leveling up. Lord Hamilton glanced at Rain. "Does your strength still need to be enhanced? This is an ennoblement assessment, not some kind of life or death ordeal." Lord Hamilton thought to himself in criticism. Of course, he definitely couldn't say that. Looking at Rain earnestly, he asked, "Rain, are you sure you don't need to spend some time preparing?" "Lord, the evil spirit night task shouldn't take too much time. I think, after returning, I will still have plenty of time to prepare," Rain replied. Very well, Lord Hamilton nodded and agreed. After all, for him, given his current serious injuries that required a few days to recover, sending Rain was definitely the best choice. When Rain returned home and shared this news with Laguerre, the barbarian girl couldn't help but be overjoyed. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. "Also, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be accompanying you tomorrow," Rain added after a moment's thought. "Oh, isn't it supposed to be Lord Hamilton? He's injured, so this time I'll be leading the team from Flashgold Town," Rain explained. "All right, then I'll go get ready." From Laguerre's expression, there appeared to be an even brighter spark in her eyes. Only then did Rain find some free time to start examining the 2 sorcery scrolls. Rain first took out one of the sorcery scrolls, opening it cautiously. There are 2 ways to trigger a sorcery scroll. One is to tear it open directly, which is suitable for everyone including ordinary people. The other requires the injection of a slight amount of spiritual power, which is relatively more suitable for wizard apprentices. Through this method, one can slightly manipulate the angle and scope of the unleashed witchcraft. The first sorcery scroll bore intricate lines, triangles, and circles, emitting a faint chill, with a small spirit script, Akkadian explanation, Arctic wind. Witchcraft Arctic wind effect. Summon an Arctic airflow from the caster, blowing forward for tens of meters, and causing the temperature in the area to drop drastically within a very short time. Ice Frost Witchcraft. Rain fell into deep thought. From the description, it seemed to be an area of effect witchcraft with substantial power. He wondered just how intense the described sharp drop in temperature was. Could it freeze seawater instantly, for example? After pondering, Rain put it away and slowly opened the second sorcery scroll. The pattern was similarly intricate, but this time the energy fluctuations emanating from the scroll were completely different from the previous one. The spirit script beside it reads Summon Hurricane. Witchcraft Summon Hurricane effect. Instantly summons a powerful hurricane, attacking a fan-shaped area directly in front of the caster. For such a vague description, Rain could only express deep aversion. Powerful energy? Just how powerful? Would this hurricane inflict slicing wounds on the enemies, merely blow them away, or even toss a cow into the sky? Rain was perplexed. Unfortunately, as there was only one copy of each sorcery scroll, it meant that Rain could not test the actual effects of the scrolls in advance. Additionally, Rain was quite puzzled as to why Adams, who majored in negative energy, would possess these two scrolls that were clearly of the Ice and Wind series. Could it be that he stole them years ago from his mentor Sauron? Or were they spoils from some secret mission? After a brief contemplation, Rain slightly shook his head. These had nothing to do with him. After stowing the two sorcery scrolls, he took out the book recording the witchcraft high-temperature field and began reading it meticulously. Half an hour later, Rain crossed his arms and began to pace back and forth in the storeroom. Since the first witchcraft Rain mastered, Scorching Touch, was also a fire-type witchcraft, he naturally compared the high-temperature field with Scorching Touch. Clearly, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. The visualization difficulty of the Scorching Touch model was like learning the word big after learning the English alphabet, runes. But the visualization difficulty of the high-temperature field was completely different, like learning congratulation right after the alphabet. So, although Rain's spiritual power had increased to 20 points, and he was much quicker, he sensed and channeled the surrounding fire energy particles, but to fully visualize the high-temperature field witchcraft model synchronously was extremely difficult. After thinking, Rain decided to give it a try. After all, he had an advantage. Succeeding once meant that it would be etched on the panel, allowing for steady future improvement without fear of forgetting, backsliding, or mistakes like a normal wizard apprentice might face. After failing more than 10 times, finally, Rain succeeded once. Within a few meters around Rain, the air in distant areas seemed to exhibit a slight refraction phenomenon. It was hardly noticeable without close inspection, but as per elementary physics on light refraction and reflection, this shouldn't happen in the same medium, because in the same medium the transmission rate is fixed, but at this moment it did occur. Clearly, this indicated that the temperature of the air around Rain was higher than other places, causing the air density and humidity to change due to temperature differences, resulting in a variance in transmission rate. An optical illusion like a mirage operates on this principle. Besides, Rain also discovered that the temperature in the force field rose extremely fast, akin to the effect of a combination of a microwave and an air fryer. The air could be heated to a designated temperature in just a few seconds. Thus, to measure the power of the high-temperature field, Rain had already placed 3 basins of water on the table at approximately 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters away from him. 10 seconds later, Rain voluntarily stopped the witchcraft high-temperature field. To his disappointment, none of the 3 basins of water boiled. This indicated that the temperature of the high-temperature field witchcraft was far less than that of Scorching Touch. After all, with the power of Scorching Touch, the water would not only have boiled by now but would have evaporated away. After stopping, Rain went forward to feel the temperature of the water in the basins. Indeed, the basin 3 meters away seemed perfect for a foot soak, approximately 40 to 50 degrees. But the basin 2 meters away was about 70 to 80 degrees, quite scalding. Yet the temperature of the basin 1 meter away was almost the same as the 3-meter one. This surprised Rain quite a bit. He had assumed that the basin 1 meter away would be the hottest. It appears that the maximum lethal radius of the high-temperature field is around 2 meters. Any further or closer, and the power decreases. At that moment, the system notification also followed. You have studied the high-temperature field, understanding enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill high-temperature field. Your skill high-temperature field improved. Experience +1. Meanwhile, under the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent panel below the Scorching Touch icon, a brand new icon appeared. The icon's border lit up slightly. The pattern on the icon was a blurred figure wearing a hood, surrounded by a transparent, oval eggshell-like thin membrane. Rain focused on the new icon, noticing a line of small text below it. High temperature field LV1, 1/100, high temperature field LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to invoke surrounding fire energy particles with a specific witchcraft model, generating high temperature air within a certain range around the host, lasting approximately 1 minute. Note: the spell duration is 3 seconds. The power is proportional to the host's spiritual power. The closer to the core area, the greater the power. Current effective kill range, 1-3 meters. To be honest, the power of this sorcery was far from what Rain had anticipated. Isn't it called a high-temperature force field? How come it's not even 100 degrees? Is this considered high temperature? Rain couldn't help but mutter under his breath. However, Rain thought again. He seemed to have misunderstood the temperature. Because if you look at the definition from meteorology, a temperature over 35 degrees is considered high. The highest recorded temperature in the Sahara Desert from historical records is only 58 degrees. It's important to note that many temperatures mentioned as 70 or 80 degrees refer to the surface temperature, not the air temperature. 70 or 80 degrees, that definitely counts as high temperature. Moreover, if we consider human body temperature, anything over 40 degrees is considered high temperature, so 70 or 80 degrees. Well, the master who named this sorcery high temperature force field, you win. Also, Rain found out that this is a force field type of sorcery, which lasts much longer than usual, so it consumes a lot more spiritual power each time it is used. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Since it's learned, one must find the appropriate scenario to use it. Rain soon began to consider the suitable scenarios for this sorcery. First, for the high-temperature force field, Rain felt it was quite suitable for general melee combat range, because the general range of melee combat between enemies is about 2 to 3 meters. If the battle lasts over 10 seconds, the opponent should be sweating profusely and start showing signs of heat stroke. Even if a knight's transcendent constitution is several times that of a normal person, the prolonged duration will inevitably lead to a significant drop in combat effectiveness. Looked at in this way, this high-temperature force field isn't so useless after all. After pondering for a moment, Rain's face lit up with a bright smile. Of course, there are also drawbacks. It's best to keep the enemy within a 2 to 3 meter range during combat and not let them get too far away or vary their distance. Second, it is not suitable against archers or other long-range attackers. All day long, Rain was basically studying this new sorcery high-temperature force field and reading materials from the books from Adams. Rain felt that the biggest gains weren't so much the 1 or 2 sorceries, nor the precious sorcery scrolls, but rather, it was gaining a preliminary understanding of some concepts. For example, the concept of affinity for mysterious side energy particles, the attitude of the Empire's upper echelons toward wizards and wizard apprentices, among others. Before this, Rain was utterly in the dark about these matters. The next morning, Rain and Laguerre arrived early at the town hall, accompanying Hamilton as they waited for the arrival of the church team. Soon, a long procession arrived slowly from the direction of County Town into Flashgull Town, distinctly appearing as the team from the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, judging by their attire. Soon, Rain spotted an old man in a blue robe with golden embroidery, holding a thick book. Surrounded by silver-armored knights, it was Rudolph, the pastor they had previously dealt with. After some pleasantries, Rain, Laguerre, and over 10 night watchmen from Flashgull Town, riding horses, joined the team coming from County Town. This time, Viscount Hamadi did not come, so while it was technically the team from County Town, it was almost exclusively the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church's team. As they entered Nightingale Forest and drew closer to the target area, Rain noticed that aside from a few of the church's paladins and Pastor Rudolph, the others, particularly those from Flashgull Town who followed him, were more or less nervous. Therefore, Rain rode up next to the night watchman's Captain Mateo and said, "Once we reach the target area, Mateo, have everyone be careful. Leave the evil spirit knights to those paladins from the church. Your team will handle some of the guard duties." "Yes, sir." Hearing Rain's arrangement, Mateo was naturally pleased. For these ordinary people, facing mysterious events often left them powerless, and if they encountered a commander who misused them as the main force, they would be doomed to suffer heavy casualties. Meanwhile, on the northwest edge of Nightingale Forest. A tall, slender female elf with jet black hair had just arrived in Nightingale Forest, tired and dusty from her journey. Quickly, Rain and his party were about to arrive at the area where Laguerre's team had encountered the aged ogre. At that moment, Rudolph, the priest riding on horseback, suddenly looked up ahead, frowning ever so slightly. Almost simultaneously, Rain also raised his right hand and made a halt sign, shouting, "Stop!" Just then, Rain had felt a very distinct, malicious scrutiny coming from the dense forest about a few dozen meters to the left and in front of him. He was certain that this surveilling gaze was not from an ordinary beast, but instead from some sort of intelligent creature. Moreover, for Rain to feel an obvious malice meant that the strength of the other party was not to be underestimated. Rudolph, however, did not focus on that surveilling gaze, but instead turned his head in surprise towards Rain. This young man, who at such a young age had become a transcendent knight, seemed to become more and more inscrutable to him. Because that surveilling gaze, even he had only just noticed it himself. But what he hadn't expected was that Rain, right by his side, could also detect it so quickly, a knight with such sharp perception. It should be noted that the reason he could detect it was because of his long tenure as a clergyman, which gave him an innate sensitivity to malice. As Rudolph was pondering what kind of offer might sway the young man before him, whom he thought should embrace the arms of the goddess, Rain took the initiative to ask, "Rudolph, there seems to be something lurking in our direction. Should we stop and check it out?" Yes, let everyone else take a break as well. Rudolph decided to rest for a while after pondering for a moment. Traveling all the way from Flashgold Town to Nightingale Forest, while the Holy Temple Knights felt little impact, the county town's peacekeeping troops and the night watchmen from Flashgold Town were beginning to show signs of fatigue. So the entire team stopped rather quickly. Firstly, to rest for a bit, allowing the horses to recover some of the strength they had expended on the journey, and secondly, to send people to check the surroundings. Rain had Matteo deploy the night watchmen around the perimeter for vigilance, while sending a few skilled individuals to scrutinize the area within a 100-meter radius, especially where he had sensed that surveilling gaze, to see if they could find any valuable clues. After making these arrangements, Rain then came to Laguerre's side and asked, "Laguerre, is this the place?" As they delved deeper into Nightingale Forest, Rain noticed that Laguerre's mood seemed a bit downcast. The reason? Rain guessed that it was probably because the scenery was stirring up memories of the events of that day. "Yes, it's right ahead. That's where we found the old ogre that day," she replied. "The battle started soon after, and my brother defeated it." "Fled in this direction," Laguerre said with a solemn expression, pointing ahead. Rain looked up, barely discerning that in the dense forest ahead there seemed to be many signs of broken and fallen trees. In theory, in an environment like a primordial forest where vegetation grows very fast, traces of a normal battle would quickly be covered by the rapidly growing plants. That battle that took place over half a month ago must have been very intense. Swoosh! One of the night watchmen on vigil suddenly fired an arrow deep into the forest. "What's going on?" Matteo approached and asked. "Captain, something suddenly moved over there." "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a knoll," the night watchman said with a serious tone. Since the elite night watchmen were accustomed to practicing archery, their eyesight was generally excellent, which was why Rain had specifically assigned the night watchmen to act as sentries and scouts. Shortly after, Matteo came over to Rain and Rudolph and reported, "Sirs, a night watchman has just reported sightings of gnolls around our party. Judging from some tracks, there are quite a few of them." Rain nodded and asked back, "Was there any trace of that old ogre found? Was the surveillance a moment ago from the gnolls?" "That was highly likely. However, the gnolls that he had once dreaded were a thing of the past. Even if the ferocious gnoll that had given Rain a hard time were to come back to life, it was highly likely that it would not withstand his full force now. Furthermore, given the current strength of the team, even if faced with an assault by several dozen gnolls mixed with a few ferocious ones, they would be able to handle it with ease. But ogres were a different story. Apart from their powerful strength posing a substantial threat to the team, according to Laguerre's previous account, these gnolls were likely the vassals of an old ogre. A bunch of disorganized gnolls and a group under the unified command of an elder ogre would have vastly different combat prowess. Rain understood this very clearly. "We haven't found any traces of the aged ogre so far." Matteo shook his head. "What do you think, Rudolph?" Rain turned his head to ask for an opinion. Since the main force of the party came from the Church of Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, Rain behaved extremely courteously. Whether to sweep these knolls first or head directly to the barbarian squad's location where they had found the evil spirit knight, it was up to Rudolph, the church leader of the team, to decide. Hearing Rain's question, Rudolph smiled and said, "Let's continue directly to our target area. Knolls are widespread, and trying to eradicate them would waste a lot of time. If they recklessly appear while we're dealing with the evil Spirit Knight, I trust you'll let them know who's boss, won't you, Rain?" "Of course. You can rest assured, Headmaster Rudolph. Against the werewolves, the Night Watchman and I will take responsibility for annihilating our enemies." Rain inclined slightly, swiftly agreeing to the task of guarding and eradicating the werewolves. "Mateo, spread the word, rest time is over, and the team should continue moving forward." "At your command, my lord." Soon, after a brief rest, the team cautiously proceeded, always on guard for potential ambushes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the werewolves seemed to merely scout around without any signs of launching an attack. Rain thought about it, which seemed normal. Due to their keen senses, much like wild animals, the werewolves who also lingered in the forest would have certainly noticed the strength of his team. If they had no command from a stronger creature, the chance of them attacking was very low, as they tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. After another half-hour of travel, the team finally reached the ruins that Laguerre mentioned previously. Several dozen meters ahead, a clear man-made structure could be seen, scattered with fallen columns covered in moss and vines, suggesting the ruins of a temple from long ago. Rain carefully observed for a while and found the place to be indeed eerie. Upon reflection, the journey so far had been filled with continuous chirping and buzzing due to the forest setting. Yet, as they neared this area, the noises from various creatures gradually quelled until, seemingly all at once, ceased, leaving a deathly silence. Another thing was, the looming sense of being spied upon by the werewolves slowly vanished as they approached the region. Could it be that the werewolves also feared this area? So, did they dare not continue tracking them? Moreover, Rain's increasing spiritual power was subtly alerting him to an obscure, hidden danger ahead. This type of danger was not manifest. Hence Rain's core skill, danger perception, did not trigger any early warning. It was as if you might see a wall teetering nearby, and if your perception was sharp enough, your instincts would tell you that if you approached, the wall might fall and hit you. That's a latent danger. It doesn't mean it will happen. It might also be possible that you pass by, and the wall doesn't collapse but continues to teeter. But one thing is certain, that if you decide not to approach, then this latent danger poses no threat to you. However, if you do approach and the wall happens to call-pace, that's when your core skill, danger perception, would warn you at the moment the wall starts to tilt. At this moment, aside from the official knights and temple knights who had reached transcendent status, other night watchmen and the security team from the county town dismounted and began to be vigilant. "This is my brother's axe." Laguerre pointed to a corner of a vine-entangled column not far away, exclaiming. Rain focused his eyes and saw a familiar battle axe lying quietly by the column, its exposed blade appearing untouched by serious damage. The nearly door panel wide, crescent-shaped blade was still reflecting a metallic sheen. This was indeed Laguerre's brother's weapon, the Moonblade battle axe. Laguerre quickly leaped down from her horse, trotted over and picked up the Moonblade battle axe, gently caressing it with her palm. Seeing this, Rain also dismounted and quietly walked to Laguerre's side. He understood the sense of reminiscing through objects, so Rain chose to remain silent. Unfortunately, this moment of tranquility lasted mere seconds before it was shattered. Suddenly, a horse's neigh resounded from nearby. As everyone looked around, searching for the source of the sound, they saw a black armored knight holding a 3 to 4 meter long riding spear, abruptly charging out from the dense forest to the left. The horse beneath the knight was exceptionally tall, cloaked in black armor, merging seamlessly with the knight in full black regalia. Their charge like a moving fortress of darkness, now swiftly advancing towards the team. In an instant, there was slight panic, particularly a young night watchman in the front left side tasked with vigilance, who stood frozen upon this sight. "Get out of the way fast," Mateo roared while forcefully pulling the stunned night watchman aside, narrowly avoiding the black-armored knight's charge. A silver-armored temple knight then spurred his horse to advance quickly, seemingly attempt to block the attacker. But the black-armored knight's spear, like a lightning bolt, thrust forward. entwined with a serpentine black energy that seemed to curl around the dark lance. Clang! The black lance forcefully struck the silver shield, sending the temple knight who had moved to intercept flying off his warhorse. The temple knight flew 4 or 5 meters through the air before hitting the ground with a thud. Thankfully, the soft terrain of the Nightingale Forest, covered in shrubs and flowers, greatly reduced the impact, and the knight's injuries were not severe. A highly anticipated battle erupted unexpectedly. The recent attack by the opponent, a riding spear surrounded by black aura, had rudely cases Rudolph, the head of the Church of the Ocean Goddess who oversees demon hunting and exorcism, to turn serious. He, as the head in charge, immediately identified that the black-armored knight was indeed an evil spirit knight, the swirling black aura around his body and the steed below him serving as the best proof. At that moment, the remaining 3 Templar knights clad in silver armor seized the opportunity created by their companion and charged toward the black-armored knight. They quickly surrounded the black-armored knight and engaged. In fierce combat, whooshing noise made by the opponent when swinging the riding spear allowed Rain to easily determine that the opponent's strength was above that of a senior knight, reaching the power of a peak knight, quite similar to his own. The black aura accompanying each of the opponent's strikes was exceedingly strange, enhancing his strength under its influence. No wonder Laguerre's brother, a barbarian renowned for his strength and who had reached 40% of his ferocious physical transformation, was also killed by the opponent's riding spear. Luckily, although the black-armored knight evidently possessed superior individual strength, the Templar knights worked well together, managing to exchange blows and making the battle tense. However, Rain's purpose for coming to Nightingale Forest was partly to fulfill Laguerre's wish and partly to gain experience, so if not now, then when? Just as Rain was about to draw the indomitable strength from behind and join the fight, Rudolph smiled and said, "Rain, arrange for the night watchman to handle watch duties to prevent interference from ogres or werewolves." This, Rain hesitated. Clearly, Rudolph meant well but performed a disservice. He was giving Rain and the other night watchmen a chance to watch the battle easily. Of course, he might also have intended to showcase the church's strength, laying the groundwork for persuading Rain to join the church later. Not having to combat the evil spirit knight directly was, of course, beneficial to the night watchmen. After all, they, being the elite among ordinary people, would find it difficult to contribute in such a high-level battle. But for Rain, this meant a huge wave of experience about to slip through his fingers. "Well, Rudolph, maybe I can lend a hand to the Templar knights," Rain still tried to argue. After all, if there were no surprises, the experience from this battle should be enough for Rain's knight, transcendent profession level to advance another level. "Ha, trust these young fellows of the church," Rudolph chuckled as he stroked his beard and rejected Rain's suggestion. "All right then. All night watchmen on guard." Rain thought for a moment, then gave the command. Since Rudolph refused, Rain did not insist, especially since this mysterious incident was primarily under the control of the Church of the Ocean Goddess. Besides, with half a month left until his knighthood evaluation, there was still a chance to level up. Upon hearing Rain's command, the night watchmen, who were initially looking for opportunities to assist in the fight, instantly relaxed their tense expressions and began to keep watch and observe the battle from the sidelines. Just when the 4 Templar knights collectively managed to suppress the evil spirit knight wielding the riding spear, suddenly the tide of battle turned. The black aura that had been enveloping the evil spirit knight exploded violently, and the powerful shockwave forced the 4 Templar knights to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the black-armored evil spirit knight prompted his steed to charge at a Templar knight, performing a lunge combined with a riding spear stab. Bang! Not only was the Templar knight knocked back, but he was severely injured. Rain clearly saw the unnatural twist in the left elbow of the injured Templar knight, who had been holding a shield, indicating a probable fracture. This scene obviously caused Rudolph, who had just refused Rain's request to join, to turn solemn. He began to flip through the book he had been holding all along. Amidst the rustling of pages, he loudly exclaimed, "Invoke the mighty ocean goddess. Divine arts, protective blessing." As Rudolph recited the incantation, Rain felt as if an unknown rift in the surrounding space had opened beside him, a surging, vast, and holy energy directly infused into Rudolph nearby. Then, with a wave of Rudolph's right hand, the 4 Templar knights suddenly shone brightly. Their silver armor revealed intricate, milky white designs, as if the armor were originally engraved with special patterns that were usually hidden, but responded automatically when divine arts were employed. At that moment, the 4 Templar Knights, in combination with their silver armor, appeared as shimmering little silver figures. The silvery glow diminished the destructive power of the black aura. Clang, clang, clang. The black-armored knight was surrounded again, but this time he was unable to break free. It seemed the battle was decisively settled, while Rain stood by, intently observing the scene, deep in thought. If it were just the 4 Templar Knights, Rain believed he could defeat them if he unleashed his full power. But now, with the Templar Knights working in conjunction with Rudolph's divine arts, it had caused an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. Rain could feel that, under the blessing of Rudolph's divine arts, the originally powerful attacks of the black-armored knights, comparable to the full strikes of a peak knight with a riding spear, was significantly weakened by the silver light. This divine art is named Protection Blessing. Indeed, it lived up to its name. At that point, seeing that the outcome was determined, Rudolph the Meister turned and smiled at Rain. Rain, these young Templar Knights, whose talents far fall short of yours, were able to unleash great strength under the radiance of the goddess's light. And you are among the most gifted knights in all of Meister County. To embrace the goddess is your best choice. Rain, won't you consider it? Well, Rain hesitated but did not speak. Frankly speaking, is the church powerful? No doubt it is strong. Even compared to the imperial official forces, it seemed not to be inferior by much. However, one thing Rain disliked was that this near-invincible strength of the church did not originate from within. Rather, it seemed to be granted by some divine being they worshipped in the beyond. This sense of it not being truly his gave Rain the impression it was borrowed. How does that saying go? What isn't yours will eventually have to be returned. Thank you for your generous love, Rudolph, but I'm scheduled to participate in the Imperial Ennoblement Assessment in a few days, which is truly regrettable, Rain politely declined. While the two were talking, suddenly, from the dense forest to the right of the formation, another tall black-armored knight emerged. Also wearing the characteristic crown helmet, only this time, the opponent wielded a long battle axe instead of a long riding spear. The blade of the axe was about a half-meter long, but the handle was a good 1.5 meters. However, matched with the tall funeral horse below the black-armored knight, it was just right. There are actually 2 evil spirit knights. Meister Rudolph's pupils shrank, and his expression was no longer relaxed. Because of the increasing number of mysterious incidents in various regions of Meister County recently, in order to save manpower, this time the team configuration was set according to investigative intelligence. That is, to handle 1 evil spirit knight. Thus, Rudolph brought only 4 Templar Knights this time. In terms of strength, the combination of him and the 4 Templar Knights was relatively easy to defeat 1 evil spirit knight. But if the opponents were 2, then the balance of power would lean towards equilibrium. Moreover, Rudolph quickly came to realize another issue, that the danger level of this place might far surpass expectations. Perhaps beneath the crumbling ruins, there lay secrets unknown to man. Rain also realized this issue. Concerning the emergence of evil spirit knights, Hamilton once told him these words: "The appearance of evil spirit knights signifies that some kind of evil force is invading or reviving. Evil spirit knights are the minions of the evil god and must have sensed some kind of summons to appear." Clearly, with 2 evil spirit knights appearing here, in this dilapidated and ancient temple, there surely must be some sort of treasure beckoning them here, or some kind of evil existence. At that moment, the 4 Templar Knights also noticed the evil spirit knight emerging from the side with a giant axe. After a quick exchange of glances, one immediately split off, attempting to intercept the opponent. However, obviously, even the Templar Knight boosted by the Divine Arts Protection Blessing could not possibly handle an evil spirit knight alone, and within a few moments, he was decidedly at a disadvantage. The arrows of the Night Watchman, tinkling harmlessly off the knight's armor, fell to the ground in disappointment. Clearly ineffective. This time, Rain did not seek Rudolph's opinion, because the newly appeared evil spirit knight had already directly endangered the safety of his subordinates. Rain immediately lowered the face guard of his knight's helmet and pulled out his 2-handed warhammer, strength unyielding, motivating his horse to advance. Rain had already discovered a vulnerability of the temple. Knights know, perhaps not a vulnerability to be precise, it was a weakness. The Temple Knight's attack power seemed somewhat insufficient, their longswords struggling to penetrate the double defenses of the dark aura and the opponent's black armor, thus failing to inflict fatal damage which prolonged the battle. Otherwise, if the Temple Knight's attack power had been sufficiently strong, then under the siege of 4 Temple Knights, one evil spirit knight could not have lasted long. Just as Rain advanced on horseback, the usually unsmiling face of Instructor Rudolph looked even more stern. Rudolph had just said that Rain should trust that the young men of the church would easily win, and that Rain's role was merely to observe the battle. But before long, another evil spirit knight wielding a giant axe appeared. Instructor Rudolph was not a rigid person. Seeing the enemy's strength surpass expectations, he naturally did not stop Rain from joining the fight. Instead, he appreciated Rain's initiative as he moved forward to intercept the giant axe evil spirit knight without a word. Rain could have chosen not to step forward. He could have waited for Rudolph to make a request, to ask for his help before taking action. However, that would seem rather like finding amusement in another's misfortune, which would not be appropriate. The Temple Knight struggling against the giant axe evil spirit appeared to be only about 20 years old, and when he suddenly felt the pressure lighten upon seeing Rain come to assist, he was grateful. However, as a young man himself, having heard Rudolph's praises of Rain along the way, and hearing Rudolph's personal promise that once Rain decided to join the church, he would be a candidate for Children of Meister County, felt somewhat bitter. After all, he had been with the church for 8 years, but was still very far from being a nominated child of the church. Yet here was this man, a few years younger than him from Flashgold Town, who could easily obtain those benefits if he chose to join the church. Thus, deep inside, Rain had stirred up a competitive spirit in him. Although I acknowledge your strength, the instructor's praise is a bit over the top. After all, you aren't much stronger than me, the young Temple Knight thought to himself. This was not to say he had any objections against Rain. Perhaps this was more of a male instinctive drive to compete, like bulls in rut, always ready to lock horns and fight over mating rights. As Rain engaged the giant axe evil spirit in combat, Rudolph continued flipping through his book and began to whisper a prayer. Clearly, as a minister specialized in hunting demons and expelling evil within the Church of Monsoon, an ocean goddess, Rudolph's arsenal against the enemy was naturally not limited to a single divine art. Great Monsoon and ocean goddess, please endow the knights with your blessings. Faced with formidable foes, they will fight to the death, driving away evil unhesitatingly. Divine arts, anthem of fearlessness. As Rudolph's chanting grew louder, a female phantom holding a conch trumpet suddenly appeared behind him, following the sound of the trumpet. The next second, the pale blue phantom violently dissipated, transforming into a ripple that radiated in all directions. This magical energy seemed to automatically search for paths, and once it found a Temple Knight, a blue beam would burst forth upon the knights in battle. Quickly, the Temple Knights enveloped in the pale blue beams swiftly returned to their peak condition. Their movements became faster, and they fought with remarkable valor, fearless of death. Beads of sweat were evident on Rudolph's forehead, indicating that, while this divine art anthem of fearlessness was stronger than the previous protection blessing, it also imposed a significant strain on him. When a pale blue beam shone upon him, the young Temple Knight felt his body surge with confidence, strength, and courage. Knowing that Rudolph had once again cast a divine art on them, he turned his head towards Rain and said, "Lord Rain, just support from the side. Tackling the evil is our specialty as Temple Knights." With that, the young Temple Knight, holding his sword and shield, charged forward. Under the enhancement of the divine art, the young Temple Knight performed well, evenly matching the giant axe evil spirit knight in a back-and-forth battle. Rain was taken aback, watching the young Temple Knight. He shook his head slightly, smiled, and said nothing, and started to maneuver to the side to harass the giant axe evil spirit. In the previous few battles, to be honest, Rain's two-handed warhammer indomitable force had hardly exhibited its true power. Even when facing the level 3 wizard apprentice Adams, it only executed a final blow at the last moment. Actually, only when facing opponents in thick plate armor, against extreme defensive power, could the full potential of the two-handed hammer truly be unleashed. Therefore, seeing the slightly arrogant young Temple Knight voluntarily offering to take the front line and main attack, Rain was all too happy. Because it was perfect, he could calmly execute the tackle hammer technique on the side, and honing hammer skills through real combat was one of the fastest ways to boost his hammer skill experience. Let's not forget, Rain's hammer skill level was not actually very high. His hammer skill level is merely at LV4. And its enormous power relies more on the core skill, Hammer Mastery LV3. As for whether Rieni wanted to compete with this young Temple Knight for some sort of dominance, not really. Firstly, there has to be something worth competing for. For example, when we talk about competing for favor, both parties should be vying for the affections of the opposite sex. Only then does the competition have meaning. Secondly, the parties involved in such a competition or attempt to assert dominance need to be of similar status or strength. Otherwise, there's no competition, just as a rich man wouldn't compare wealth with a beggar. In the current situation, this young Temple Knight, if you don't count the enhancement from divine arts, would absolutely not surpass the upper limit of a veteran knight in terms of strength. To be honest, that level of strength was already becoming negligible in Rieni's eyes. Rieni moved to the rear of the giant axe evil spirit knight and struck it with a giant hammer strike, of course, without activating overdrive. Heavy strike, Rieni swung the hammer, its tip piercing through the knight's protective dark aura and directly hitting the black armor. Clang, the grating sound of metal clashing echoed all around. Just one hit. The giant axe evil spirit knight stumbled from Rieni's blow. Its black armor pierced with several small holes from the concentrated spikes on the hammer's head. Rieni was elated. The penetrating power of the hammer's spiked head was truly remarkable. Keep in mind that this was without activating any skills or transcendent traits, and yet it had such destructive force, if he did activate them. The young Temple Knight, seeing that Rieni, without a word, tacitly coordinated with him to attack the giant axe evil spirit from behind, couldn't help feeling a bit of competitiveness which felt like punching into a cotton pile. However, the young Temple Knight didn't waste the opportunity Rieni created and followed up with 2 consecutive stabs and a shield strike at the giant axe evil spirit. The continuous assault pinned down the giant axe evil spirit's attention, allowing Rieni the leeway to exercise the toggle hammer technique and inflict sustained damage from the side and rear. This gave Rieni the pleasurable sensation of hammering at a wooden pile, farming experience points. Delightful, but the good times didn't last long. Just as the 2 evil spirit knights were being suppressed and victory seemed within reach, suddenly, the trees in the dense forest shook, and an evil spirit knight wielding a flail burst out. What the hell? Damn, now there's a 3rd evil spirit knight. Everyone was shocked at the sight that unfolded before them. Wasn't there supposed to be only 1 evil spirit knight? Lagare was also taken aback with her beautiful eyes wide open in a dumbfounded daze. The newly appeared flail-wielding evil spirit knight swung its weapon high, and in a single strike, sent a law enforcer from county town flying through the air like a torn sack. His chest caved in and vomiting blood, clearly not long for this world. The flail was unlike ordinary ones, featuring a chain with 3 spiked iron balls, each the size of a melon, and immense destructive power. At this moment, Headmaster Rudolph's eyes twitched violently. Damn it, 3 evil spirit knights. It seemed he had no choice but to use that item. Rudolph swiftly reached into his robe, intending to pull something out. But in the next second his eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaping, and the motion of pulling something out abruptly stopped. The giant axe evil spirit knight suddenly fell off the funeral horse, and even the horse itself, struck by the massive impact force, nearly knelt on its front hooves. Rudolph saw clearly. A hole the size of an infant's head had appeared in the back of the black armor worn by the giant axe evil spirit knight. The one who struck was, of course, Rieni. The sudden appearance of the flail-wielding evil spirit knight didn't faze the young Temple Knight. But the scene that just unfolded had him utterly astounded. At the moment, his face under the knight helmet was nearly catatonic, mouth agape, but thankfully, his helmet hid his expression from everyone else. God, Rieni was this strong without the blessing and protection of the goddess, if there was such a blessing. The young Temple Knight didn't dare to continue that thought. No wonder Rieni, so young, could earn such high praise and overtures from Headmaster Rudolph. Such strength and talent were truly formidable. Looking at it now, the only one in the county town church who might be able to firmly outclass Rieni would probably be the current divine child. No, it's hard to say, perhaps only a one-on-one contest would tell. Meanwhile, Rieni's strike, after activating overdrive and huge strength, instantly extinguished any competitive thoughts the young Temple Knight might have harbored. Sometimes that's just how people are. If the difference with someone else is not too great, or if it's just a small gap, most will feel they can catch up or even surpass them with their own efforts. But once that gap becomes substantial enough, most will completely lose the will to compete. You take on that flail-wielding evil spirit knight. I'll finish up with this giant axe evil spirit knight and then come over to help you. Rhianni's deep voice resounded. Now, with that flail-wielding evil spirit rampaging among those with ordinary fighting strength, Rhianni naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, they were his night watchman subordinates. Oh yes, yes, Lord Rhianni. The young temple knight momentarily paused, but then he quickly nodded in agreement and turned his horse to charge at the newly emerged flail-wielding evil spirit knight. And the giant axe evil spirit knight, who had suffered a heavy blow, let out a furious roar. Following that, he raised the giant axe in his hand high with one hand, seemingly about to unleash some sort of devastating move. Rain leaped up from his warhorse and struck the giant axe evil spirit knight with a secret skill, the earth-splitting hammer, because the force of Rain kicking off was too great, and through the transmission of force through the stirrups, his warhorse instantly collapsed on the ground. It couldn't be helped. As Rain's strength increased, ordinary warhorses were becoming increasingly unable to keep up with his power. The giant axe evil spirit knight saw Rain's formidable approach and immediately swung the 1.5-meter long metal axe handle, horizontally trying to block Rain's strike. Clang! Rain's secret skill, earth-splitting hammer, used the flat head of the warhammer. When it struck the giant axe, it nearly bent the metal handle into a bow shape. Although the material of the axe handle was extraordinary and could withstand Rain's mighty, earth-splitting hammer, the entire body of the giant axe evil spirit knight was sent flying into the soft forest ground due to Rain's overwhelming strength. The giant axe evil spirit knight now had everything below his waist, helplessly trapped in the earth. Seeing this scene, Rudolph had been reaching into his chest to retrieve something, but he stopped. After carefully observing the battle between Rain and the giant axe evil spirit knight, Rudolph withdrew his hand from his chest. It seemed that there was no need to use his trump card yet. This Rain had given me another surprise. Is his combat power really this strong? He truly is an excellent candidate for a future punishment knight. No, I must try again later. Such talent can't be missed by the church, Rudolph thought to himself. As Rudolph pondered, the battle between Rain and the giant axe evil spirit knight was reaching its conclusion. Rain used earth-splitting hammer to plant the giant axe evil spirit like a tree in the ground, and taking advantage of his opponent's inability to recover, twisted his waist and hips in a motion akin to throwing a hammer throw, swinging the warhammer high. This time, he aimed the pointed end at the enemy, sweeping up from the ground. It was the Toggle hammer technique's secret skill, rising dragon hammer. Boom! A sound akin to a watermelon being smashed by a stick abruptly resounded. The giant axe evil spirit knight went from half-buried in the earth to rocketing into the air, suddenly taking flight, bringing with him a trail of dirt. Rain's rising dragon hammer had struck his opponent's chin, sinking the pointed end deep beneath the edge of the faceplate, hence the sound of shattering. Boom! The giant axe evil spirit knight, after fluttering in the air for a few seconds, crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The next second, the swirling black mist that had been protecting him suddenly burst forth. Then his towering body, as if hollowed out, collapsed, and his full set of black armor scattered all over the ground. System prompt appeared. Your Toggle hammer technique skill has improved. Experience plus 243. You have experienced a battle. Knight, Transcendent, experience plus 81. Congratulations. Your Knight, Transcendent profession level has ascended. Originally, Rain's Knight, Transcendent profession level was already at LV3, 476 over 500, so this successful level up brought him up to LV4, 57/1000. At the same time, Rain also received 1 skill point and 1 attribute point as level up rewards. At that moment, Rain, with sharp eyes, noticed a black crystal the size of a thumb in the remains of the giant axe evil spirit. It immediately reminded him of the blood-red crystal that had once offered him a large number of experience points. Oh, he picked it up as if by accident. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Host detected to have obtained a demonic energy crystal, triggering profession change evil spirit knight. Prerequisites for changing profession to evil spirit knight are 1. Official knight. 2. Spirit 15 points or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change profession to evil spirit knight. This was entirely unexpected. Rain's expression immediately turned into that of an elderly man staring at his phone. JPG. The system is getting more and more absurd. Rain muttered to himself. Evil Spirit Knight, such a thing doesn't look like it's meant for normal people at all. Maybe skip the prompt for this kind of profession change next time. Without hesitation, he chose no. Then, a second system prompt sounded. Ding. Unknown absorbable energy detected. Yes/no to absorb. Note. After absorption, it can be converted to designated professional experience points. This is more like it. This is the right way to use a demonic energy crystal. Just absorb it. Feeling elated, Rain quickly chose yes. The next second, the weird black energy within the demonic crystal, like a surging tide, rushed through Rain's arm, heading deeper into his body. Just as before, it seemed like the system selectively absorbed the crystal's energy, and again, Rain felt no discomfort whatsoever. Moreover, the entire absorption and conversion process was completed almost instantly. Ding! A total of 433 Transcendent Experience Points converted. Please select Knight, Transcendent/Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent/Beast Tamer, Transcendent for the increase. Seeing this, Rain pondered for a moment, and then decided to add points to Beast Tamer, Transcendent. The reason was quite simple. His current Beast Tamer, Transcendent, profession level was LV1, 12/100, and choosing to add points to Beast Tamer would allow him to directly ascend 2 levels. If the remaining options of Knight or Wizard Apprentice were chosen, neither would be able to level up. Obviously, having an extra 2 attribute points and 2 skill points would be much more attractive. Thus, Rain silently chanted in his mind, Beast Tamer. In an instant, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer, Transcendent profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer, Transcendent profession level has increased. Seeing the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, level jump from LV1 to LV3, 12/500, on the panel, Rain couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. He continued to read on. At the bottom of the panel, it showed remaining attribute points. 3 and remaining skill points, 4. Among these, 1 skill point was left unallocated from the last level up. 1 battle had brought him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Rain felt that his journey to the Nightingale Forest was indeed the right decision. Seeming to think of something, Rain suddenly looked up at the chained evil spirit in the next second. His eyes were filled with fervor. Next, due to the absence of a 4th evil spirit knight, the subsequent battles had no suspense. After Rain killed the chained evil spirit knight, the riding spear evil spirit knight was also slain by the combined efforts of the 3 temple knights. This time, Rain obtained a second crystal of evil energy. By interpreting the solemn expressions of Rudolph and the other temple knights as they gazed at the crystal, Rain knew he probably wouldn't be able to absorb it on the spot. Rain, this kind of crystal containing massive amounts of evil energy will attract many evil forces. I suggest it would be better to leave it to our church to handle, said Rudolph, the presiding bishop, as he stepped forward to speak to Rain. If it were anything else, Rain might have agreed. But now this object meant experience candy to Rain, and naturally there was no way he would hand it over to Rudolph. In fact, Rain was even considering if there was any way to trade for the riding spear, evil spirit knight's crystal. Bishop Rudolph, I would like to study it a bit. Please rest assured that if I can't handle it, I will contact the church immediately. Thank you for your concern, Rain tactfully refused. Rudolph thought for a moment, apparently recalling Rain's explosive strength, and convinced that Rain had the ability to deal with any evil forces that might be drawn in. He nodded and agreed. Well then, please make sure to keep it safe. After the battle ended, they counted the losses. Fortunately, 2 members of Flashgold Town's night watchmen were severely injured, but miraculously none were killed. In contrast, of the 4 temple knights, 1 was seriously injured, 1 slightly injured, with only 2 retaining their combat strength. All these encounters with 3 evil spirit knights, each not weaker than a peak knight, took place even before they had entered the temple ruins. Therefore, as everyone gazed at the temple within reach, the mysterious and dilapidated temple seemed like a beast with its gaping maw open, waiting for them to unsuspectingly walk into. At that moment, Matteo came forward with a worried look and reported, "Lieutenant, do we need to go in here?" Well, Rain rubbed his chin, turning his head to look at Bishop Rudolph. Rudolph touched the scroll in his chest, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Since we've come this far, it's still best that we investigate further to understand what exactly is hidden in this temple. This time, I've also brought a high-level divine arts scroll bestowed by the Archbishop. I believe a safe retreat for us should still be no problem. Rain's eyebrows rose. A high-level divine arts scroll. He had just seen Bishop Rudolph use 2 divine arts, which indeed, in combination with the Temple Knights, could produce tremendous power. If there was a higher-level divine arts scroll, the dangers of the subsequent temple exploration should be relatively controllable, mainly because the evil spirit knight monsters alone had provided him with an exceptionally generous experience pill reward. It was difficult not to have Rain anticipate whether there could be similarly bountiful, or even more generous experience treasures within the temple. Of course, the most important reason he dared to enter the unknown temple to explore was based on Rain Carlin's rapidly increasing personal strength. Rain glanced at his panel. Name, Rain Carlin. Occupation: Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent LV4, 132/1000/Knight, Transcendent LV4, 57/1000/Beast Tamer, Transcendent LV3, 12/500/Blacksmith LV4, 329/1000 Constitution, 18 Strength, 16 Agility, 16 Spirit. 20 remaining attribute points, 3 remaining skill points, 4. Looking at the last 3 and 4 in the attributes column, Rain couldn't help but think of a saying: with grain in the house, there is no panic. Furthermore, as Rain's spiritual power broke through 20 points, both the activity level and sensitivity of his spiritual power had greatly improved. Therefore, although Rain could feel that there was some kind of danger lurking inside the dilapidated temple, he could also vaguely sense that this danger seemed not potent enough to be completely unstoppable for him. After weighing the potential dangers and opportunities in his mind, Rain nodded and said, "I have no objections, but, Headmaster Rudolph, I suggest that the night watchmen and the security officers don't need to enter either. Let them be responsible for the surveillance outside. How about that?" Headmaster Rudolph gave a slight smile, nodded, and said, "Of course, that's possible." Hearing this, many night watchmen sighed in relief. After all, having just witnessed the combat strength of the evil spirit knights, they already knew that this mysterious event involved monsters whose fighting prowess even the temple knights would struggle to handle, let alone these ordinary people, who really couldn't be of much help. "Rain, I want to go too. I haven't found my brother's other battle axe yet." Lagare walked up to Rain, her beautiful eyes looking up at him with great anticipation. "Well, it might be very dangerous inside. I will keep an eye out for your brother's weapon, but my advice is that it would be safer for you to stay outside." Rain understood Lagare's urgent feelings, but he was more hesitant due to the dangers inside the temple. "I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, I will take good care of myself." Lagare raised her blood-veined steel shield as she spoke. "All right then, but stay close to me, and if anything goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately." Seeing her determination, Rain knew he couldn't persuade Lagare otherwise, so he nodded reluctantly, agreeing to her idea of entering together. Eventually, Rudolph and Rain discussed and decided to have the severely injured temple knight and all the night watchmen and the security officers stay outside the temple. So Rudolph, Rain, Lagare, and 3 temple knights, a total of 6 people, entered the temple to explore. After a brief rest and preparation, the group of 6 slowly entered the ruined temple garden. What once must have been a beautiful garden now, after countless periods of exposure to the sun and lack of maintenance, showed its gray-white granite walls almost entirely collapsed. The walls were covered with various climbing plants such as ivy, roses, and creeper, looking lush, and possessed a weighty sense of having stood the test of time. Inside the garden, instead of the delicate cultivated flowers, various wild weeds and bushes now thrived, with the occasional tall trees growing lush and strong. From the outside, if it weren't for the still visible, collapsed granite walls, one would never guess this place had once been a man-made garden. "Rain, look," Lagare pointed at the ground. As she had been keeping an eye on the ground and corners for any weapons left by her brother and their squad members, Lagare was the first to spot some kind of dragging trace on the ground. As soon as Lagare spoke, everyone's gaze focused on the ground where her finger pointed. "This is the trace of something heavy being dragged." One of the temple knights squatted down, examining it closely. "Not just something heavy, there are also sporadic blood stains on the surface of the soil. These must be traces of dragging a body." Rain, keenly observant, also took a close look and added, "Within this bird and beast absent temple ruins, it seemed the only ones capable of dragging bodies were the three evil spirit knights. Rain thought to himself. Beforehand, he had thought that the evil spirit knights just attacked and killed invaders within this area. Apparently, they also collected and dragged the bodies of the killed enemies into the temple. This just got interesting. Collecting flesh and blood, huh? It seemed eerily similar to the blood sacrifice rituals of the Black Flame Church. There's more here. Another temple knight leading the way pointed out another new dragging trace. Everyone hurried forward to examine it again. Indeed, this trace was more pronounced. Could it be that the evil spirit knights are collecting human remains for some evil ritual? The lightly injured temple knight speculated after pondering. No, it's not necessarily just human remains. This drag mark is much wider. It seems like it was caused by dragging the body of a beast. Look, there are hairs in the soil, and these thick, long hairs are unlikely to be human. Rain picked up a black hair sticking stiffly with soil, feeling its hardness. Since his spiritual strength continued to grow, Rain's level of perception had also risen. With his current perceptiveness, he could easily notice some details that were previously easy to overlook, which brought him a fair bit of joy. Rain is right, this fur, if I'm not mistaken. Should be from a ferocious wild boar's bristles, Rudolph nodded and said. At the same time, he greatly appreciated Rain's detailed observational skills. Careful and sensitive observation is also a manifestation of strength. Gathering flesh or collecting carcasses, it seems there might be an altar inside, but it's unknown whether the sacrificial ritual has been successfully conducted. Moreover, everyone be alert and careful, Rudolph said solemnly, reminding everyone. The group nodded, gripped their weapons tighter, and continued forward. After passing through a garden overgrown with weeds and dense vines, what appeared before them was a building similar to the ancient Greek Parthenon temple from Rain's previous life. However, this temple seemed to have partially collapsed due to its age, much like the garden walls. Various vine plants had enveloped it, making the entire exterior resemble a lush green hill. The exterior of the temple had more than a dozen tall Doric-style columns, most of which still stood majestically, seemingly silently narrating past splendor and authority. This style of temple, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Archpriest Rudolph murmured softly, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Rain looked around and noticed that the drag marks on the ground were becoming more concentrated. It seemed the drag marks converging from all directions, similar to dragging bodies. All ended at the dilapidated temple hall in front of them. Especially at the entrance of the temple hall, where the drag marks overlapped many times, they had formed traces that were obviously large and slightly indented, much like creeks joining into a river. After thinking for a moment, Rain walked over to a temple exterior wall obscured by vines and carefully inspected it. Generally speaking, if it were a temple, there should be some designs on the exterior wall, Rain thought to himself. Usually these designs are used to record the deities worshipped, their great deeds, or grand battle scenes, for deities need faith and worship, and murals are one of the effective ways to propagate this. Soon, Rain discovered something. Under the cover of vines, there were quite a few line-shaped patterns on the exterior wall. SSSSHH. After Rain tore off a large handful of vines, a very peculiar pattern was revealed before his eyes. The pattern, drawn with simple lines, was most notably dominated by an exceptionally tall tree. The figures of little people beneath it, in stark contrast, were dwarfed by its height, differing by tens or even hundreds of times. Obviously, this represented a colossal tree, emphasizing its towering and majestic size. Additionally, there were countless tiny figures depicted as worshipping and praying under the tree, their actions humble. At this moment, others also heard Rain tearing the vines and immediately walked over. Is this a tree?" a young temple knight said, quite amazed. "Right," came the voice of Archpriest Rudolph from behind. "I think I might have guessed the origin of this temple. This is the distinctive pattern of the Mother Tree sect. The Mother Tree sect was active a long time ago, recorded in ancient texts thousands of years ago, said to have existed since the distant barbaric ages. However, about 2,000 years ago, at the beginning of the empire, it was branded as a cult and eradicated. Although it said some scattered followers continued spreading it, it has essentially been extinct for many years." Rudolph briefly introduced the Mother Tree sect. Moreover, their main doctrine preached that life originated from a strange mother tree from the void, which brought vigorous vitality to the world, hence everyone must revere and worship the Mother Tree. Listening to this, it seems this Mother Tree sect doesn't seem that wrong, Rain asked, stroking his chin. The exact reasons for its eradication I can't remember clearly, but it seems to be due to overly bloody sacrificial rituals and the seeking of complete autonomy. Those were probably the reasons leading to its eradication by the Empire. Rudolph thought for a moment and responded. I see, Rain nodded. In his view, the bloody sacrificial rituals were probably not the focus. The focus was the latter's seeking of autonomy. If the Empire's strength was substantial, it would absolutely not permit autonomy. This would be no different from seceding and becoming an independent nation. So it seems this must be a site of a temple from the Mother Tree sect. No wonder the helmets of these evil spirit knights all have a crown-like design on top. It seems this style of helmet must be a form of homage to the Mother Tree, Rain thought aloud. Exactly, Rudolph nodded. People are always particularly fearful of the unknown. Once everyone learned that this was a temple site of the Mother Tree sect from thousands of years ago, they seemed much more relaxed. No longer as tense as before. Soon the group followed the drag marks toward the temple hall. Oh, this is my brother Harold's battle axe. Lagaray quickly walked up to the temple's partially collapsed door and exclaimed softly. Rain followed Lagaray's gaze, and sure enough, another moon-blade battle axe had been abandoned there. From the traces on the ground and the location of the axe, it was likely that Harold, when he was dragged here, had not been fully dead, and so had still been tightly gripping his battle axe. Thinking of this, Lagaray, with Brother Harold's battle axe in hand, looked towards the temple hall with a glitter in her eyes, seemingly harboring a glimmer of hope and anticipation. Be careful, I can feel the evil aura growing stronger ahead. It's right in the temple hall. The Bishop Rudolph warned solemnly as he stared at the hall in front of them. Yes, Bishop. 3 temple knights with sword and shield led the way, while Rudolph, Rain, and Lagaray followed closely behind, the 6 of them entering the dimly lit hall gradually. As they stepped into the hall, everyone's pupils shrank. It was mainly because the scene in front of them was too bloody, too shocking. They saw a dense flesh forest before them, including humans, ogres, gnolls, and other sapient creatures, as well as some other beasts, which were exceptionally large and seemed to have been fierce predators in life. But now, these once powerful beings were skewered like kebabs on the thick, sharp branches. At first glance, these corpses seemed to be merely that, corpses, but as everyone approached, goosebumps instantly formed. It turned out that the heads or upper bodies of these sapient beings and beasts was still mostly intact, but the flesh of their lower halves had bizarrely merged with the tree trunks, forming a spiral structure resembling the Tianjin twisted donut Rain had seen in his previous life. Only, the flesh-twisted donut in front of them was half gray bark and half vivid red flesh, intertwined in a chaotic spiral, fused together into one. This scene, in the dim hall under the patchy light and shadow, evoked an indescribable feeling of disgust, horror, and eeriness. This is the remains of my brother. Lagaray's eyes reddened as she pointed to a thick trunk with human remains twisted around it. It looks like this is a rudimentary altar, apparently set for some kind of sacrificial ritual. A temple knight said grimly. It's probably not that simple, Rain said as he observed the scene, feeling there was more than met the eye than just a sacrificial procedure. Moreover, he now had a clear understanding of the bloody sacrificial ritual Rudolph had mentioned about. The Mother Tree sect. Just as Lagaray and several temple knights were about to step forward for a closer look, suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind the group, reminiscent of the sound of a multitude of snakes slithering across the ground. Simultaneously, as the sound emerged, the already dim temple hall became even darker. Everyone immediately turned to look and saw that the half-collapsed doorway they had entered through was now covered with thick, writhing vines like living snakes. Clang! A temple knight quickly drew his longsword, intending to chop through the vines, when suddenly, everyone turned again to face the center of the temple hall's flesh forest. All felt a heart-palpitating sensation, as a vast and indistinct aura seemed to awaken rapidly. The next second, the dense flesh forest started to tremble, the flesh coiled around the branches shivering. Rain's core danger perception LV3 skill began to frantically warn him. Rain narrowed his eyes and immediately pulled Lagaray, who was in front of him, back. Before he could say anything, there was a loud boom as the ground burst open, and a gargantuan monster leapt out from the earth. Thud! Hiss! Lagaray's eyes widened dramatically, her mouth partly open as she gasped in shock. What kind of monster was this? The group then realized that the flesh forest was not a forest at all, but the roots of this massive monster. Yes, it was the roots. What appeared to be a forest was actually an upside-down growth, with the body of the flesh forest hidden underground while the roots sprawled above, mingling in strange twists with the various corpses dragged by the evil spirit knights. The enormous monster seemed to be using the energy-rich transcendent, ferocious, corpses as nourishment. But Rain had a feeling that the corpses were not simply nourishment, they seemed to be integrated into the creature's body. The overly dark environment was definitely not conducive for the group's battle, as most people did not possess Rain's dark vision ability. Therefore, as Bishop Rudolph waved his right hand, a divine art similar to a flare lit up in front of the monster. In an instant, everyone could clearly see the monster's true form. The creature's body was a massive stump about 2 to 3 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters long, with roots of varying thickness growing densely around it, mingling with flesh. These roots, different in shape and size, meandered for over 10 meters, making it a creature nearly 20 meters in length. This was the first time Rain had encountered a monster of such immense size. Moreover, he noticed that even the roots without entwined corpses were covered in skin resembling red biological muscle and fascia, aside from the gray bark. It seemed as though these roots had just finished digesting the corpses. The red flesh fascia appeared to still be active, constantly pulsating and expanding as if they were a heart, and oozing red fluid. The creature, neither plant-like nor animal-like in appearance, made one's scalp tingle unpleasantly. With the surge of air, Rain instantly smelled the pungent odor of blood and rot. He couldn't tell whether the stench came from the red flesh or the roots themselves. "Flesh tree spirit," Headmaster Rudolph suddenly exclaimed as something dawned on him. Having learned from the murals that they were in the ruins of a temple related to the Mother Tree cult, Rudolph's first sight of this monster triggered a connection, and soon he recalled its origin. This is the flesh tree spirit mentioned in the books, a guardian used by the Mother Tree cult to protect their highest deity. It is said to be dormant most of the time, requiring the sacrifice of a large number of transcendent beings to awaken it. "I didn't expect to see a flesh tree spirit guarding this place." Rudolph spoke quickly. "If there's a flesh tree spirit here, could it be that this place has something to do with the Mother Tree?" Boom! An unexpected attack interrupted Rudolph's explanation. Dozens of intertwined roots, forming a massive collective, suddenly smashed towards them, prompting the group to quickly roll away to avoid it. Nobody, including Rain, intended to attempt a frontal confrontation to test the opponent's strength. Given the enormous size of the creature, weighing tens of tons, it was just not on the same level as a human. It would be as foolish for a strongman among humans to attempt to wrestle an elephant, and the flesh tree spirit before them was 10 times the size of an elephant. Moreover, its gigantic size did not hinder its agility. Its movements were as brisk as a monkey's. Faced with this behemoth, meters long and too large for several people to wrap their arms around, Rain, although wielding immense power, was momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's thought, Rain quickly switched weapons, replacing his war hammer with the glimmering greatsword. Clearly, against a monster with so many roots, it was essential to do some pruning before even thinking about reaching its main body. That moment, the flesh tree spirit, having missed with its strike, began to transform. 2 of the thickest roots lifted its massive upper body erect like arms, and hundreds of roots at its tail entwined to form a snake-like appendage. The top of the tree stump suddenly split open into a gaping maw, meters wide, resembling a giant creature with a split jaw. In the next second, like a crocodile, the creature made an incredibly swift rush and death roll towards the injured knight, who was slightly slower to react. Boom! The knight, unable to dodge in time, was shockingly swallowed whole by the gaping maw into the body of the flesh tree spirit. The entire process was so fast, the young knight didn't even have time to scream before he vanished from the world. This filled Rudolph with a mix of shock and rage. He did not hesitate to pull out a high-level divine arts scroll from his bosom and tore it open. Divine arts, sword of judgment. As Rudolph's angry shout echoed, a pale blue longsword, 5 meters long and emanating violent energy waves, suddenly appeared before him, pointing straight ahead. The appearance of the energy blade was abrupt, manifesting out of nowhere, and in less than a blink, the pale blue greatsword struck at the flesh tree spirit like lightning. The flesh tree spirit, still seemingly savoring its feast, had no time to react or to dodge due to its huge size. Pachai, the main body of the flesh tree spirit, the tree stump, was instantly pierced through by the pale blue energy longsword, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin, clean through. Seeing the immense power of the divine arts cast by Headmaster Rudolph, the other two knights who had just been immersed in the shock and sorrow of losing a comrade couldn't help but feel an unexpected surge of joy. The very next second, a fierce roar echoed through the temple hall. Roar, the bloodthirsty tree spirit, which had just devoured a knight, was now howling in agony, its massive body writhing and tumbling in excruciating pain. Rain looked on with astonishment at the divine art that had just been unleashed. Indeed, the church's foundation was strong, and the attack of the pale blue glimmering greatsword was incredibly fast and powerful. Even he wasn't sure if he could have avoided that strike, if he couldn't have dodged it. The current plight of the bloodthirsty tree spirit was the best testament to the power of the divine arts. However, Rain's keen perception noticed that although the bloodthirsty tree spirit couldn't withstand the attack of the sword of judgment, it miraculously survived the hit, severely injured but not dead. No, it was not just surviving, its wounds were gradually healing. Many of its smaller roots withered and snapped off, falling to the ground and quickly turning to deadwood, while the flesh that had been entwined around the roots instantly turned to rot. This process seemed to draw life and energy from its roots, rapidly mending the tree spirit's bodily injuries. Although the wound still contained a lot of the pale blue longsword's energy, as more and more roots perished, a strange energy was being produced in large quantities, causing the pale blue energy on the wound to be rapidly neutralized by this strange energy. One could see that, on the tree spirit's body, the wound the size of a basin was visibly closing at a remarkable speed. With dark vision enhanced, Rain, even in the dim hall, could clearly see numerous root-like tendrils, as thick as fingers, growing from the inner walls of the tree spirit's wound, quickly repairing it. But this scene went unnoticed by the others because the magic similar to light technique had faded. The two knights who were closest to the bloodthirsty tree spirit, seeing its roots falling to the ground and turning into deadwood, believed that the powerful divine art just cast must have vanquished the tree spirit. All that was left was to wait for the bloodthirsty tree spirit to slowly perish amidst its howls of pain. Rain immediately cried out a warning, "Be careful, the bloodthirsty tree spirit isn't dead. It's regenerating quickly, attack now, continue the attack." Huh. The two knights turned to Rain with puzzled looks. Wasn't the creature continuously howling in agony, and hadn't a large number of its roots already broken off and fallen? How could it not be dead 1 minute earlier? As Rudolph tore open the high-level divine art scroll Sword of Judgment, such strong energy fluctuations. Similarly, in the Nightingale Forest, the black-haired elf girl stopped in her tracks. The direction she looked up to was exactly where Rain's team was located, in the ruined temple. This kind of energy fluctuation, there's another energy this seems to be. After pondering for a moment, the elf's eyes widened in surprise. After a brief deliberation, she immediately adjusted her direction and quickly advanced towards the direction of the ruined temple, seemingly feeling that this still wasn't fast enough. The next second, her tall figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, transforming into an eagle that swiftly took to the skies, flapping wings and flying at a great speed. In the dilapidated hall of the Mother Tree Faith's temple, since Rionne's combat prowess was evident to all when he had slain the evil spirit knight. Earlier, even though the two temple knights did not quite believe what Rionne had said, they also did not openly question him. It was only their stunned body language that seemed to say, "Even though Lord Rain, you're very strong, don't talk nonsense." At the same time, Rudolph, the head of the church, also held some doubts about Rain's warning. After all, the scroll he had just torn open contained the high-level divine art, Sword of Judgment. Others might not be aware of the power of this divine art, but as a professional member of the church, he was all too aware of its might. Once it hit, it not only caused a gigantic piercing injury in an instant to the enemy, but also the surging energy swirling around the Sword of Judgment would linger, inflicting continuous damage to the wound. Put simply, if not killed by the initial strike, the enemy would die from the continuous loss of blood. But the next second, Rudolph's mouth was agape with horror. The words of warning had only reached his throat when it was already too late. The two temple knights were struck by the flesh forest's tail, which lashed out like a giant python, sending them flying through the air like golf balls. With a snap, both were knocked more than 10 meters into the air. In midair, the sound of bones breaking and tendons snapping could still be heard. Rionne sighed deeply in his heart. Alas, a winning situation had been forcefully turned into a losing one, Furthermore, those two were probably not dead but crippled, no longer to be counted on. After all that, in the end, he was left alone in this melee, a lone warrior in close combat. As for Lagare, not having stepped into the transcendent realm, she probably found even dealing with the flesh forest's roots difficult. Divine art, holy force levitation. Divine art, radiant healing. Rudolph, with a book in hand, directed two life-saving divine arts towards the Midair Temple Knights with utmost speed. Rudolph cast two successive divine arts, exhausting the last of his spiritual power. Although the high-level divine art, Sword of Judgment, was immensely powerful, it had drained a great deal of Rudolph's spiritual power. Even as a head of the church, he was struggling to endure. With the help of holy force levitation, the two temple knights floated down to the ground as lightly as feathers. Rudolph and Lagare hurried forward to assess the knights' injuries. Unfortunately, the weaker of the two temple knights had already been beyond saving in midair. His organs and bones crushed to a pulp by the flesh forest's blow. The other, stronger temple knight had just barely survived, and with the aid of the divine art radiant healing, was desperately trying to heal his ravaged organs, but he was completely incapacitated for the moment. So, within a matter of seconds, the tide had turned. Rudolph and Lagare raised their heads to look at Riani, who was not far to their side. It seemed that Rain was the only one left who could interfere with the flesh forest. Faced with the gradually healing flesh forest, Rain knew he could not wait any longer. He had to take the initiative to attack. After all, while the flesh forest was still heavily wounded at the moment, he had to inflict sustained and sufficient damage. Only in this way could he possibly interrupt its self-healing and subsequently find a vulnerability and kill it. Limit break. Rain, brandishing the glimmering greatsword, charged headlong towards the flesh forest's wildly flying roots without a second thought. Swish, swish, swish. Upon engaging, Rain found that the flesh forest was indeed very strong, no, super strong. He realized that even in its injured state, its root attacks were heavy and forceful, and the variously sized flesh roots were incredibly tough. Each slash Rain made felt like cutting into a rubber tire, very difficult to sever. Thankfully, his glimmering greatsword had been forged with star metal and glowstone, or else even his limit break might not have been enough to cut through these roots. One could imagine that if the flesh forest had not been hurt, and was in its prime state, the number of roots as well as their offensive and defensive power would likely ascend to another level. If that were the case, Rain would have faced much more difficulty than he was facing now. Confronting such a formidable enemy, Rain activated his limit break right away, boosting all three of his attributes by more than 60%. His agility, in particular, increased substantially from 16 points to 26 points, naturally leading to a drastic increase in his movement speed. It was this incredible speed that allowed Rain to remain unyielding amidst the perilous battle conditions. At this moment, the battle scene in the Great Hall was Rain moving quickly without a pause, each step an act of slicing or dodging, in response to the hundreds of flesh roots encircling him. The roots varied in size and speed, with a multitude of attack methods. Some stabbed with sharp tips, some swept across, and others lashed downwards. The diversity was endless. Luckily, Rain's giant bear sword technique had already reached level 6. Ever since reaching level 6, Rain had felt that his giant bear sword technique had entered a new major realm. According to Hamilton, that was the mastery level. So, depending on the breakthrough and mastery level swordsmanship, Rain barely managed to cope with the overwhelming offensive of the flesh roots. However, Rain soon realized that his current level of swordsmanship still wasn't strong enough, unable to purely rely on swordsmanship to block many of the root attacks, forcing him to dodge at high speed. This led to a very critical problem. That is, Rain's current physical strength was being consumed extremely fast. Based on the current rate of exhaustion, Rain estimated that he could only maintain the breakthrough state for about a minute, and even with those 3 remaining attribute points, it would be like a drop in the bucket, not lasting very long. After a moment's thought, Rain quickly made a decision. He immediately added a skill point to the Giant Bear Sword technique. The panel showed Giant Bear Sword technique LV6, 345/3000, Right Arrow Giant Bear Sword technique LV7, 345/5000. In an instant, fragmented training segments of the Giant Bear Sword technique began to pour into Rain's mind and synchronously implanted into his muscle memory. Rain, it felt as though he had undergone years of arduous practice with the giant bear sword technique. At this point, Rain gained a deeper understanding of the giant bear sword technique. Although it was still at the mastery level, it had significantly improved. At that moment, a majestic eagle flew over the ruined temple. Its sharp eyes first showed a human-like surprise at the temple below. The next moment, it seemed to hear the fierce fighting sounds and energy fluctuations coming from within the temple. With a dive, it arrived at the top of the temple, quietly peering inside through the crevices of the collapsed structure. The eagle that arrived was naturally the black-haired elf. Soon, with her dark vision talent, she was able to make out the battle situation inside the hall. Indeed, it's a flesh tree spirit. Those corrupted ones from the Mother Tree cult have resurfaced, haven't they? If Rain were beside her, he would definitely be able to discern from the black-haired elf's unfriendly tone that she had no fondness for the Mother Tree cult. Where are the people from the church? There was definitely a strong divine power fluctuation just now, which seems to be the aura of the gods of monsoon and ocean. After a thorough search with her keen eagle eyes, the black-haired elf finally spotted Rudolph and the others in a dim corner of the hall. Oh, they seem to be injured. I thought I was going to enjoy a good show. The black-haired elf seemed hesitant about whether to join the battle. It was not for any other reason, but because she had no fondness for the people of the church either. The various churches of mankind all considered her druids to be heretics, so they did their utmost to avoid appearing before church personnel. Forget it. When this young knight can no longer hold on, I'll help them out. After weighing the options with a frown, the black-haired elf murmured. At this moment, inside the dim temple hall, Rain, who had improved his swordsmanship, wielded the giant bear sword technique with each move incredibly swift and fluid, creating the impression of watching a waltz of strength and beauty at quadruple speed. Thanks to the exercise, special effect of the glimmering greatsword, as well as the increase in sword speed following the breakthrough. The glimmering greatsword in Rain's hands now resembled a laser greatsword. Thus, a radiant orb of light made up of high-speed dancing blades dashed left and right, speeding up and slowing down, and wherever it passed, the various sized flesh roots were severed and fell. Even after being chopped off, these wildly flailing roots didn't lose their vitality immediately. They continued to twist and bend, both in the air and on the ground. Occasionally, the flesh tree spirit would command a huge root the diameter of a wash basin to strike at Rain, and at that moment, the white glowing blade orb would immediately dodge. After the upgrade to LV7, Rain's giant bear sword technique allowed him to endure much longer than the minute he was originally capable of, extending to at least 2 minutes or even longer. The scene left Rudolph, Lagare, and the remaining temple knight dumbstruck. Although they had witnessed Rain's fight against the evil spirit knight and knew that Rain was highly skilled with both hammer and sword, they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. It was as if he were fighting the flesh tree spirit alone, a single man turning the tide, a single man reversing the situation. However, Rudolph's brows soon furrowed. This way, it won't work. Because before the multitude of roots from the flesh tree spirit can be cut down, Rain's physical strength will likely be exhausted first. Right, he's now initiated the breakthrough, but hesitates to use his transcendent abilities, probably because he's worried about draining his strength too soon and falling out of the breakthrough state. And once his speed slows down, Rain is done for. Human bodies can't withstand attacks from such massive roots. The equally injured temple knight beside him also saw the issue, looking even more troubled. In the eyes of both Rudolph and the temple knight, the situation Rain faced was almost a dead end. Because even if Rain possessed great strength, at most, he could maintain the breakthrough for about 2 minutes. What about after 2 minutes? What to do then? Defeat was the only outcome waiting for him. Magini, perhaps, it's time to use that move. With a grave expression, Rudolph said to the severely wounded temple knight Magini beside him. Magini's expression turned serious. He immediately knocked on his chest with his right hand wearing an iron glove, firmly stating, "Instructor, to return to the embrace of the goddess is my long-held desire. To sacrifice myself for the eradication of evil in this world is my honor." Well done, Magini. Rudolph patted the shoulder of the last remaining young temple knight, sighing inwardly. It had come to this after all. The church had underestimated the intelligence from the Nightingale Forest, but upon reflection, this seemed inevitable. Recently, the manpower at the church had been too tight. The situation around Meister County was increasingly troubling, with a surge of mysterious incidents, and the church simply couldn't gather enough hands. However, before returning to the embrace of the goddess, let's take this flesh tree spirit with us. Just as the young temple knight named Magini was about to use a secret technique, Rudolph stopped him, saying, "Let Rain deal with more roots to create the best combat conditions. Once he can't hold on, we'll step in. That way, our chance of killing the flesh tree spirit will be higher." Magini nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Laguerre's face was solemn, her lips tightly pursed, holding the blood-etched steel shield with her fingers so tightly clenched that her knuckles turned white. This was the second time she had felt this sense of helplessness. The pain of being unable to do anything while her teammates struggled beside her was just too much. She swore that if she survived this incident, she would definitely take part in a life and death trial. The three of them were intently watching the rapidly moving orb of blades, for when it stopped, it would be Magini and Rudolph's moment to use their final coup de grace. At the top of the temple hall, a pair of sharp eagle eyes watched Rain, his expression shifting from disdain at first to admiration now. Time ticked by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Rudolph and the young knight Magini looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. How can Rain hold on for so long? That's way too long. Magini couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the two men, the heavy-hearted Laguerre seemed to remember something, her expression rare and briefly lit with a smile, saying, "Rain has great stamina. Sometimes I train with him all day, I'm exhausted, but he still looks energized and hardly tired at all. I'm quite sure Rain's endurance is extraordinary." Rudolph and Magini heard this, their faces showing a curious look, exchanging glances. Endurance, their practice. Was it serious practice? You're exhausted and he's still energized. Can I say I don't believe it? I've never heard of the land being weary, the ox not tired. Moreover, you're not an ordinary woman, you're a barbarian woman. Even your stamina can't withstand it. The two thought to themselves, but Laguerre didn't seem to notice that her words had caused a misunderstanding among the two men beside her. Her beautiful eyes were completely focused on Rain. Although she had just heard about the instructor Rudolph and the temple knight's last desperate strategy, she still planned to rush forward with her shield to protect Rain if his situation turned dire. Even if it was just to block a single blow, she would rush up without hesitation. At this moment, Rain's physical strength had nearly reached its limit, but his heart was not panicking at all. Because he had cheats, add points, and recover, he was hesitating about how to add points. Right now he had 3 choices for adding points. One was to add to his physical strength, which was also the most enduring choice. The second was agility, to move a bit faster, which naturally was safer, and lastly adding points to his spirit. The reason for the option to add points to spirit was to prepare for a subsequent attack on the flesh tree spirit itself. After battling for so long, he wasn't just thinking about giving the flesh tree spirit a shave and retreating, was he? Naturally, he wanted to find a way to kill the foe. Just then, Rain had a sudden guess. That was, since the flesh tree spirit was called a tree spirit, was there a possibility that it was particularly afraid of fire? Although he couldn't verify this immediately, as long as Rain could get close to its body, he could attack it with the 2 fire-based witchcraft spells he knew: Scorching Touch and High Temperature Force Field. However, considering the situation, the opponent was moving quickly and had very powerful attacks, leaving very limited time for Rain to cast witchcraft. Moreover, even if he could successfully cast the witchcraft Scorching Touch, if the duration was too short, it might not inflict significant damage on the opponent. This point had been verified in a previous encounter with Adams. Otherwise, the 2,000-degree high temperature should have carbonized Adams's body directly. Therefore, upon considering this, increasing the power of the witchcraft was crucial. But how to enhance the power of the witchcraft? The only solution Rain knew of was to increase his spiritual power. While fighting and thinking, Rain quickly made a decision to add points to his spirit. Although whether he added points to his physical strength, agility, or spirit, none could guarantee that he would definitely be able to kill the flesh tree spirit. But by adding points to his spirit, the power of his witchcraft would increase, which meant that his chances of successfully killing the flesh tree spirit would be higher. His spiritual power increased from 20 points to 21 points. In an instant, Rain felt a rush of warmth pumping out from his heart, spreading rapidly to his limbs. This instantly filled Rain with vitality, and the exhaustion and sense of power depletion that followed his limit break vanished without a trace. For some reason, the famous prose poem The Seagull by the great writer Gorky from his previous life flashed through Rain's mind. This is the brave seagull, flying proudly amidst the roaring sea and through the lightning. It is the prophet of victory shouting, "Let the storm come more fiercely." Looking at the dense blood-flesh roots coming at him from all angles, Rain felt like the seagull facing the storm. He himself was like that brave yet tiny seagull. It was time to duel with the stormy winds and terrifying waves. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the three humans and one eagle at his side, Rain, who had already shown signs of fatigue and seemed likely to fall at any moment, suddenly appeared as though some divine art of time reversal had been cast on him, returning to the state he was in 3 minutes ago when he first activated Limit Break. At that moment, Rain swung his greatsword, and the momentum of his sword surprisingly maintained an extraordinarily stable state once again. It was as fluent and filled with strength as when the battle had first begun, continuing to shave the blood-flesh tree spirit as if wielding a razor. Young Knight Magini gaped with his mouth wide open, and his eyes suddenly grew twice as large, completely dumbfounded. His expression was exactly like that of the class's slacker, who upon facing a particularly hard question at the end of an extremely difficult test, is utterly shocked. Even the experienced instructor Rudolph was not much better than Magini at this moment. He too stared blankly at Rain, who had wound up his clockwork again, with disbelief written all over his face. Only Laguerre's expression was somewhat more normal. After all, she had witnessed Rain's endurance before during their sparring sessions. But even then she was slightly taken aback this time. Laguerre glanced at the two beside her with an "I told you Rain has a lot of endurance, but you wouldn't believe me" expression. After a few seconds, the instructor Rudolph and Knight Magini, with their mouths wide open, finally closed them and swallowed, glancing at Laguerre at their side. Seemingly a bit embarrassed, they immediately turned to look at each other, and in each other's eyes they saw full-blown shock and incomprehension. "Girl, you said this. Rain is enduring, but this kind of endurance is just too much." Instructor Rudolph's face twitched a few times, and though he remained silent, he was screaming in his mind, and the eagle at the top of the hall had been about to fly down to rescue earlier. But just as it flapped its wings, the situation stabilized again. Now, even the sharp eyes of the eagle seemed bewildered. Meanwhile, Rain was fighting more smoothly and more effortlessly by the second, because the memories of the LV7 giant bear sword technique that had just been infused into him had been completely assimilated by him after the recent combat. At the same time, Rain had some new ideas about the use of skill points. It seems, for seemingly basic skills like swordsmanship and hammer skill, once raised to a higher level before adding points, the benefits one receives are no less valuable than those from upgrading some rare skills. Seeing their teammate Rain performing so well, Instructor Rudolph and Knight Magini naturally would not foolishly rush forward to use their ultimate moves and fight desperately with the blood-flesh tree spirit. After all, a bad life was better than a good death. So time passed, second by second, 2 more minutes went by. Altogether, it was now 6 minutes later. Instructor Rudolph and Knight Magini were already mesmerized by the continuous action they were witnessing. It was like seeing a class of dozens of students running 1,000 meters, and just as they started, a boy suddenly sprinted at the pace of a 100-meter dash. Almost everyone thought that this boy, at that speed, would do well to last half a lap. But instead, he whizzed a full 400 meters in a sprint, and then continued at that high speed. Rain, on the brink of physical exhaustion once more, glanced at his panel and silently added points. As his spiritual power increased from 21 points to 22 points instantaneously. Another rush of warmth pumped from his heart to his limbs. This revived Rain in full health once again. Suddenly, his body was filled with vigor, the fatigue vanished, and he was ready to fight a 300 rounds battle with the blood-flesh tree spirit. Rain's state, which seemed to be like an eternal motion machine, finally caught the blood-flesh tree spirit's surprise and attention. Where its blood-flesh tendrils, though numerous, couldn't withstand such relentless assault from Rain. Now, under Rain's unwavering shaving, the blood-flesh tree spirit's tens of meters long body surface had been shaved into patch after patch of bald spots. That is to say, as long as Rain could maintain his current state for a few more minutes, he would undoubtedly shave the blood-flesh tree spirit into a bald stump. Moreover, under Rain's relentless disturbance, the blood-flesh tree was also in extreme discomfort. Its main body still hadn't completely healed from the penetrating wound caused by the high-level divine art sword of judgment. According to the previous healing speed, it should have healed 5 minutes earlier. But now, because of Rain's interference, the huge wound had only shrunk from the size of a wash basin to the size of a fist. The underlying reason was that many of the roots that could have been used to heal the wound were cut off by Rain and scattered on the ground. The blood-flesh treant's intelligence was not low, and it knew it could not go on like this. If this continued, it might indeed be ground to death by this little thing before it. All of a sudden, its upper body shot up, and those fine tendrils that had been writhing inside the wound of the piercing injury all retracted at once. The next second, the blood-flesh treant faced Rain and launched into a leap followed by a death roll attack. Rain's pupils contracted as he quickly executed a side roll to dodge. Just now, that was how the blood-flesh treant had swallowed the lightly wounded Temple Knight whole. So, although the blood-flesh treant had been using its roots to fight Rain up until now, Rain had always been on guard for this powerful move. If this move hit directly, it would likely mean certain death. As expected, it tried the move again. The blood-flesh treant's massive maw brushed past Rain, its huge body moving with incredible speed, carrying vast kinetic energy. In an instant, the nearly 20-meter-long blood-flesh treant streaked by like a meteor, smashing a massive hole in the sturdy white marble walls of the temple. Dust and debris filled the air. Additionally, Rain noticed that whenever the blood-flesh treant itself began to attack, its healing completely stopped, probably due to large energy consumption or because the attack would tear at the wound. No wonder it had not engaged in the attack with its main body before. The blood-flesh treant rose again, shaking its enormous body as if the collision with the wall had left it somewhat dizzy. However, when it came to its senses and realized it had not hit Rain, it seemed exceedingly irate. After re-establishing Rain's location, the blood-flesh treant let out a skyward roar. The next second, it inhaled a large breath of air, its body swelling in size, and then spat out clumps of bloody mucus from its gaping maw, spraying in all directions without a blind spot. This scene, akin to a volcanic eruption, nearly covered the entire temple hall, leaving Rudolph and the other two in the corner with no escape. Facing this witchcraft-like attack from the blood-flesh treant, Rudolph's face paled, regretting not having taken measures sooner. Now, even if he and Magini used their final trump card, it would be too late. The Temple Knight Magini immediately raised his steel shield to cover Rudolph. Lagare, meanwhile, was crouching with her agile body, fixated on Rain with her beautiful eyes, holding a blood rune shield in her left hand, her strong, shapely legs tensed, ready to pounce like a leopard. Lagare seemed poised to rush to Rain's side, ready to block the blood-flesh treant's spew with her shield. But the next second she froze. The same happened to the elf, transformed into an eagle on the ceiling. It was about to swoop down and use hurricane technique to help, but she too halted her dive. Rain, in front of the blood-flesh treant, boldly stepped forward without flinching, calmly retrieving a scroll from his arms. I had intended to save this sorcery scroll Extreme Cold Wind for the certification exam later, but it looks like I'll have to use it here, Rain said softly, with a hint of regret. While talking to himself, he did not slow his movements, quickly channeling a trace of spiritual power into the Extreme Cold Wind sorcery scroll and slightly controlling the direction of release. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing over a dozen meters in front of Rain, nearly engulfing the massive blood-flesh treant completely. The next second, this frigid wind collided head-on with the bloody mucus spit out by the treant. The power of the cold far exceeded Rain's expectations, as the bloody mucus instantly froze upon contact, falling to the ground like large chunks of ice and shattering with a crack. And it wasn't over yet. After freezing the bloody mucus, the cold gust still had enough force to head straight for the treant itself. The recent spewing had greatly drained the blood-flesh treant's energy. It was seen gasping heavily. The wound piercing its body widened again, and aside from a few of its larger roots, the rest had fallen off. Facing the onslaught of the extreme cold, the blood-flesh treant, too slow to effectively dodge or block, was quickly covered in heavy white frost and crystals, its moving and attacking speed significantly reduced, as though it had gone from an agile monkey to a wobbly old woman nearly 90 years old. Additionally, due to the huge temperature difference in the air, the temple hall was filled with an enormous amount of dense, white fog at this time, obscuring Rain's figure, making even the unusually large flesh tree spirit unclear. At this moment, Rain stomped his right foot heavily and swung the greatsword in his hands. Like an arrow released from a bow, he rapidly shot toward the true body of the flesh tree spirit. Along the way for more than 10 meters, there was a constant crack sound as the white roots kept falling to the ground. Under the influence of the low temperature, these originally tough roots had become extremely fragile. Thus, dozens of white tendrils were cleared by Rain in an instant, creating a long, direct pathway to the flesh tree spirit's trunk. Rain shook the glimmering greatsword in his hands, and in the next second, he was already beside the trunk of the flesh tree spirit. As Rain's left hand rested on the rough skin of the flesh tree spirit, a deep incantation began to resonate from his mouth. Yes, Rain was casting the level 2 sorcery scorching touch he had mastered. After a brief spell chant of just over 2 seconds, a red glow emerged from Rain's palm and quickly penetrated into the rough skin of the flesh tree spirit. 22 points of spiritual power significantly enhanced the potency of Rain's scorching touch. Although it was not yet known by how much, it was sure to be significantly more than before. In an instant, Rain felt as if he had ignited a powder keg. It seemed that the flesh tree spirit's body was filled with gasoline, just lacking a fuse, and his scorching touch was that match. Suddenly, Rain's expression drastically changed, and he quickly retreated. The next second, boom, the flesh tree spirit let out a scream. The area that Rain had just touched exploded into a gigantic cavity half a person tall, and furthermore, blazing flames continued to burn the body of the flesh tree spirit at the wound. The roots around were frantically trying to extinguish the flames on the wound. Because they had been slowed down by the extreme cold wind sorcery scroll, the firefighting effort was not effective. This caused the burning to gradually become more intense. Rain was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, this verified that his previous judgment was accurate. This flesh tree spirit, bearing the word tree in its name, indeed feared fire. Rain felt that he should really thank the person who first named the flesh tree spirit. Precise naming contained the key to defeating the enemy. Almost without hesitation, Rain decided he must definitely take advantage of the situation. Using the words of a great man, "It is right to press home the pursuit and drive the beaten enemy. It is not fitting to exploit one's reputation and play the tyrant." Immediately, Rain propelled himself forward again, rapidly circling around the flesh tree spirit, attacking whenever an opportunity arose, and would release the scorching touch sorcery on other parts of the flesh tree spirit. Although the flesh tree spirit instinctively tried its best to dodge Rain's attacks, having suffered from the extreme cold wind sorcery, its body, including the roots, moved significantly slower and was utterly unable to avoid Rain's strikes and approaches. Thus, within just a few more than 10 seconds, several parts of the flesh tree spirit's body were ignited by Rain. With multiple parts exploding consecutively, it seemed to trigger some sort of chain reaction. Suddenly, the nearly 20-meter-long body of the flesh tree spirit stopped moving. It no longer avoided Rain's attacks, but started to tremble slightly. The next second, the vast body of the flesh tree spirit suddenly swelled and glowed a fiery red. At this moment, its body seemed to be filled with magma, much like a volcano about to erupt. Immediately, Rain was startled and quickly retreated. He was still quite worried about whether the flesh tree spirit had any other trump cards, or some kind of desperate last resort move. But the next second under Rain's watch, the vast body of the flesh tree spirit sharply contracted back and rapidly shriveled, all the while emitting a large amount of pungent, foul-smelling black smoke. And its densely packed tendrils at this time seemed to have suddenly lost all vitality, hanging limply and motionlessly. It seemed that the swelling and contracting had released all the energy inside the flesh tree spirit in one go. For a moment, the flesh tree spirit was utterly silent. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Your skill giant bear sword technique has been upgraded. Experience plus 1,291. Your skill scorching touch has been upgraded. Experience plus 35. You have experienced a battle. Knight. Transcendent. Experience plus 276. Wizard apprentice. Transcendent. Experience plus 112. Upon seeing this, Rain immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the flesh tree spirit was formidable, it didn't have any second phase or transformation. At this moment, it should truly be dead. What is this? Rain keenly noticed. Under the carcass of the flesh tree spirit, he seemed to sense a special faint aura. This aura, which Rain was encountering for the first time, was filled with a sense of vitality, grandeur, and spirituality, and also seemed to carry an indescribable evil Immediately, Rain swiftly cut open the bottom of the flesh tree spirit. There, a crystal the size of a walnut and a pale gold little tree enveloped in a fist-sized transparent membrane appeared before Rain's eyes. Hiss, this is. The sensation he had just perceived was likely the aura of the pale gold little tree, which was entirely a pale gold color, seemingly divine. But the sharp-eyed Rain noticed that beneath its pale gold exterior, there seemed to be a stream of black energy continuously flowing. The aura of that crystal was quite similar to the energy crystal dropped by the evil spirit Night, only it was thicker and more vast. After some thought, Rain lifted the crystal with the tip of his sword and took it out. As soon as it was in his hand, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected unknown energy that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it? Note, after absorption, it can be converted into specified professional experience points. As expected, this must be a kind of energy body that is even more advanced than the energy crystal. After all the hard work, it was finally time for the harvest. Rain felt a surge of joy in his heart and didn't hesitate to choose yes. Next second, the thick black energy that flowed within the walnut-sized crystal suddenly rushed into Rain's body through his arm. Just like last time, this time Rain once again didn't feel any discomfort, and the whole absorption and conversion process was over. Ding! A total of 1,536 supernatural experience points converted. Please choose to upgrade Knight, Transcendent, /Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, /Beast Tamer, Transcendent, Tusk. The flesh tree spirit is mighty. Rain found that he had started to like the unholy things of the Mother Tree sect. The rewards are too generous. After pondering for a while, Rain decided to continue selecting Beast Tamer, Transcendent. To add points, the reason was simple: he could slowly accumulate experience for Knight or Wizard Apprentice through combat, but not for Beast Tamer. Moreover, he was currently a Beast Tamer, Transcendent, LV3, 12/500. Choosing to add points to Beast Tamer would allow him to level up twice. But if he chose Knight or Wizard Apprentice, he could only rise by one level. As for Blacksmith not being prompted, it's because, in Rain's view, Blacksmith isn't a transcendent profession, so it isn't difficult to level up. As Rain silently thought Beast Tamer. Instantly, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer Transcendent profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Beast Tamer Transcendent profession level has increased. Seeing the Beast Tamer Transcendent level change from LV3, 12/500 to LV5, 48/2000 on the panel, Rain couldn't help but show a brilliant smile. He continued to read on. Gazing at the bottom of the panel revealed remaining attribute points, 3, and remaining skill points, 5. The remaining attribute points were back to 3, and the remaining skill points had reached an astonishing 5. This gave Rain the thrilling sense of getting richer and stronger with each battle. Since the pale golden sapling still hadn't been checked, Rain didn't linger in the joy of leveling up for long, but immediately took out the pale golden sapling, which was the size of a small fist, from the body of the flesh tree spirit. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained a Mother Tree seed, triggering a class transfer Mother Tree Priest Transcendent. The prerequisites for transferring to Mother Tree Priest are 1. Knight, Transcendent, LV3 or above, Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, LV3 or above, 2. Constitution, 15 points or above. Spirit, 18 points or above, 3. Belief in the Mother Tree or use of the Mother Tree seed. Conditions met. Do you wish to transfer to Mother Tree Priest, Transcendent? Hiss. Facing the class transfer information prompted by the system, Rain's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time he had seen prerequisites for a class transfer that was so demanding. It actually required both Knight and Wizard Apprentice to be LV3 or above. Rain's brain whirred rapidly, and after a few seconds he resolutely clicked no. The reason was simple: the Mother Tree sect had been listed as a cult by the Empire. If he transferred to become a Mother Tree Priest, Transcendent, he would naturally be opposing the Empire, and Rain didn't believe that the transcendent profession of Mother Tree Priest could bring benefits matching the huge risks. Ding! Detected that the Mother Tree seed contains a large amount of life energy. Do you wish to absorb it? Note, after absorption the Mother Tree seed will be destroyed. Could it be like this? After a brief thought, Rain chose yes. Since he wasn't transferring classes, it was natural to use it for absorption, at least it was all for his own benefit. In an instant, a stream of warm energy that made Rain feel indescribably cozy emanated from the pale golden Mother Tree seed. a sensation that the phrase ecstatic couldn't describe even 1/10 of. At the same time, 4 quiet system prompts arrived. Congratulations! Your constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations, your strength attribute has increased. Congratulations, your agility attribute has increased. Congratulations, your spirit attribute has increased. This. All attributes +1. The mother tree seed is amazing. Bring me a dozen, please. Rain, coming back to his senses, hadn't expected to receive 4 system prompts in one go. At this time, the white mist also began to gradually dissipate. In the corner of the hall, Rudolph, Lagare, and Magini was staring blankly at the clearly dead flesh tree spirit, and at Rain, who stood nearby, sword in hand. For a moment, the 3 of them didn't know what to say. Things had changed so rapidly. In the span of half a minute, the flesh tree spirit that had been gaining the upper hand was now motionlessly sprawled at Rain's feet. At this moment, under the sunlight seeping into the hall, Rain was coated in a soft golden glow, making him seem especially tall. And the flesh tree spirit, which had once been like a small mountain, was now charred throughout and emitting plumes of black smoke, completely reduced to a backdrop for the golden light. Then Rudolph, coming to a realization, furrowed his brows, stepped forward for a closer look at Rain, and slowly began to ask, "Rain, the wide area frost attack you just performed, that was witchcraft, wasn't it?" He had just turned his sight away because it was blocked by Magini, so he did not see the scene when Rain pulled out the sorcery scroll. Rain looked up and saw the expression on head priest Rudolph's face, a mix of joy and faint worry, and immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Jenny had been right last time. The church and the followers of the Orthodox Knight's path were quite opposed to witchcraft and the ways of the wizard. Rain expressed understanding of this, as it was somewhat similar to the strife over the Orthodox path in the immortal hero novels of his previous life, or the differences between the capitalists and socialists in modern society. "That's correct, head priest Rudolph. I just used a sorcery scroll confiscated from a wizard apprentice named Arctic Wind." Upon hearing it was from the spoils of war, Rudolph's brow immediately relaxed, and his expression softened significantly, nodding and saying, "That's good. Witchcraft is indeed very powerful, but its learning process is fraught with many unpredictable dangers." After a pause, Rudolph continued, "And divine arts are not only more powerful but also safer. Rain, I hope you understand this naturally." Rain was not going to argue this matter with Rudolph at this time, and simply smiled a little and nodded again. However, all of a sudden, Rain looked around with a puzzled expression. Right after he had killed the blood flesh treant, he had felt a subtle sense of being watched. This feeling was very faint. Rain looked up again and saw several birds fluttering away at the top of the hall, so he slightly shook his head and thought to himself, "Maybe I'm just being too sensitive, mistaking the curious prying of some birds and beasts for the prying of intelligent beings." Just then, something Rudolph said made Rain's heart skip a beat. He only heard Rudolph muttering doubtfully to himself, "That's not right. After the death of a creature like the blood flesh treant, there should have been at least large chunks of evil energy crystals. Even normally, there should be shards of evil energy left behind. How could there be absolutely nothing? Rain, did you see anything like the crystals that drop when evil spirit knights die?" Rudolph turned and asked. "Haha, no, I really didn't. By the way, head priest Rudolph, could it be because the high-level divine arts sword of judgment you cast was too powerful?" Rain laughed. "Sorry about that, head priest Rudolph, it's just that I've absorbed them already, and I can't exactly spit them back out for you." It's possible." Rudolph frowned and pondered for a while, nodding his head, seeming to accept Rain's explanation. "Head priest, then let's retreat now, shall we?" Rain, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly suggested. After all, the high-level divine art scroll sword of judgment did play an extremely important role in killing the blood flesh treant, but now the issue was that Rain had swallowed all the benefits himself. Wait, there must be something of the mother tree sect that required the protection of the blood flesh treant here. Or rather, there must be something very important to the mother tree sect here. Otherwise, the blood flesh treant and evil spirit knights wouldn't have emerged out of nowhere. Could it be that thumb-sized pale golden sapling? Head priest, can I say that I've absorbed it too? Rain sneakily glanced at Rudolph, who was searching around, and felt even more guilty. But at this moment, he could only remain silent, following behind head priest Rudolph, pretending to search around the perimeter of the temple hall. Suddenly, Knight Magini in the center of the hall shouted, "Head priest, there's a stone slab here." Rain raised an eyebrow. There really was something. The two of them promptly walked over and saw that underneath the original position of the treant, Magini had unearthed a black obsidian slab more than 1 meter long, written with something in an ancient language, Akkadian. Rudolph nodded confidently and said, "This must be it." Was the blood-flesh treant guarding this slab? Knight Magini asked curiously beside him. As a knight of the church's temple, he hadn't studied this kind of spiritual text. On normal days, he was so busy learning combat skills and prayers that he naturally couldn't afford to divert his attention to anything else. However, Rudolph, as the head of the clergy, did have a certain degree of research on spiritual text. Great Mother Tree, following. The most humble servant, I beseech you. Rain initially watched with surprise, scrutinizing it closely for a moment, but soon he lost interest. Because if he wasn't mistaken, this appeared to be a ritual text or prayer, namely, the ritual language used during sacrifices to pray to the so-called Mother Tree. Clearly, to him, this was almost meaningless. He wasn't a priest of the Mother Tree. Had Rain just changed his occupation to priest of the Mother Tree, then this prayer would have been quite useful and worth studying seriously, but now not so much. Magini, dig this thing out and bring it back, Rudolph said after pondering for a moment. Although Rudolph, after translating, also believed that this seemed to just be an ordinary prayer, he thought carefully and surmised that the obsidian tablet, which the black flesh tree spirit was guarding, must possess some special purpose or significance. It was just that, possibly due to his lack of expertise in this area. He couldn't immediately discern the importance of the obsidian tablet. Watching as the temple knight Magini huffed and puffed to dig out the heavy obsidian tablet, Rain cast a dubious glance at Rudolph and thought, "Head of the clergy, do you really think the black flesh tree spirit was guarding this tablet?" Soon after, Rain and his party returned the way they had come, back to the entrance of the temple garden. At that moment, seeing Rain's party emerge, the night watchman and the peace officers immediately surrounded them. After a brief conversation, upon hearing that there was a monster inside, nearly 20 meters long, everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. From the expressions on their faces, they all seemed relieved. Otherwise, judging from the bodies of the fallen knights, it was clear that these ordinary people would have suffered horrific casualties or even a total annihilation. Realizing this, the short Matteo and the other night watchmen looked at their own peace deputy officer Rain with grateful eyes. After Rain and his companions left the temple hall, the eagle perched at the top of the hall finally fluttered its wings and flew down. As it was about to land, the eagle suddenly transformed into a black-haired elf. The tall, slender figure calmly walked over to the carcass of the black flesh tree spirit and began to investigate. Strange, the sorcery scroll that the human knight tore open was clearly of the Frost series, but the black flesh tree spirit clearly died from fire-based witchcraft, the black-haired elf said with a puzzled expression. She had just witnessed the entire battle, but shortly after Rain tore open the sorcery scroll gale of extreme cold, a dense fog filled the entire hall. By then, no one except Rain himself could see clearly what Rain was doing. Thus, the black-haired elf's confusion wasn't surprising. Could it be that the human knight just now used fire-based witchcraft? The black-haired elf quickly thought of a possibility. Perhaps it was because he carried a fire-based witchcraft scroll with him. This aura is. The black-haired elf's eyes suddenly widened, her cherry lips parting in an incredulous expression, because she had just sensed a trace of the identical aura from the elven mother tree seed. She was naturally all too familiar with this aura. It was almost identical. No, this should be the aura of the seed of the dark mother tree, the one worshipped by the sect of the mother tree. The next second, the black-haired elf reacted. As soon as he thought of the dangers posed by the dark tree seed, the black-haired elf's expression changed, and she muttered to herself, "No. I need to go and retrieve the dark tree seed. The only one who had the chance to take the seed just now would be the young knight who used the sorcery scroll." The image of Rain, the young knight wielding the dual-handed greatsword, instantly came to the mind of the black-haired elf. The very next second, the black-haired elf transformed into an eagle once more and soared into the sky. Soon, she caught up with Rain and his group, who were preparing to return from the temple garden's entrance. Half an hour later, "Captain, there's something odd about that eagle circling above us for quite a few rounds." A night watchman noticed the eagle above and turned to speak to his captain, Matteo. Matteo also looked up for a moment and nodded, saying, "Indeed, something isn't right. It seems to be tracking our squadron." Could it be that a falconer from some unknown forces is nearby? Mateo's expression turned serious as he considered this, and then kicked his horse's sides firmly to accelerate and approached Rain, who was conversing with Lagare to report. "Adjutant, sir, there's an eagle in the sky constantly tracking us. I suspect there is a falconer from unknown forces nearby." An eagle? Rain looked up questioningly. He saw several birds flying across the sky, but none were eagles, which meant there was no trace of an eagle in the sky at that moment. "Mateo, there's no eagle." There definitely was one just now." Mateo scratched his head, momentarily confused. However, it was clear since the eagle was no longer there, it was most likely his overthinking. Perhaps the eagle was merely chasing its prey that happened to be near their group. In fact, at the very moment when Mateo looked up, the black-haired elf, in the guise of the eagle, had realized that her circling behavior had likely attracted the attention of certain individuals in the group below. Therefore, she decided to fly in the direction the group was moving and landed not far ahead of them, before quickly transforming into a squirrel, which scampered up the high canopy of an oak tree to observe the group. The scrutiny of a squirrel would naturally not raise any alarm, not even for Rain, despite his remarkably keen senses. After all, in the Nightingale Forest, where wild beasts are abundant, if the scrutiny of a squirrel were to be of concern, then there would be far too many such scrutinizing gazes to be wary of. Half a day later, the group returned to Flashgold Town, and Hamilton was already waiting at the administrative hall's entrance to greet everyone. As soon as the group entered Flashgold Town, a security officer notified him. Seeing Rain and the night watchman of Flashgold Town mostly safe and sound, a look of relief quickly spread across Hamilton's face. However, when he noticed the several stretchers being carried at the back of the group, and the two-man shortage in the nightly group from the church, Hamilton's smile faded. After some inquiries, Hamilton looked astonished. He had not expected that what seemed to be a secure mission dealing with the evil spirit knight would turn out to have such unexpected and twisted developments. Firstly, the number of evil spirit knights had suddenly surged to 3, and they all possessed almost the strength of peak knights. Secondly, inside the dilapidated temple hall was an ancient cult's relic, the Mother Tree sect. And there existed creatures like the flesh tree spirits, with strength equivalent to that of a great knight. This made it difficult for Hamilton to imagine just how intense the battle had been. However, what particularly puzzled him was why his own elite night watchmen were mostly unharmed, whereas the church's knights, who were much stronger and had stepped into transcendence, suffered such heavy casualties. The 2 surviving knights were severely injured, and 2 honorably fallen knights lay on the stretchers. And why did his own adjutant Rain, after such a brutal battle, not only appear unscathed but also seem full of vigor? Such a state would make more sense to Hamilton if Rain had just woken up from an afternoon nap. Rain's aura. How does it feel like his strength has progressed again? Hamilton's eyes widened as he looked at Rain, evidently taken aback. However, before Hamilton could ask for details, Rudolph approached with a grave expression. "Father Rudolph, your efforts are commendable. The Empire will surely honor and provide compensation for the 2 fallen knights of the church," Hamilton said to Rudolph. "Lord Hamilton, this time, we owe much gratitude to Flashgold Town's adjutant Rain for his significant support. Without him, our losses might have been even more severe," Rudolph said, glancing at Rain and speaking to Hamilton. This is what we in Flashgold Town ought to do." Hamilton was taken aback upon hearing this, because by the sound of it, Rain must have played a crucial role in the mission. Otherwise, given Rudolph's typically rigid demeanor, he would not likely make such nice remarks for mutual flattery. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the church's group led by Father Rudolph did not continue their stay in Flashgold Town. Instead, they arranged for 2 carriages and set out for the county town overnight. The urgency was due to the need for immediate treatment for the 2 grievously injured knights. In addition, Rudolph also needs to report to the bishop as soon as possible about the discovery of the ancient cult's Mother Tree sect ruins. However, before leaving, Rudolph specifically sought out Rain for a brief chat. "Rain, the doors of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church will always be open for you. Besides, I will report your performance in this incident to Lord Bishop." Soon as Rudolph had left, an incredibly curious Hamilton pulled Rain into his office to ask for details. Just now, with the church's personnel present, there had been many things Hamilton naturally felt uncomfortable to inquire about. "Lord, there's not much to say, actually. Once Rain had succinctly described both battles, Hamilton understood why Rudolph had placed such importance on Rain. He would have done the same in his position. Originally, he had thought that the church's heavy casualties meant that they were undoubtedly the ones who had contributed most to resolving this mysterious incident. Even his own night watchman team probably had merely engaged in some alert duties, which was why they had so few casualties. But the outcome was beyond his expectations. Rain almost single-handedly turned the tide, representing the night watchman of Flashgold Town, representing him, making a key contribution to this incident. Rain, well done. I will report this situation in the next 2 days. I bet you'll get a hefty reward of merit points soon, Hamilton declared with amazement. Rain's performance in the previous battle against Adams had already surprised Hamilton, but this time it refreshed his understanding once again. Thank you, my lord, Rain said with a slight bow, smiling. Merit points was certainly desirable, and Rain naturally wouldn't decline them, although he had already gained much from this incident. But who would complain about having too much money, right? However, when he thought about merit points, Rain was reminded that his custom-ordered water membrane steel knight armor would take 2 months to complete, which was simply too long. And the chromium iron set he was currently wearing, after the battles with Adams and the Bloodflesh Treant, was nearly ready to be scrapped. It seemed like he had to make another trip to the military supply department in County Town to exchange for a new set of knight armor for emergencies. Meanwhile, the black-haired elf who had transformed into a squirrel, upon following Rain's team to Flashgold Town, showed a trace of surprise in her gleaming eyes. Isn't this the same place where she had sensed the general location of the amulet? Yes, that's right. It must be within the bounds of this small town. The squirrel-shaped black-haired elf nodded affirmatively. But since the amulet hadn't been triggered for some time, she would need to search carefully to pinpoint its location. However, this matter could be put on hold for the time being, as she first needed to keep a close eye on that young knight. The black-haired elf was also hesitant at the moment. She wasn't sure which approach to take to communicate with the young human knight. The first approach would naturally be to find an opportunity for a private conversation, during which she would explain the danger that the dark elf mother tree seed posed to the world, and then ask him to hand the seed over. But she instinctively felt that humans would not be so understanding and reasonable. The second method would involve sacrificing her own moral character for the safety of the world and quietly taking the seed away. This act would be considered theft, or perhaps stealing, wouldn't it? Therefore, the black-haired elf was at a loss as to which method to choose. After having dinner with Laguerre, Anna, and his family, Rain returned to his room alone. He began to reflect on his own performance in the Battle of Nightingale Forest. Simply put, battle analysis, because only by constantly reflecting and summarizing could he maintain progress. He had already experienced the benefits of doing so. There were 2 battles in total this time. In the first battle, facing the evil spirit knight protected by heavy armor and dark aura, my core hammer skill expertise, combined with the Tockle hammer technique and the pig-headed hammer, achieved a trinity of assault which resulted in tremendous killing power, he thought. This is the best test of the outcome of the post-battle analysis last time. Since the fight with the angel envoy of the Black Flame Church ended, Rain had set a plan to slowly practice hammer skill and utilize the hammer's strong armor piercing and shock damage to inflict heavy injuries on armored foes. This time, the heavy hammer armor-piercing tactic was proven effective against the 3 evil spirit knights. Rain's eyes flickered as he pondered. Additionally, the second battle, against the Bloodflesh Treant, if it hadn't been for Dean Rudolph starting off by casting the high-tier Divine Art Sword of Judgment and inflicting heavy damage on the Bloodflesh Treant, I might not have been able to defeat it despite doing my utmost. However, that's normal, considering that according to Lord Hamilton, the Bloodflesh Treant is an evil creature on the same level as a great knight. Ultimately, I relied on the sorcery scroll Polar Wind and combined it with the elementary-level contact Witchcraft Scorching Touch to take it down. To be honest, this stage was much easier than the previous direct confrontation with a greatsword. This shows the undeniable importance of witchcraft. If I can master several witchcraft spells, I'd be able to utilize specific ones according to the enemy's weaknesses, possibly achieving unexpected results. Furthermore, the importance of spiritual power has become increasingly prominent. After all, there's currently no other method for me to enhance the power of witchcraft. Only by strengthening my spiritual power can I simultaneously enhance the power of witchcraft, and that is a clear fact. From this perspective, unless something unusual happens, spirit attribute will be the priority for my future points allocation. As for mastering multiple types of witchcraft, Rain crossed his arms, stroked his chin with his right hand, and began pacing back and forth in the room, pondering. The test crystal has confirmed that I have the strongest affinity for fire energy particles. No, there's another one, the pale silver energy particles that I still haven't figured out. But even including the pale silver energy particles, I only have a relatively high affinity for 2 types of energy particles. Learning other types of witchcraft would be inefficient and less powerful than these 2. I should focus on fire witchcraft first, and as for the others, I'll slowly search for other witchcraft models. After all, the biggest issue I'm currently facing is the scarcity of witchcraft models. Oh, that's right, the meeting Jenny and I scheduled should be tomorrow. Hopefully, the visit to her bestie's library will yield some results. Rain suddenly recalled the arrangement with Jenny, and his eyes brightened. Ever since experiencing the power of witchcraft in actual combat, Rain has been eagerly looking forward to each new type of witchcraft. Also, this ancient sect, the Mother Tree sect that appeared, I have never heard of it. Including that pale golden sapling, I have no clue about its origin. It seems I must pay close attention to various ancient lore next. So, the study of Lingwan Akkadian language must continue. After all, many ancient books were recorded by wizards or wizard apprentices and written in Lingwan. Soon, Rain brought out the 3 Akkadian ancient texts and placed them on his desk. Currently, Rain has made more than half progress in studying these 3 Akkadian ancient texts. He can understand the meanings of most Akkadian words, but his pronunciation and fluency are still not standard, so further reinforcement is needed. While Rain was studiously learning Akkadian, Lagore was restless in the next room. She had decided that she would leave Flashgold Town early the next morning, with the belongings, weapons of her brother and teammates, and return to her barbarian tribe in the Frostwind Prairie of the Northern Empire. This was a task of great significance, one that she was obliged to complete. Because only then would the spirits of her brother and teammates be able to return to the Hall of Heroes. Additionally, she had made up her mind to apply for the trial by life and death with the tribal high priest once she returned to her tribe. She hadn't mentioned either matter to Rain. Especially the latter, she had never planned on sharing with Rain. After spending some time with him, Lagore found that she had developed quite a fondness for this big boy who had saved her twice. If she could successfully complete the trial by life and death, perhaps, there might be a future, but if she failed, in that case, it would mean that from her birth until her return to the Hall of Heroes. She had never been together with a boy she liked, which would be rather regrettable. Maybe tonight I should visit his room, but would doing so hurt Anna? It shouldn't. After all, I might not survive, and even if I do, it's not certain that I'll return or meet Rain again. Soon, Lagore made up her mind. When the night grew deeper, she would go to Rain, and then, before dawn, she would set out alone on her journey back to the Frostwind Prairie. Late at night, just as the dark-haired elf was about to sneak into Rain's bedroom on the 2nd floor, she saw through the window of the hallway that the door to the room next to Rain's was slowly opening. A figure, dressed in a sheer garment with a curvaceous body, silently walked out. The dark-haired elf's eyes showed confusion. She recognized the girl immediately. It was the barbarian girl who had returned from the Nightingale Forest with the young human knight during the day. So, she stopped her actions and quietly observed from the side. Without knocking, the barbarian girl quietly opened the young knight's door, and then swiftly slipped inside the room with a quick turn of her body. The dark-haired elf was very curious. Could it be that the two were planning to discuss some secret matter, and had they specifically chosen midnight for their meeting? Could it possibly be about how to deal with the Dark Mother? Tree Seed, thinking this, the dark-haired elf's eyes sparkled. The next second, a squirrel leaped from tree to rooftop of Rain's new home, and quickly ran to Rain's 2nd-floor bedroom window, peeking through the gap. With her dark vision, she could see everything clearly. The next moment, the squirrel she had transformed into wore an extremely human-like expression, with eyes that suddenly widened and mouth agape, yet her tiny hands were firmly covering her eyes. Inside the room, the voluptuous barbarian girl was in a riding position, attempting to tame a male steed, while the young human knight held tightly to the girl's gourd-shaped slender waist. Here follows the omission of 10,000 words. After a fierce battle, as the male steed's endurance was quite astounding and difficult to tame. So, the savage girl ultimately gave up on trying to tame the beast, opting instead to lie down and rest. But perhaps because she was too tired from the day, the girl couldn't rest well all night, no matter whether she lay flat on her stomach or on her knees. That night, the squirrel at Rain's bedroom window came and went, back and forth, but never found the right opportunity to have a good talk with Rain about the serious matter of world safety. As the sky gradually turned white, the squirrel, transformed from a black-haired elf, finally left with a reluctant shake of its head. Actually, Rain had been aware since Lagaray quietly entered the room. That familiar scent. He knew the visitor was certainly Lagaray. Only he was wondering why Lagaray didn't knock before coming in. But the next second he was stunned because a certain part of his body entered an. 10,000 words are omitted here. In the yard, an ant was suddenly entwined by a sticky tongue, and in the next second was swallowed by a lying lizard. After chewing for a while, the lizard felt the ant bursting in its mouth, causing pain to its oral cavity. Therefore, the lizard quickly spit out the bursting ant, tui, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a poison fire ant. Poison fire ants have a self-protection mechanism that secretes a clear toxic fluid from their body surface once attacked, causing paralysis and irritant damage to their enemy. In the darkness of the night, the lizard had not seen clearly that this was not an ordinary ant, hence it mistakenly ate a poison fire ant. Just when the lizard was about to leave, it discovered ants attacking the vulnerable part of its lower half again. This made the lizard furious. It then once more swallowed the audacious ant with its slippery tongue, burst it, and killed it, but the next second hurriedly spat it out again. Unexpectedly, this was another poison fire ant. All night long, the lizard was continuously attacked by poison fire ants at its vulnerable parts, and it persistently swallowed them with its slippery tongue, bursting them, killing them, and then spitting them out. Eventually, as dawn began to break, the lizard fled in a panic. It dared not stay in this accursed place any longer. Damn, the poison fire ants were too many. Despite killing them all night long, there seemed to be no end. The next morning, when Rain woke up, he turned to look at Lagaray, who was still deep in sleep beside him. The barbarian girl in her sleep revealed a large expanse of her fair and beautiful chest, her golden hair naturally spread on the white pillow, her delicate nose and cherry lips, a face more exquisite than most of the Empire's women. Just by looking at her face, one would never know that Lagaray came from a barbarian tribe of the Frostwind Prairie of the Empire. Moreover, Rain still hadn't figured out what exactly happened last night. Why did Lagaray suddenly come to his room in the middle of the night? And last night, before he could even ask, suddenly, the battle between the two ignited. On one hand, it was because Lagaray's exquisite face and curvaceous figure were too tempting. On the other hand, it was an issue with Rain himself. Ever since he had become transcendent, his desires in that regard had grown stronger. So when Lagaray fired the first shot of the battle, Rain's powder keg was lit, and the two naturally engaged in a fierce battle. Thinking back to the intense battle of last night, a smile couldn't help but appear on Rain's lips. Couldn't resist stretching out his hand to gently smooth away the messy strands of hair on Lagaray's face. At that moment, perhaps because of Rain's action, the sleeping Lagaray started to stir, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her deep blue eyes to Rain. Lagaray also looked at Rain in front of her, her mind a whirl of confusion, to be honest. This was quite different from what Lagaray had anticipated. Originally, her plan was to come quietly in the middle of the night, stay for a while, and then leave just as quietly. Before dawn, she would leave a letter by Rain's bedside, and then depart from Flashkull Town with her baggage, returning to Frostwind Prairie. After all, in her understanding, it should be the men who become exhausted and then fall into a deep sleep. Even though she knew Rain had incredible stamina, in this respect, surely he would follow the same pattern, right? However, it wasn't until dawn began to break that Rain finally stopped. This not only reshaped her understanding, but it also drained all her energy. Now, she was experiencing a profound physical exhaustion, coupled with a spirited radiance of the mind. It was a complex fusion of contradiction within her. Additionally, this had made it impossible for Lagaray to carry out her original plans. But the thought of possibly encountering Sister Anna upon waking jolted Lagaray back to reality as she said, I have to go now, Rain. Go. Rain raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Yes, I need to take my brother's and everyone else's relics back and hurry to Frostwind Prairie, Lagaray said seriously while looking straight into Rain's eyes. Can't you go back a bit later? Da Vinci from a past life once said, "The eyes are the window to the soul," and in fact, Rain had already understood the message in Laguerre's eyes. So Rain did not try to deter Laguerre. But the part of him that was reluctant to let go still asked if she could postpone her departure for a few more days. "I'm afraid not, I've stayed too long as it is, and I need to make a trip back to the tribe soon," Laguerre said, lowering her head slightly and giving a gentle shake. Indeed, the answer was as Rain had expected. From their time together over the past days, Rain had come to realize that perhaps due to growing up in the harsh conditions of Frostwind Prairie, Laguerre was resolute and indomitable, certainly not one to be indecisive. In an instant, Rain also understood why Laguerre had taken the initiative to come to his room last night. Because she was leaving. "Then when will you come back?" Rain asked with a hint of reluctance. "I don't know." Laguerre shook her head again. She planned to immediately undergo the trial of life and death upon her return to the tribe, and facing the high mortality rate of the trial, she didn't know if she would survive it. She wasn't good at lying, so in response to Rain's question, Laguerre really didn't know what to say. Moreover, she did not want to tell Rain or anyone else about her plans to undergo the trial of life and death after returning to her tribe. "Rain, I really have to go now. If it gets any later, Anna will be up," Laguerre said as she stood up, her striking figure evident and quickly dressed. "By the way, you tell everyone for me that I've gone back to the prairie," she added. Watching Laguerre's retreating figure, Rain felt a pang of loss. Rain knew all too well that with his current strength, there was so much he couldn't change. Furthermore, he couldn't indulge in transient pleasures at this moment. However, Rain believed that as long as he kept moving forward and breaking through, some things, some people, and some regrets would ultimately shift and change with his will. Breakfast time. "Sister Anna, have you seen Sister Laguerre?" Bohe asked curiously after noticing the absence of one at the breakfast table. "I haven't seen her get up, maybe she's still sleeping." Because yesterday's journey to Nightingale Forest was exhausting, Anna said while smiling and patting Bohe's head. About that. Laguerre has already left, she's gone back to the Frostwind Prairie," Rain said hesitatingly. Suddenly, several pairs of eyes turned to focus on Rain. Emma, who was sitting nearby, looked at Rain with surprise and asked, "Rain, what did you just say?" "I'm saying Laguerre has already left Flashgold Town. She went back to Frostwind Prairie." Rain repeated. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the dining table became tense, and Mother Emma said in a low voice, "Rain, you didn't do something to offend her, did you?" Rain's heart skipped a beat at her words. Otherwise, why would she leave without even saying goodbye to us? Whenever Laguerre saw me, she would always greet me with a smile and call me Aunt Emma. Mother Emma thought for a moment, then cast a suspicious look at Rain and added. This left Rain momentarily unsure of how to explain, but he definitely couldn't admit to anything. How could that be? Maybe Laguerre didn't want a goodbye that was too heartfelt. Before Rain could finish speaking, Anna looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, Rain felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rise within him. Then why did Laguerre only say farewell to you? Wouldn't saying goodbye to you make her emotional too? Anna said softly. The gazes of the entire family were once again focused on Rain. In that instant, Rain felt as though he had no defense. After quickly finishing breakfast, Rain went upstairs to the storeroom on the second floor. According to the arrangement with Jenny, he expected a carriage from the Crowley family to come and pick him up a bit later. Before that, Rain could take the opportunity to try and see how many will runes he could visualize at once. Thanks to the battle in Nightingale Forest yesterday, Rain gained another 3 spirit attribute points, reaching a total of 23 points. Hence, compared to the previous 20 points of spiritual power, his progress was significant. Rain clearly remembered that when his spirit attribute had first reached 20 points after he changed his class to Beast Tamer, he could visualize 16 will runes at once and entered the commonly acknowledged level of a second-tier wizard apprentice. Therefore, Rain knew very well that even with 23 points of spirit, it was highly unlikely he could visualize all 24 basic will runes of meditation and reach the level of a third-tier wizard apprentice. However, when a person sees they are getting closer to their goal, or in other words, the distance to their objective is shrinking, their motivation to work hard becomes very strong. 1 minute later, Rain opened his eyes with joy. This time he had successfully visualized 20 will runes, getting ever closer to the final goal of 24. Don't forget, Rain still had 3 free attribute points. However, after pondering for a while, Rain chose not to continue investing points in the spirit attribute right away. After all, the effect of adding points to recover could be a killer move if used well in battle. This was fully re-verified in the battle with the Bloodflesh Treant, so it was a better choice to wait and add points during the next battle. As the carriage hadn't arrived yet, Rain decided to test the changes in the strength of his witchcraft following the increase in his spiritual power. Since he had charred the wooden table last time, Rain had specially brought back a fire-resistant clay mold from the blacksmith's shop a few days ago. The mold was a dark gray color and shaped like a large beaker. Rain placed a small piece of leftover, hardened essence, gold inside the clay mold, and then he began to cast the Witchcraft Scorching Touch. As the deep incantation echoed, the hardened essence gold piece in front of Rain's palm began to heat up rapidly. After a few seconds, it started to redden and emit smoke. With Rain's continuous guidance and the output of spiritual power, the hardened essence gold turned completely into liquid in about 10 seconds. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but smile. Previously, after about 10 seconds of casting Scorching Touch and sustaining it, the highest temperature he could reach was around 1,400 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Now, that temperature limit must have reached around 2,000 degrees Celsius. That's because the melting point of hardened essence gold is around 2,000 degrees. Rain remembered that when he last smelted hardened essence gold at the blacksmith's forge, he had to use the forge in combination with Scorching Touch to successfully melt it. But now, Scorching Touch alone was sufficient. This enhancement in witchcraft power was evident, and as his spiritual power grew, his abilities increased accordingly. However, Rain also acutely sensed that the comparative increase in power was not linear as the spiritual power increased. To put it simply at first, if the spiritual power increased by 1 point, the ultimate temperature of Scorching Touch might increase by 100 degrees, but over time, that increase dropped to 80 degrees or even 70 degrees for each additional point of spiritual power. Though the decrease in this rate of growth was slow, it was definitely occurring. With a slight frown, Rain pondered this for a while and surmised that it might be due to some aspect of the witchcraft model itself. From this perspective, it meant that in the future, he would need to search for higher-level witchcraft to learn. To be precise, choosing to learn witchcraft that suited his current level of strength was the optimal choice. But soon, Rain touched his nose and laughed at himself, with a self-deprecating smile. Now, he was a poor farmer in terms of the number of witchcraft he knew. He was in no position to be picky. Even though he was of the highest affinity to the fire element, he only mastered 2 witchcraft spells. One of these spells was Scorching Touch, an entry-level contact-based witchcraft. Although it had decent power, it came with many limitations in actual combat. For instance, during the battle with the flesh spirit of the tree, it was only with the help of the sorcery scroll Frosty Gale that he found an opportunity to cast it. Moreover, Scorching Touch required continuous guidance to inflict maximum damage. In contrast, the casting and effect of high-temperature force field were much easier. Once successfully cast, high-temperature force field created a high-temperature field around Rain for about a minute. Just as Rain wanted to test how the power of high-temperature force field had changed, he heard the clippity-clop of horse hooves. Looking out the window of the storage room on the 2nd floor, Rain spotted the Crowley family carriage, adorned with the emblem of a rose and kite shield, slowly approaching his home. After tidying up a bit, Rain went downstairs. Just as he reached the carriage, a servant quickly opened the door of the carriage, and 2 beautiful girls dressed in cashmere long skirts and draped in light-colored mink shawls stepped out hurriedly. It was Jenny and her best friend, Agatha. At the first sight of Rain, the noble young lady's eyes lit up instantly. "Lord Rennie, you've become even more manly in just a few days," Jenny couldn't help but praise. "Thank you." Hearing the girl's compliment, Rain felt naturally good. Manly? Well, but in Rain's view, it must have been the increase in his spiritual power that enhanced his charm. "By the way, Lord Rennie, this is my best friend Agatha. You remember her, right?" Jenny blinked and introduced. "Of course, the beautiful Miss Agatha Wiggins. I most certainly remember." "Hello," Rain greeted with a smile. "Lord Rennie, hello." Agatha's face, sprinkled with freckles, flushed slightly as she gave Rain a ladylike curtsy. Although Miss Agatha had some freckles on her nose, it did not detract from her beauty, but instead gave her a youthful vitality. "Lord Rennie, shall we set off now? My father is not at home today, so you can spend more time in the library," Agatha proposed. "Sure, thank you, Miss Agatha." Although Rain found it strange to hear Agatha say this, as it seemed like a young couple hiding from their parents for a secret rendezvous, he couldn't deny the good intentions. Moreover, Rain was quite eager to see if he could find anything valuable in the Wiggins library, so he did not dwell on the awkwardness. The three of them boarded the carriage and headed for the Wigging family estate where Agatha lived. Once inside the carriage, Agatha took off her mink shawl, revealing her pale shoulders. The fully blossomed curves of the young girl were youthful and alluring. "Lord Riani, Jenny has been mentioning you these past few days," she said. "You." "Agatha, stop talking nonsense in front of Lord Riani." Jenny's face turned red as she immediately covered Agatha's mouth. Agatha, in turn, quickly retaliated by tickling Jenny, and soon the two beauties were laughing and playfully tussling with each other. Rain watched the scene unfold with a gentle smile, and shook his head slightly without a word. Just minutes before Rain had come downstairs, a squirrel had leaped down from the branches rapidly and slipped into Rain's bedroom through a partly open window. After some searching, the squirrel's large eyes betrayed a very human-like expression of puzzlement. This was because it hadn't found the dark mother tree seed it was looking for, nor even sensed its presence. The squirrel was naturally the transformed elf. It appeared thoughtful, recalling the process of following Rain all the way, including to the sheriff's office, which it had observed from the side. As for last night, the elf had checked every few minutes. Therefore it was certain that if the young knight had not hidden the dark mother tree seed, then it must be carried on his person. Having realized this, the squirrel quickly planned its escape, but in the next second it froze. The bedroom door was quietly opening, and a human girl dressed in a pale gray layered cincture was staring with wide, curious eyes at it. And its gaze was fixated on the wooden amulet on the girl's chest that it recognized all too well. Anna had just heard some rustling from Rain's room and, curious, had opened the door to check, but instead found this adorable squirrel. Seeing how it rummaged through things so cleverly, she assumed it was looking for food. "What a cute little fellow, are you hungry? There's not much to eat here in Rain's room, come here to me," Anna said softly, squatting down and extending her hands towards the squirrel, ready to embrace it. The squirrel hesitated but quickly turned and ran towards the window, disappearing from Anna's sight. Anna couldn't help but feel disappointed. That squirrel had given her a particularly warm feeling, but unfortunately it had run away. The squirrel, still in its guise as the black-haired elf, was now leaping quickly along the roadside trees, pursuing the carriage where Rain was. The dark-haired elf had not expected this at all. She had planned to find the dark elf mother tree seed first, before searching for the amulet. She never anticipated that the two items would be so close to each other. Moreover, she sensed a special blood connection from the human girl. In an instant, she figured out some things. However, the most pressing matter was to quickly catch up with the young knight called Rain. Since he was carrying the seed with him, it was very likely that he intended to trade it. After dealing with this matter, she would come back immediately. As the carriage gradually left Flashkull town and was traveling on the rural road, suddenly Rain, with his sharp hearing, caught the carriage driver mumbling in surprise. "The weather is really too strange." It clearly seemed like a sunny day in the morning, but not long after, fog has started to form. The word fog immediately triggered Rain's alertness. After all, whether it was the dense fog during the appearance of the Iron Maiden automaton or Adams's black fog witchcraft, both were related to fog. Thus, Rain turned his head and looked outside through the carriage window. Indeed, there appeared to be rising fog along the road, dense in some areas and somewhat thinner in others, which looked quite like patches of fog. The carriage quickly entered a particularly dense patch of fog, and visibility dropped from dozens of meters to just a few in an instant. The driver uttered a huh, and the speed of the carriage noticeably slowed down. But Rain suddenly felt his mind grow hazy, as though his head was spinning from hitting a large wave while on a boat, and the next second, the surroundings became eerily quiet. The clear chatter of the two ladies that he was used to hearing suddenly stopped. In his confusion, Rain immediately turned his gaze from outside to inside the carriage. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he was shocked on the spot, because he discovered that now, inside the carriage, he was the only person left, and Jenny and Agatha had vanished without a trace. This eerie scene made all the hairs on Rain's body stand on end. With his strength as a peak knight, it would be impossible for anyone, even a great knight, to abduct the two women right under his watchful eye. Instantly, Rain thought of Adams, who controlled the black fog. Obviously, only a wizard or someone from another mysterious profession could pull this off. Rain reached behind and gripped the hilt of his greatsword, on guard. It was peculiar to him why his level 3 danger perception had not given him any warning this time. Soon, Rain could feel the carriage gradually come to a stop. Suddenly there was a knocking sound from outside the carriage. Thump, thump, thump. Rain was startled and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The anticipated attack did not happen, but instead, this enemy had the courtesy to knock on the door. However, Rain quickly realized that it might not necessarily be an enemy. After a thought, Rain opened the carriage door. He saw a tall, slender woman, dressed in a gray robe and wearing a hood, standing a few meters away from the carriage. From the hair that peeked out of her hood, it was an uncommon black. The next second, as if in response to seeing Rain step out of the carriage, she pulled back her hood, revealing a beautiful female face, and those distinctly pointed ears, characteristic of female elves, immediately drew Rain's attention. A female elf, Rain's eyes suddenly widened, and his descent from the carriage froze for a couple of seconds. The dark-haired elf, with a pair of bright eyes framed by long lashes, surveyed Rain and said, "Young man, please do not worry about your two friends. We are currently in the midst of dreams, and at this moment they have fallen into deep sleep, without any danger. I have come to ask you to hand over the Dark Elf Mother Tree Seed to me. Keeping it in the hands of humans is far too dangerous. Of course, I will provide you with a fair compensation." Rain was startled, but he quickly responded, "The Dark Elf Mother Tree Seed, are you referring to that light golden little tree?" The dark-haired elf's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as if to say, "It's indeed with you." "Yes, that's the one." Well, Rain was somewhat stumped. He couldn't just admit that it had been absorbed by his system panel. Nor could he mention it had transformed into a superb effect of all attributes +1. "I indeed saw that light golden little tree, but it disappeared from my hands in a moment." Rain thought for a moment and then decided to tell the truth. After all, being absorbed by the system was a fact, and its disappearance from his hands was also a fact. The dark-haired elf frowned slightly, her expression revealing a touch of displeasure. "How is that possible?" "Really?" Rain spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, elf lady, you can come and search." The dark-haired elf gave Rain another look and said, "Young man, the other day I saw you release a sorcery scroll, a smart move. Clearly, you are not unfamiliar with witchcraft. I have a natural-based sorcery scroll Life Blossom here to trade for the Dark Elf Mother Tree Seed in your hands." "Elf lady, although I'd like to obtain your sorcery scroll, I really don't have the Dark Elf Mother Tree Seed." Rain looked earnestly at the dark-haired elf and said, "HM." Perhaps it was because Rion's expression was excessively sincere when he spoke, or it might have been because the black-haired elf could detect lies through some mysterious means. The black-haired elf first looked puzzled, then slowly stepped forward, came up to Rion, and circled around him while his delicate nostrils twitched slightly. The black-haired elf nodded with hesitation and said, "I truly can't sense the presence of the Dark Mother Tree Seed anymore. Could it have really disappeared? Is it possible that its energy was exhausted, or maybe it was harmed by the power of witchcraft?" While smelling the pleasant, grassy fragrance emanating from the black-haired elf, Rion tried to sidestep the issue. "The former is not possible, the latter, although not highly likely, seems to be the only reasonable explanation." The black-haired elf considered and nodded. It seemed he accepted the explanation Rion provided. "Young man, since the Dark Mother Tree's seed is destroyed, there could be nothing better. This is the sorcery scroll Bloom of Life I promised you. Thank you for your honest answer." Saying this, the black-haired elf handed over a sorcery scroll to Rion. "Thank you, Lady Elf." Rion bowed slightly and accepted the sorcery scroll, feeling slightly surprised the moment he touched it. For the material of this sorcery scroll was quite unusual, different from any other sorcery scrolls he had encountered before. From the feel of it, the scroll seemed to be made from the leaves of some large tree, exuding a faint natural scent, unlike typical sorcery scrolls which were primarily made from animal skins. Just as Rion was about to lift his head and inquire about the specific effects of the sorcery scroll Bloom of Life, he was startled to find that the black-haired elf had vanished. After pondering for a moment, Rion stored the sorcery scroll in his waist pouch. He then returned to the carriage and began to ponder the events that had just occurred. Suddenly, that slight dizziness reappeared, and quickly. Rion noticed the fog outside the window clearing rapidly. Jenny and Agatha were now inside the carriage compartment. Both were leaning against each other, deep in sleep. At that moment, the carriage resumed its slow progress forward. The coachman seemed to have awakened, but was unaware that he had been asleep. Shortly after, both women's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and their eyeballs moved rapidly under their eyelids. Soon both woke up almost simultaneously. Lord Riani, did we just fall asleep? Yes. Riani nodded, and at the same time he softly touched the sorcery scroll in his jacket. Fortunately, the sorcery scroll was still there, indicating that what he had just experienced was not a dream. Riani thought to himself, "This is too strange. I clearly had a good sleep last night." Jenny was a bit baffled. To have fallen asleep in front of Lord Riani, I am truly embarrassed. Agatha also looked puzzled. Riani smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps the coachman's skill is too good, and the carriage too smooth, which made you both fall asleep." Although he said this, Riani was internally astonished by the magical nature of the dream-controlling witchcraft cast by the black-haired elf, which seemed to effortlessly control the dreams of different individuals within the reach of his sorcery. After a while, the road became busier with pedestrians and carriages. The familiar black-gray tall city walls also appeared in Riani's view. They had arrived at County Town. This was Riani's second visit to County Town. Just like the last time, after entering the city, the carriage continued to drive for about half an hour, eventually stopping at the gate of a luxurious mansion with a garden. As the carriage slowly stopped, Agatha smiled faintly and said, "We've arrived, Lord Riani, this is my home." Just when Rain entered the library of the Wiggins family. Flashgold Town. Anna in her room propped her delicate cheek with her right hand, while her left hand aimlessly flipped through the trial book, made of silver. She gazed out at the bleak winter scenery, her thoughts adrift. 2 days before, she had successfully completed the 8 will runes of the basic etheric meditation technique on her first try, officially stepping into the level 1 wizard apprentice rank. Originally, she had planned to share this good news with Rain, but ever since Rain had become a formal knight, he had been far too busy. She found it very difficult now to find an appropriate time to be alone with Rain. When Lagray and Rain had gone off together to the Nightingale Forest, a deep envy had welled up in Anna's heart. She too wished to possess enough strength to join Rain in solving those difficult and mysterious matters. Besides, Lagray's sudden departure today made Anna feel that there seemed to be some little secret between Lagray and Rain. As Anna was lost in thought, suddenly the door to her room creaked open. In ran a cute squirrel. Startled by the sound of the door, Anna quickly turned around, only to find the little cutie who had scurried into Rain's room in search of food that morning, and a warm, friendly smile spread across her lovely face as she said, "Come here, little squirrel, come to me." But no sooner had Anna spoken than in the next second, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and her little mouth opened into a perfect circle, as if she couldn't believe what was unfolding before her, because she saw that the adorable little squirrel had in an instant transformed into a tall female figure wearing a hooded cloak. What astonished her even more was that when the figure lifted the hood, she revealed a head of jet black hair, a face of surpassing beauty, and a pair of pointed ears. For a moment, time seemed to stop right then. The scene before her eyes delivered a profound shock to Anna. But unexpectedly, at the bottom of Anna's heart, there sprouted an involuntary sense of kinship, as if the strange elf lady before her had some innate, intangible connection with her. "Child, come, let me look at you," said the elf lady with the black hair, her voice soothing. Before Anna could react, the black-haired elf walked forward and waved her hand, causing a pale green glow of witchcraft to suddenly appear around Anna. The elf murmured, "Just as I suspected, Darin's handiwork, a fixed disguise spell." The next second the elf began chanting a spell. Soon after, a bright green light enveloped Anna. Immediately, Anna felt as if a tightness around her whole body had been relieved. It was an indescribable sensation. It felt as though she had always been living life shrouded in a cape, but now that mysterious cape had suddenly been removed. "Child, you should call me Auntie. I am your mother Delana Eaglemoon's sister. My name is Delana Eaglemoon," said the elf. I, Anna stammered at a loss. At that moment she felt as if her mind was about to explode. My goodness, an unfamiliar female elf suddenly appears in my room claiming to be my relative, and I am human. My mother is human too, and her name isn't Delana. This elf lady must have mistaken me for someone else. Yet her aura felt so familiar, and what had just happened to me? In an instant, Anna was utterly confused. After a while, Anna managed to compose herself and carefully chose her words before speaking. Excuse me, beautiful elf lady, might you have mistaken me for someone else? I am human, and my mother's name isn't Darin." "Child, touch your own ears." the black-haired elf said with a gaze full of tenderness and indulgence, gently touching the top of Anna's head. Anna could feel the genuine kindness emanating from the elf woman, and there was a special kind of warmth in being caressed by her. But why would she have me touch my ears? I couldn't have ears as pointy as hers. Because she looked at herself in the copper mirror every morning when she groomed, Anna was certain that wasn't the case. But when Anna touched what she knew to be her overly familiar ears, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Rushing to the copper mirror, when Anna saw the familiar yet alien reflection staring back at her, she murmured to herself, "So, I am half-elf." As a half-elf, Anna's ears weren't as sharply pointed as a pureblood elf's, but rather had a slight curve to them. All things considered, without the disguise spell, Anna was even prettier than before, and there was an exotic charm to her. "I wonder if rain will still," she said quietly to herself. After the elf named Delana Eaglemoon recounted the story of Anna's mother, her own sister, Anna finally believed that this elf lady before her could very well be her blood relative. And for the first time, Anna clearly understood her own mother's story. It turned out that when her mother, Delana Eaglemoon, was young, she had been deceived by a human wandering bard and had fallen in love before being persuaded and emboldened to steal some documents from the Druid Circle, including the trial book, the Silver Book. In fact, the wandering bard was a third-level wizard apprentice who specialized in human transformation and had long coveted certain special methods of animal and plant transformation within the Druid Circle. However, the other party mistook the trial book for a blank diary. Therefore, when Rain got it, he discovered that it contained many negative energies and natural witchcraft-related methods of animal and plant transformation. After obtaining this information, the wizard apprentice sold Darian Yuling to an imperial noble of the Dragon Empire, but later it was heard that Darian had escaped. However, when people from the Druid Circle went to track her down, they were unable to find her. It was not until Anna last triggered the amulet that Delana sensed something, because it was crafted by her own hands and given to her sister Darian as a gift. If Rain heard this segment, he would undoubtedly curse out loud, "Bastard." Not only did he deceive for lust, but he also made his own woman steal from her family. But the worst part was, after using her, he even sold his own woman. Such scum to the extreme. "Aunt Delana, where's my mother now?" Anna couldn't help but ask nervously. "I don't know, however. The one capable of hiding Darian and blocking our search must be a high noble of the Dragon Empire. Because I've heard that these high nobles, as the upper echelons of the Empire, many of them fancy exotic beauties, especially elf beauties. From this angle, I think Darian should currently be safe." Anna, after hearing this, nodded. However, when she learned that her mother was likely still alive and not in danger, she couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. No wonder, there was a time when she and her mother lived a life of constant upheaval. Her mother must have been evading the pursuit of some high noble. But in the end, it seems she couldn't escape. At this moment, Delana said, "So, child, it's dangerous for you to be alone in the Empire. Come back with me to the Druid Circle now." "Oh, this..." Anna hesitated for a moment. Delana continued, "As a half-elf, you need the power to protect yourself even more. Child, you are at the age where your strength can grow the fastest. We need to hurry back to the Druid Circle and make up for the time you've lost. Do you understand?" After thinking it over, Anna nodded. Indeed, she had always been in need of protection. If she could possess enough power, how wonderful that would be. "Aunt Delana, I'll go with you to the Druid Circle, but..." Anna looked at the trial book in Delana's hands, which had now returned to its rightful owner, her eyes shimmering slightly. She knew Rain was very interested in some of its contents. After stammering for a bit, Anna asked, "Aunt Delana, may I copy down the contents on the trial book about beast taming and animal and plant transformation?" You intend to give it to that young man named Rain." Delana quickly grasped Anna's intention and suddenly looked at her newly found niece with a complex expression on her face. "Yes." Anna nodded emphatically. "All right then." Delana thought, "Innocent niece, do you have any idea the young man you like?" In a flash, Delana's mind conjured up the images she saw in Rain's room the night before, which were capable of making one's cheeks flush and heart race. "Aunt Delana, why are you looking at me with such a strange look?" Anna keenly noticed that when she mentioned wanting to leave it for Rain, Aunt Delana's look suddenly became very complicated. How to say it? It seemed to contain sympathy, pity, and many other emotions. "Anna, do you like Rain?" Delana asked very directly this time. "Ah, no, not at all. It's just that Rain saved me." Anna blushed, lowered her head, and told Delana the whole story of how Rain saved her from the two wanted criminals. So that's how it is. Delana softened her gaze when she heard Rain had saved Anna, a hero saving the princess from villains, such a familiar and beautiful scenario. No wonder Anna's heart was moved. Furthermore, Delana immediately thought of the blood flesh sprouting in the broken temple, which died to fire witchcraft, although the fog was too dense for her to see clearly how Rain had killed the blood flesh sprouting. But now, thinking it through, this young knight might not be so simple. His killing of the blood flesh sprouting was likely not dependent on a fire witchcraft scroll, but on his own understanding of witchcraft. A knight and a wizard apprentice both, an impressive young man indeed. All right, Anna, the knowledge recorded here has already been modified by that despicable wizard apprentice, so copying it down wouldn't be breaking the rules of the Druid Circle. Besides this, I will also leave a piece of fire witchcraft incandescent light, which I accidentally acquired for your good friend Rain as a token of thanks for saving you. Saying so, Delana performed imprinting magic to transfer the contents recorded in the trial book onto a stack of paper. Meanwhile, she took out a leather scroll and handed it to Anna. Anna, after taking them excitedly, said, "Ah, that's great, thank you, Aunt Delana. I'll write a letter to Rain, please wait for a moment." Anna hastily picked up the quill and wrote, "Rain, by the time you read this letter, Aunt Delana and I will have already set out back to the Druid Circle in Ferdinand Forest. I will work hard to improve my abilities, hoping that I can be of assistance to you the next time we meet. Also, let me tell you a small secret. I can now visualize 8 will runes at once, Anna." Anna carefully placed the letter, the beast-taming content on the imprinted paper, and the hide scroll that contained the record of fire-based witchcraft, neatly on the bedside table in Rain's room. Then, with a lingering glance around Rain's room, she turned to Delana and said, "Aunt Delana, shall we go then?" "Yes, good," Delana nodded. However, just as Delana was preparing to take Anna away, she abruptly sensed someone lurking near their dwelling. Wait. Delana signaled Anna to stay in the room, and the next second she transformed back into a squirrel, zipping from the room to the rooftop. Following that, an eagle took flight from the roof. Before long, Anna heard the sounds of fighting from not far to the southwest, but it quickly returned to quiet, as if the battle was over in a short while. In the alleyway to the southwest corner, the black-haired elf Delana, looking at the black flames surrounding her, said in a low voice, "This is Black Flame, could it be a follower of that deity?" While these black flames could not harm her in the slightest, only serving to hinder her movement, she had already discerned their origin. It seems Lord Windwalker's warning was correct. The sleeping gods are showing signs of awakening. Delana appeared to realize something, and for a moment her face showed concern. A short while later, when Delana returned to Anna's room, her expression was serene. "Aunt Delana, what just happened?" Anna asked anxiously. At that moment, a number of peace officers were hurrying toward that area on the street. "Nothing, it's been taken care of." "Anna, we need to leave." Delana shook her head without elaborating. "Oh, all right." In the woods to the north of Flashgold Town, a lithe knight bearing a scythe-shaped weapon was running swiftly, his hand pressing against his continuously bleeding abdomen, cursing under his breath as he ran. How could a druid suddenly appear near the Rain residence? This man was the leader of the Wilderness Brotherhood, known as Knight of the Wild Giovanni, Meister County City, inside the Wiggins family library. Unaware of what had happened at his home, Rain was diligently searching through ancient books in the library. Unlike the Crowley family, although the Wiggins family's library was somewhat larger, the books were not sorted separately according to whether they were written in Lingwen, hence Rain had to search shelf by shelf. Flipping through one book after another, Rain found himself shaking his head most of the time. After a while, Rain suddenly stopped because he came across a travelogue written in Lingwen that contained a section on the Mother Tree cult. The travelogue outlined the core tenet of the Mother Tree cult. At the beginning of the world, a mother tree from the distant void descended upon the world, scattering seeds that became the origin of life. However, according to the sayings of the ancient sages, the so-called mother tree was actually a powerful entity from an alien void, beguiling sentient beings into worship and sacrifice. Of course, all the sacrificial practices of the mother tree cult's followers could receive rewards and gifts from the mother tree to varying degrees. Several hours later, after having gone through all the ancient books written in Lingwen, Akkadian, in the library, Rain found that the only useful one was the travelogue he had just read. The rest were either ancient sacrificial ceremonies long vanished in the river of history, or eulogies from some bygone personage, leaving Rain somewhat disappointed inside. Although this result was within his expectations, but facing the actual result, Rain couldn't help feeling an inevitable disappointment. Perhaps I should take a different approach to my search for witchcraft. Rain realized that his current method of searching for witchcraft was like a person looking for something in a primeval forest obscured by tall trees. Since he could not see clearly all around, it was difficult to determine where the object was, so he could only try his luck everywhere. This clearly wasn't a good method. A more effective way would be to first climb to a high place, like a watchtower, then look from afar and locate where the desired object is, or at least determine the direction. Then, when searching for it, it would be with a clear goal in sight. Currently, my level within the Empire seems similar to a watchtower, Rain thought. Once I pass this ennoblement examination and become a formal noble, I should come to know many more secrets. Perhaps the direction to proceed with witchcraft or even the path of a wizard will gradually become clear. Just like Adams's inheritance, which actually came from a wizard faction known as the Een School. But how to connect with such a school of wizards is what Rain needs to consider now. However, as long as Rain continues to rise within the Empire's power hierarchy, he will inevitably come across related information at some point in time. And if Rain wants to ascend quickly within the Imperial power structure, the invitation from the sword-bearer mentioned last time by Hamilton and Colonel Kanar of the Imperial military might serve as a stepping stone to a fast-track promotion. Rain continued to ponder, because a comment from Colonel Connor had made a deep impression on him. The Sword Bearers is a privileged organization that spans across the entire Empire. If you could join, you would break out of the bounds of Meister County, even out of Minster Province. You will come into contact with a far broader world. Would he come into contact with a far broader world? Rain murmured to himself. In that case, the minimum criteria for my baronial evaluation must be to achieve the highest evaluation, that of a baron. It seems I need to prepare well. After all, even if he achieved the baron evaluation, it didn't guarantee that he would receive an invitation from the Empire's sword bearers. Only the sufficiently outstanding can stand out. With this thought, Rain's eyes gradually brightened. That moment, the laughter of Jenny and Agatha, like silver bells, came from the doorway of the library. They had just seen Rain so absorbed and had quietly left the library without accompanying him the whole time. Rain checked the time. It was exactly noon. It seemed the two ladies had likely come to invite him to join them for lunch. In the afternoon, after finishing with the Wigging family's visit, Rain declined Jenny's invitation to visit the Crowley family, and after exchanging at the county town military supplies store for a new set of chrome iron armor and otter leather armor, took a carriage back to Flashgold town. The otter leather armor was something Hamilton had reminded him to prepare, as the Baron evaluation was to take place in Rossby City, which is close to the sea. However, upon arriving at Flashgold town, Rain did not go home directly but first stopped by Hamilton's office. Since Rain planned to leave for Rossby City in a few days, he first came to greet Hamilton. "Oh, Rain, what brings you here?" "Right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Since you solved that mysterious event at Agatha Mill last time, several nobles have contacted me, wishing to convey through me their hope that you might help solve some mysterious events on their estates. However, considering that you are about to participate in the baronial evaluation, I thought these matters could be deferred. After all, if any accident happens and affects your performance during the evaluation, that would be too great a loss. So, I've already declined them on your behalf." "Thank you, sir," Rain nodded. He himself had the same intention. He needed to make some preparations before departing, and it indeed wasn't a suitable time to deal with these mysterious events. Furthermore, after the recent event with the Mother Tree sect in Nightingale Forest, Rain felt that the level of danger of mysterious events varied greatly and was much higher than he had initially estimated. Especially because of the special nature of the mysterious events, their investigation reports were often inaccurate. "Rain, did you come here to tell me that you are planning to depart in a few days?" Hamilton asked proactively. "Yes, sir, I plan to leave 10 days from now." 10 days from now? Hamilton pondered and then advised, "Rain, I suggest you might leave a few days earlier. After all, arriving earlier will give you ample time to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." "You are very thoughtful, sir. Then I will leave 7 days from now," Rain calculated and said. When Rain returned home, he suddenly found the house much quieter, and his mother Emma looked at him with a reproachful gaze. As Rain was baffled, his younger sister Beau, he rushed into his arms, looking upset, and said, "Brother, Sister Anna has left too." What? Rain's heart skipped a beat and he immediately asked back, "Sister Anna has left, it seems. She left you a letter, it's on your bedside." His sister Beau, he said with her eyes wide open. When Rain climbed to the second floor again, he noticed that 3 bedrooms was suddenly emptied of 2, which couldn't help but make him sigh. If Laguerre's departure was something Rain had anticipated early on, after all, she had mentioned it from the start. Then Anna's departure was unexpected. He had thought she would stay here for quite a long time, but sometimes farewells come so suddenly. Moreover, he was also curious about why Anna decided to leave all of a sudden, because from what he knew of Anna, this did not seem like her decision, or at least it should not have been so hasty. Opening the door, Rain entered his own bedroom and immediately saw 3 neatly stacked items on the nightstand: a letter, a stack of papers, and a roll of beast skin. Without any hesitation, he picked up the letter and began to read it. "Oh, Aunt, Druid Circle." Rain immediately associated this with the beautiful elf lady who wanted to trade with him for the Dark Mother Tree seeds, and it was very likely that the black-haired elf was Anna's aunt. Otherwise, the probability of 2 druids appearing in Flashgold Town within a short period of time was indeed too low, far too low. I really hadn't expected that she would be Anna's aunt. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean Anna is also an elf? But Anna's appearance. In an instant, Rain thought of a key point, but after pondering and stroking his chin for a while, he still couldn't understand the reason behind it. Also, is the Druid Circle in Ferdinand Forest? Rain thought about it and realized he had never heard of this Ferdinand Forest before. It must be quite far from Meister County. Hoping to help me next time we meet. Reading this, Rain felt that he somewhat understood the reason why Anna had decided to go to the Druid Circle. He had seen Anna's determination when she was diligently studying basic meditation, as well as her perseverance while trying to heal Laguerre. So Rain knew that despite Anna's seemingly soft and shy exterior, she was actually very determined on the inside, a girl with a lot of willpower and conviction. However, when Rain read the last part of the letter, "I'll tell you a little secret." I can now visualize 8 will runes at the same time. He couldn't help but imagine Anna's expression while writing those words. Her beautiful face must have had a shy and joyous smile. Thinking of this, a smile also couldn't help but appear on Rain's face, and he silently thought, "Then I'll look forward to your robust growth. But Anna, I'll tell you a little secret too. Actually, I can already visualize 20 will runes at once. So, the next time we meet, the likelihood is, I'll still be protecting you." It took a while for Rain to calm down from his slightly melancholic mood. It felt like the end of the college entrance exams in his previous life, when good friends went their separate ways. Even though they had agreed to meet again someday, it was likely that when that day truly arrived, quite a long time would have passed. Folding the letter carefully, he put it back in the envelope. Then Rain picked up the stack of papers, and upon looking at them, he immediately recognized them. Oh, isn't this content? Immediately, Rain realized that the beast taming journal, also known as the Silver Book, must have been taken by Anna's aunt, the black-haired elf. But as the items were returned to their rightful owner, Rain didn't feel any loss. The last item, the beastskin scroll, made Rain's brows rise and his face light up with joy when he opened it. It was a new spell of witchcraft, and fire magic at that, which he had been wanting to find. "I never thought that I would have almost no gain in the Wigging family's library, but coming back home, I actually obtained a fire spell." Thinking about it, Rain wasn't sure if it was a gift from Anna or a sign of gratitude from the black-haired elf for taking care of Anna, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that if it weren't for Anna, he wouldn't have this achievement. So, the gratitude he felt for this gift, he placed upon Anna. Right away, Rain began to carefully examine the beastskin scroll. Scorching light. Rain softly read the name of the new spell. Burning beam of light. After looking it over several times, Rain found that the difficulty of visualizing the witchcraft model for this new scorching light spell was about the same as high temperature force field, both being of about the same level of difficulty. Since Rain had already mastered 2 fire spells, scorching touch and high temperature force field, and his spiritual power had also increased to 23 points. So, learning this new fire spell was not as difficult as the last time. Heading to the storeroom. About half an hour later, after failing 7 or 8 times, Rain finally succeeded. only to see a flame, about 20 to 30 centimeters high and constantly burning fiercely, suddenly appear above Rain's right palm, instantly illuminating the whole room. The overall shape of the flame was not very large, like an enlarged flame, but it seemed to have high heat, continuously transforming into light energy, giving an extraordinarily dazzling effect. Although Rain had anticipated it, after just squinting at it for a second or two, his eyes began to see white, and he instinctively started to tear up and blink. Of course, tearing up and blinking are part of the eye's natural protective mechanism, and there's nothing bad about it. But shedding tears and blinking could be fatal in battle, especially against an equally matched opponent, because it's very likely that a single blink could cause one to miss taking the initiative, and if one instinctively covered their eyes amid such bright light, they might well be delivered into the embrace of the goddess. At the same time, Rain also felt a slight stinging sensation in his retina. He knew if he continued to stare at this incredibly bright flame, it wouldn't take long before his retina suffered damage. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Rain cancelled the new witchcraft and crossed his arms in thought. This new witchcraft's effect was similar to a flash grenade from his previous life. At the same time, Rain vaguely had some ideas about the applications of this witchcraft. However, to cast it in battle and combine it with his existing combat rhythm, there were a few minor issues with the witchcraft that needed to be resolved. Right then a system prompt followed. You have studied the scorching light and your understanding has improved. You have comprehended a new skill scorching light. Your skill scorching light has leveled up. Experience +1 simultaneously. Under the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel next to the icon for the high temperature field, a brand new icon appeared. The icon's border briefly lit up, and the image depicted a raging flame, surrounded by short lines representing the rays of light. It was like a child's drawing of the sun, with a circle of short lines around the blazing sun, clearly meant to signify the continuous emission of light. Rain focused his attention on the new icon, noting a line of small text underneath it. Scorching Light LV1, 1/100, Scorching Light LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to trigger fire energy particles using a specific witchcraft model, forming a scorching flame above the caster's palm. The flame will continue to emit strong light for about 10 seconds. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. Power is proportional to the caster's spiritual power. One of the small issues that needed solving was the casting time. 3 seconds was clearly too long. Finding a precious 3-second window in battle was too difficult. It would be much better if it could be reduced to 1 second, because in 1 second, such opportunities weren't uncommon in battle. For instance, during a weapons clash, if both fighters were repelled simultaneously, then seizing the chance to cast Scorching Light unexpectedly would likely cause temporary blindness in the enemy. Even if the opponent wasn't blinded, it could still create a good initial advantage or a degree of superiority. However, to achieve this effect, one naturally had to level up Scorching Light. Because according to experience with the Witchcraft Scorching Touch, if Scorching Light could be increased to LV2, the casting time could likely be reduced by about 20%, from 3 seconds to 2.4 seconds. Rain pondered as he quickly did mental calculations, but 2.4 seconds was still too long. If it reached LV3, then it would go from 2.4 seconds to 1.9 seconds. Rain's eyebrows lifted. This casting time would likely surprise an opponent, as it now began with a 1. Of course, it would still be better if it could be reduced further, to a shorter time. If it reached LV4, it would go from 1.9 seconds to 1.5 seconds. 1.5 second casting time. Rain nodded to himself, showing a satisfied expression. With merely half the original casting time of 3 seconds, its practicality in real combat was much higher. I currently have 5 remaining skill points. If I consecutively allocate 3 skill points to the Witchcraft Scorching Light, I can reach this target, Rain thought to himself. And even if all 5 remaining skill points were invested in this new witchcraft, tusk, a 1 second casting time. Rain stroked his chin, somewhat astounded. However, after some thought, Rain slightly shook his head. That can wait for now. After all, 3 skill points is not a small amount. Whether added to the giant bear sword technique or the tackle hammer technique, either would bring significant improvements, Rain mused. The second small issue to resolve was the applicable scenario. Certainly, during overcast, drizzly weather conditions, the blinding effect of Scorching Light would presumably be quite good. Of course, For the best effect, it naturally would be to use it at night. It was estimated that it would instantly blind an unprepared enemy for several seconds, thus securing the victory. However, during bright, sunny weather, particularly when the sunlight was harsh, the effect of the new Witchcraft scorching light would be greatly diminished. Rain paced back and forth in his room, summarizing the new Witchcraft's applicable scenarios. Also, the new Witchcraft would likely be extremely effective in dark, damp environments like mines, especially against those accustomed to dim and moist conditions with faint light. Presumably a single cast of scorching light could directly blind their eyes, he considered. Thinking this, a bright light flashed in Rain's eyes. Furthermore, if I wanted to cause strong blinding effects even on a sunny day, it wouldn't be impossible. As my spiritual power increases, the power of scorching light will inevitably also increase. Once it crosses a certain brightness threshold, it should achieve an effect that could dazzle enemies even during daylight, he calculated. The last minor issue to solve was a matter of habit, because casting the Witchcraft blazing light requires one hand to be free, and the techniques Rain currently practices, whether it's giant bear sword technique or Tokurka hammer technique, both involve two-handed weapons. So, in daily practice, I must consciously strengthen this aspect of training, so that in battle, I can naturally and smoothly seize the opportunity to cast the Witchcraft blazing light. Immediately, Rain began to ponder which moves could be followed by blazing light. After the secret move Rising Dragon Hammer, there is a good chance to follow up with the new Witchcraft blazing light. After the secret move Roaring Strike, if the enemy can still withstand it, I can also follow up with the new Witchcraft blazing light. Half an hour later, Rain's face revealed a look of joy. He had considered all his commonly used swordsmanship and hammer skills in conjunction with the new Witchcraft and found that there were quite a few points of compatibility. What remained was the need for daily practice, accumulating over time. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he had intended to test the effects of Witchcraft high-temperature force field after his spiritual power had increased by 3 points. But the plan had been interrupted by the arrival of the Crowley family's carriage. Now was the perfect time to test it. So Rain placed 3 basins of water on the table, as before, situated 1 meter, 2 meters and 3 meters away from him. After 10 seconds, Rain voluntarily stopped the Witchcraft high-temperature force field. Because Rain had discovered that within the field, the temperature rose quickly, much like the combined effect of a microwave oven and an air fryer, capable of heating the air to the desired temperature within a few seconds. Although heating water took longer, the duration in the field didn't show much difference. Compared to the last time, what pleased him was that the basin of water 2 meters away now faintly emitted white steam, indicating that the temperature had reached around 90 degrees Celsius. It wasn't far from boiling. The power had clearly increased slightly from last time. The water in the basins at 1 meter and 3 meters also warmed significantly, going from roughly 40 to 50 degrees to a scalding 60 to 70 degrees. Clearly, if an enemy were to fight within this high-temperature force field, they would be at a considerable disadvantage since the temperature exceeded even the scorching surface temperature of the Sahara Desert. Every second would be an agony for the enemy, especially if the enemy were also clad in metal armor. In an instant, Rain's mind conjured the image of those large, multi-layered, shiny stainless steel steamers from breakfast joints in his previous life, filled neatly with big meat buns and steam billowing from the top. Thinking of this, Rain couldn't help but reveal a bright smile on his face. In the following days, Rain scarcely left the house. Apart from occasionally training the Greyhound Cookie, Rain spent most of his time practicing the integration of witchcraft, swordsmanship, and hammer skill. During this period, apart from sharing a small portion of the fierce bear meat with Cookie, Rain consumed the remaining tens of pounds of fierce bear meat completely. Additionally, with regard to the means of transportation for his journey, Rain considered whether to ask the Crowley family to prepare a carriage bearing the noble crest, which could save him some trouble at checkpoints along the way. But upon reflection, he thought it best to keep a low profile for his upcoming ennoblement assessment. After all, his conflict with the cult of the Black Flame had become irreconcilable, and it would not be wise to let them know his destination. Besides, there was also the friction with Baron Alonso, though it seemed the Baron hadn't made any moves recently. Rain recalled the route from Flashgold Town to Rossby City. According to the information he had seen, there were roughly 3 routes from Flashgold Town to Rossby City. The reason for roughly was that as one reached a town, the closer to Rossby City, the more options for various side paths became available. If he chose some minor roads during his journey to conceal his movements, a carriage might not be appropriate since some of the paths were rugged. While traveling by horse would not only be more flexible, but also more suitable. Thus, that afternoon, under the warm winter sun, Rain headed to the John stable on the southern side of Flashgold Town. This visit was unlike the last when he came to learn riding. This time, Rain wanted to purchase 2 strong warhorses. Soon, Rain met with the sanguine-nosed middle-aged man stable master John Moyle. For John Moyle, Rain was certainly a memorable figure. "Lord Riani, what brings you here today?" John greeted him with utmost courtesy. It seemed that John was aware of Rain's appointment as the deputy marshal of Flashgold Town. "Mr. John, today I'm planning to purchase 2 strong horses, so I need your help choosing them," Rain said with a smile. An hour later, Rain rode back home on a black horse while leading a brown one. The reason for purchasing 2 horses was that a single steed could not fully bear the weight of a fully armed Rain along with his luggage. One would be for riding, while the other would carry his baggage. In addition, Rain intended to conduct a small comparative experiment. Experimental content. Study on the changes in muscle strength and endurance of horses after taking a mutated growth potion. Test subjects, 2 equally strong black and brown horses. Experimental process recorded the differences over 7 days between the black horse, whose feed was supplemented with the mutated growth potion, and the brown horse, which was not. The day before departure, Rain obtained the experimental conclusions. Experimental conclusion. After 7 days, no prominent mutations were observed in the black horse, but it is estimated that the black horse's muscle strength and endurance have increased by about 20%. Clearly, the mutated growth potion could not only be used on dogs, but could also strengthen animals to a certain extent. That afternoon, someone Rain knew well but had not expected at all visited his home Shadia, the chief maid from the Habsburg estate. The usually stern chief maid rarely showed a smile and said, "Rain, in accordance with the lady's request, here is a letter for you to pass on." Is it a letter from Lady Clea sent from the Imperial City?" Rain took the letter while asking. At the same time, he had a guess in his heart. "Exactly. The lady found out that you've stepped into transcendent knighthood and was very surprised." Shadia nodded and said, "As expected. Clea knows that I have entered into transcendence," Rain thought to himself. The seal on the envelope was intact. Obviously no one had opened it before Rain. In front of Shadia, Rain quickly opened the letter. Inside, there were 2 sheets of paper. The first sheet of paper read, "Rain, you can't imagine my astonished expression when I found out that you had become transcendent. Please allow me to take back my previous words. Perhaps one day you will achieve greater things on the path of knighthood than I have, but good talent needs the guidance of a great teacher even more. I believe, now that you have stepped into transcendence, you can understand this point even better. Therefore, here is a letter of introduction to Master Gunther Odinga. If you're interested, within 3 months, you can go to the Golden Coast in Rossby County, where he lives in seclusion, to learn for a while. Trust me, Master Gunther is absolutely a master of exquisite swordsmanship. If you can gain something, it will definitely help you in the subsequent noble title conferral examination." At the end of the letter, there was the familiar signature, Clea. The second sheet of paper was the letter of introduction from Clea to Master Gunther Odinga for further study. "By the way, Rain, do you have anything you'd like me to pass on to the lady?" Shadia asked after seeing Rain finish reading the letter. After a moment of thought, Rain said, "Please tell Lady Clea that I thank her for her concern and support. I think I will find a suitable time to visit Master Gunther." Rain didn't plan to refuse Clea's proposal to introduce him to a reclusive master of swordsmanship for study because his enlightenment on the path of knighthood came from Clea's guidance. Therefore, Rain always had a good impression of Clea. Moreover, from the content of this letter, Clea further expressed her goodwill toward him. Although at the beginning, Clea believed he only had the potential to be a follower. The next morning, just as dawn broke and after saying goodbye to his family, Rain rode the strong black horse that had been fed the enhanced diet for 7 days and set off for his destination, Rossby City. Soon, Rain's figure disappeared at the end of the road. 5 days later, with the winter's icy rain in a large forest hung with white icicles, there was a winding gray path extending far towards the seaside. 2 horses were riding slowly, one after the other, on the path. The stronger black horse in the lead carried a knight in full plate armor, a knight with a distinctive feature. A greatsword and a two-handed warhammer were carried on his back, a rare combination of dual weapons. It was substantially different from the typical knight's sword and shield or sword and bow combination. This knight was Rain. Fortunately, the knight's armor was lined with lamb's wool, providing excellent insulation, so even in the icy rain. With the environment cold and damp, Rain didn't feel uncomfortable. Why not use the fire-based Witchcraft high-temperature field to dry off? Don't forget the warhorse under him, which couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Following him was a brown horse, carrying 3 or 4 parcels, mostly daily necessities and food. After riding continuously for 5 days, their destination, Rossby City, was now not far ahead. Rain estimated that in at most half a day he would arrive at his destination. Discover hidden stories at Empire. About half an hour later, even the strong black horse under Rain started to breathe heavily, and in the cold, icy rain, 2 columns of steam rose briskly in front of the horse's head. Rain knew he needed to find a place to let the horse rest for a while. Actually, it was his fault, as the weight of his 2 weapons alone exceeded that of a standard knight's armor and weapon load combined. Moreover, Rain also had to count his chromium steel suit, so it was normal for the strong black horse, which was still just an ordinary horse, to be struggling. Perhaps with continued feeding of the mutated growth potion, there might be a possibility for the black horse to undergo some kind of mutation. But for now, it seemed that more time was needed to see the outcome. After turning a corner on a small forest path, Rain's keen ears caught the crisp cracking sound of burning wood. Looking up, Rain peered through the thin icy rain and the dense mist, and saw someone had lit a campfire in the forest to their left. A young man with thick eyebrows, also clad in knight armor, had kindled a bonfire under a large tree. The tree's canopy was vast, its leaves broad and dense, offering excellent protection from the rain. Even the sporadic drops that fell were quickly sizzled away by the bonfire. However, Rain had no intention of approaching, not because he was afraid, but because he had no interest in dealing with strangers whose backgrounds were unknown to him. Thus, Rain decided to ride on for a while before finding a place where he could rest alone. Seemingly hearing the sound of hooves, the thick-eyebrowed knight looked up, saw Rain's solo rider with 2 horses' attire. His face brightened, and he stood up to greet him. "Hey, I'm a knight heading to Rossby City for the knighthood examination. Judging by your attire, you must be too, right?" The other's enthusiastic expression and frank introduction momentarily stunned Rain. Realizing Rain's hesitation, the man then took out a purple gold badge from his bosom that was nearly identical to the one in Rain's hand and showed it to him. At the same time, he said, "Look, this is the proof badge. If you're also going to Rossby City for the knighthood examination, you should be familiar with this item. Since we've met, it must be fate. Maybe we can help each other out during the exam, so don't be shy, come and take shelter from the rain." Rain glanced at the badge and knew it should be authentic. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, it seemed somewhat unkind to refuse further. After thinking it over, Rain guided his black horse to slowly ride over. "Hello, my name is Hass Klein from Rossby County." "Rain, Meister County." Rain nodded and said. After Rain dismounted, he somehow glanced slightly at the dense forests on either side. However, this action went unnoticed by the other party as Rain's face was covered by his knight's visor and the turn of his head was very subtle. It seems there are prying eyes. Not just one person. Interesting. Rain, did it take you several days to come from Meister County? The roads are rough in winter. Come, have a cup of hot barley wine to warm up. Hass was very enthusiastic, picking up the iron kettle heated by the fireside and handing it to Rain. "Thank you, you're too kind, but I don't feel cold," Rain said, raising his hand and declining the iron wine kettle offered by Hass. "With this freezing rain, how can you not be cold? Come on, Rain, don't be shy." Hass continued to warmly summon him, almost pushing the iron kettle into Rain's arms. This made Rain raise an eyebrow and say, "Lord, you've played your part well enough, though it has been a bit too much." This statement made Hass pause, his expression changing instantly. He stared blankly at Rain for a moment, as if realizing Rain was not joking, then quickly stepped back a few paces and said, How did you figure it out?" However, quickly realizing something, he clapped his hands sharply, clap, clap. Suddenly, the trees in the dense forest shook, and in a moment, about 15 people burst out, wielding various weapons and several held crossbow arrows. From their aura, most seemed to be commoners, with a few possessing the strength of knights' attendants. The man leading them, wielding a chain mace, moved with steady strides and long breaths, likely possessing the strength of a formal knight. "Are you a bandit gang? You don't seem like it. Typically, bandit gangs wouldn't have two leaders of proper knightly rank." Rain spoke, focusing not on the people but on the young man known as Hass. "Sergei, why waste words on this guy? Just kill him." "Go," the burly leader gestured, and launched an attack on Rain. Indeed, Hass was a false name, and Sergei must be his real name. However, a chilling flash of sword light passed, and Rain suddenly held a dual-handed greatsword in his hands. Roar! The next second, a sound akin to a giant bear's roar burst in everyone's ears, instantly causing most people to clutch their heads, their faces contorted in pain as they fell to the ground, including those bandits possessing the strength of knights' attendants. Only the burly man and Sergei managed to barely stand their ground, yet their eardrums bled, and they stood dazedly. Thud thud, two heavy thuds were heard. The burly man and the one called Sergei both had their legs severed above the knees by Rain. Now their upper bodies lay on the ground, blood spurting. "Ah," the two screamed in unison. "Now, perhaps you can tell me who directed you and the origin of this proof badge," Rain said, his demeanor calm. "Go to hell, you bastard, you're done for," the burly man retorted harshly. However, the next second he fell silent, his gaze turning to Rain in horror, because Rain had approached one of his subordinates and efficiently slit the man's throat, with an ease and nonchalance akin to slaughtering a chicken. The second one. The eighth one. Soon, around the bonfire lay a circle of dead bandits. Only the two men whose legs had been cut off and the leader named Sergei were left alive. The two seemed to have forgotten the pain of their severed limbs, exchanged a look, and realized that this time they had kicked an iron plate. They no longer needed Rain to prompt anything. They quickly spilled everything, pouring out the details like bamboo tubes spilling beans. Having heard them out, Rain frowned. Turns out, there was a mysterious force known as Zeral's Rebellion secretly backing them to carry out tasks that weaken the Empire's strength, and their current mission was to assassinate young knights attending the knighthood examination. Of course, if they could capture him alive, that would be even better. If successful, they would not only gain valuable armor and weapons, but also be able to collect a substantial bounty with the purple gold badge. Moreover, there indeed was a young knight named Hass, who had been drugged and was currently being held captive in the dense forest. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Rain swung his sword twice, promptly killing the two men. After some thought, he ventured into the dense forest, and soon discovered a tall young man clad in a thin linen shirt, bound by heavy iron shackles on his hands and feet, and with a dirty cloth stuffed in his mouth, behind a large tree. When he saw Rain, clad in knight armor, the bound man couldn't help but struggle and grunt. Clang, clang, sparks flew everywhere. Rain flourished his sword twice, instantly splitting the thick iron shackles. The tall young man immediately freed himself, swiftly pulled the dirty cloth from his mouth and spat twice, saying, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Hass from Rossbyshire. Rain from Meistershire. Those deceitful, despicable creatures who drugged me, were they all killed by Lord Rain?" Hass asked angrily. Rain nodded. "That's really great. Those despicable villains, they deserve to die." Hearing that Rain had killed them, Hass burst into laughter. Hass stripped the breastplate that originally belonged to him off a robust man and began to converse with Rain around the campfire. Half an hour later, the now acquainted pair chatted while riding their horses together, heading toward Rossby City. Although Rain did not fear the cold, it was obviously not a good idea to camp outside in the wintry rainy night. The two arrived at the gate of Rossby City by dusk, and after showing the purple gold badges, they were quickly escorted by a staff member to their destination for this trip, the Naval Home Inn. At this moment, it was the time when the red sunset was descending. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and Rain immediately smelled a faint scent of the sea. He looked up only to see, dozens of meters ahead, the vast and azure sea, with many white seabirds flying in the clear sky, including seagulls and albatrosses. Along the coastline were densely packed white sails, each representing a boat. Although these vessels varied greatly in size, they seemed to be civilian fishing and transport ships. However, a few hundred meters away, there were clearly several large four-masted ships that appeared to be some type of warship. Rain pulled his gaze back and looked to his left, where there was a three-story building with a sign reading Naval Home Inn hanging above the door. Across the street from the inn stood a towering bronze statue with a five-masted sail. plus a very spacious gate attended by 4 guards in blue uniforms. Rain squinted his eyes and saw, written in gilded letters on the gate, Imperial South Sea Fleet, 6th Division Base. The Naval Home Inn. Well, indeed, just as the name implies, the naval base is right across the street. As the two entered the inn, a female attendant greeted them with a smile and asked, "Excuse me, are you the knights here to participate in the knighting assessment?" "Yes," Rain nodded. "Please follow me. I need you to register your information with Lady Marika," the attendant said as she led the way. The trio arrived at a room at the far end of the corridor on the first floor. The attendant knocked on the door and said, "Lady Marika, new knights have arrived. Come in." A crisp female voice came from inside the room. To their surprise, the room was occupied by a naval female officer with a graceful figure. Upon seeing Rain and Hass enter, she stood up and formally said, "I am Marika Morales, responsible for the knighting assessment on behalf of the Imperial Navy. You can consult me about any related matters, but first, I need to verify your information." "A female lieutenant colonel, that's rare," Hass murmured after glancing at Marika's shoulder rank. Rain noticed that her shoulder rank was a pair of golden leaves with a crescent moon. Rain Carlin, Meistershire, Flashgold Town, 15 years old. Rain took off his helmet, revealing a face even younger than Hass's. "Rain, you're only 15? My God." Hass's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Marika was even more astonished, thinking that although it was uncommon to see a knight at 15, the way these two seemed so familiar with each other, didn't they know what each other looked like? Hass Klein, 18 years old. The impressive naval lieutenant colonel, Marika, after registering their information, instructed. "During the knighting assessment period, your stay and meals at the Naval Home Inn are free. You are also free to train at the training grounds behind the inn at any time. Additionally, next door is the quartermaster's room where you can buy various weapons, armor, and first aid supplies. Of course, the prices might be a bit higher than the market, but the quality is reliable." "Oh, do they have knight plate armor crafted from rare ores?" Rain asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not." Marika rolled her eyes at Rain. "What a pity." Rain shrugged resignedly. "Lieutenant Colonel Marika, about the knighting assessment task." Hass rubbed his hands together, inquiring about the related matters. "I'm sorry. According to the joint directive of the Imperial Navy and the Knighthood Assessment Commission, in order to maintain confidentiality, the specific tasks of this assessment will be announced on the day of the task itself." Marika shook her head and replied, "Wow, is this assessment that significant?" Hass exclaimed in surprise. "A task related to the Imperial Navy. No wonder they were staying at the Naval Home Inn and being attended by a naval officer." Rain listened, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The second day, after checking into the Navy hotel, Rain didn't go to the training grounds, but chose to wander around the hotel and its vicinity instead. Soon, Rain gained a preliminary understanding of the environment here. Turns out, the islands surrounding Rossby City are riddled with pirate organizations and smuggling rings of various sizes, both large and small. Rain also overheard from naval officers, chatting in the tavern on the first floor of the hotel, that many Imperial wanted criminals who had fled from inland areas were also hiding on these islands. Furthermore, on some of the larger and more remote islands, there are indigenous tribes whose warriors paint their faces with camouflage and exhibit fierce combat prowess, with some of their leaders being as strong as formal knights. As for why the Empire hasn't been able to completely wipe out the ghouls and goblins on these islands, it seems that the newly formed Eagle Federation has restrained the majority of the Imperial Navy's forces. Of course, there are probably other reasons, but that's not something Rain, who had only arrived a day ago, would know. Such a complicated situation plunged Rain into contemplation for a moment. Clearly, his barren candidacy assessment task might involve attacking a pirate den, killing a wanted criminal, or even capturing a spy from the Eagle Federation, among other possibilities. If he could know the content of the task in advance, he'd certainly be able to prepare more effectively. However, upon further thought, Rain considered that with his peak knight strength, he was clearly one of the top contenders among all those participating in the candidacy assessment. If he was going to have a hard time, then the others would undoubtedly have an even tougher challenge. On the night he checked into the Navy hotel, Rain noticed that aside from a small number of guests in naval uniform, the majority in the neighboring rooms were young people. These youngsters moved with steady steps and exhibited deep and long breaths. Clearly, they should all be knights participating in the candidacy assessment like Hass and himself. Rain vaguely estimated their number and found several dozen. Moreover, with Rain's peak night strength and perceptive senses sharpened to a fine point of 23. Although he could not accurately judge everyone's strength, he could vaguely gauge their caliber. Most of these young people, including Haas, had the strength of formal knights, though perhaps Rain might mistake a veteran knight for a regular one due to some disparity in strength. But those he found somewhat inscrutable were only 3 or 4 individuals with gold or silver lines on their cuffs and collars, who were most likely noble heirs. No way around it. When talents are equal, noble heirs receive better upbringing and training from a young age, coupled with hereditary bloodlines and family-based night breathing methods, naturally making them stronger. Moreover, young people continued to arrive at the Navy Hotel today, holding bulging travel bags and arriving even later than he did. The latter's arrival timing was surprisingly even later than his. In the afternoon of the same day, Rain went to the training grounds behind the hotel for the first time and discovered many young people practicing with various weapons, mostly swords and shields, hammers and shields, and bows and arrows, with a number working with dual-handed greatswords. But there were far fewer practicing with two-handed warhammers. A number of them were gathered in small groups, and when Haas saw Rain, he couldn't help but be delighted, coming forward and saying, "Rain, you finally come. Look, those are the noble heirs vying for the Baron title. They should be the strongest among us candidates here." Haas added. Rain followed Haas's gaze and saw 3 or 4 groups, each with one person at the center surrounded by others, either demonstrating martial techniques or discussing something. Upon observation, Rain saw that the situation was similar to what he had perceived before. Those individuals had at least the strength of veteran knights, while most of the others were of formal knight strength. That red-haired beauty is Eveline Norman, the daughter of Viscount Norman of Rossby County. Pretty, isn't she? Indeed, very beautiful. Rain nodded, noting the woman had a demeanor somewhat like Clea's. Additionally, having just a few female knights among a group of males made them stand out considerably. What are they doing? Socializing? Rain casually asked. Making connections, so if there's a team task, everyone will be somewhat familiar with each other. Haas explained. Rain silently nodded, not saying anything. After staying for a short while, Rain went back to his hotel room. On the training grounds, it wasn't possible to display his true strength, for it would be too conspicuous. The next morning, the young knights were all gathered, and only then did Rain learn that there were so many candidates participating in the Rossby City candidacy assessment. He counted nearly 70 or 80. However, upon reflection, in such a vast area as Minster Province, this number of people didn't seem too many. The few counties contributing as little as 7 or 8, while others had just over 10. At that moment, a burly naval commodore strode over, followed by the slender naval commander Marika Morales and a guard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the future hopes of the Empire, welcome to Rossby City, the base of the 6th Division of the Imperial South Sea Fleet. This morning we need to do 2 things, draw lots and go over the rules," the Commodore announced. His speech was crisp in true military fashion, and he quickly got to the point. "Everyone come up and draw lots. Odd numbers are individual challenges, and even numbers are team missions," he said. The Commander Marika gestured to the small box held by the guard, signifying for everyone to pick one. Soon, it was Rain's turn. 32 a team mission. Rain didn't expect to draw a team mission. He vividly remembered Hamilton's words cautioning him that, in a team mission, he had to be wary not just of the enemies but of certain teammates as well. What a hassle. Individual challenges would have been so much simpler. "Oh, you got a team mission. Rain, you're really lucky," Haas said, looking enviously at Rain. "Not like me. Ending up with an individual challenge." "Damn it," Rain glanced at Haas, his inner thoughts filled with irony. "If only I could switch with you, Haas, I'd be eager to trade places," Rain thought to himself. At this moment, many young people who had also drawn team tasks began whispering amongst themselves as if coordinating something, with many faces showing delight. At this time, the burly Navy Commodore continued to speak. "All assessment personnel must strictly adhere to one rule, which is to use only their own strength, and the use of external forces, such as sorcery scrolls, transcendental potions, etc., is absolutely prohibited. Find more to read at Empire. Of course, ordinary weapons and equipment, hemostatic medication, and bandages are not included in this prohibition. Sir, may I ask if I can use a bit of witchcraft? For example, the light body skill from the Wind Witchcraft series, would that be considered a breach of rules?" asked a young man who appeared to be of common birth, suddenly raising his hand to inquire. Rain, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look up at the young man, realizing that the question he wanted to ask had been raised by the other party. You may, as I've said, use of one's own strength is allowed. If there are no questions, then at 7 o'clock tonight we shall set off. Please ensure everyone is prepared for battle. As for the specific tasks, due to the need for confidentiality, they will be distributed to you after we depart. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you can now register your withdrawal with Major America, declared the Navy Commodore. His piercing gaze sweeping around, Rain felt as if those substantial eyes were upon him, and for an instant locked gazes with the Commodore before quickly lowering his head again. This slight sense of oppression, great knight strength, Rain couldn't help but speculate inwardly. If there are no further questions, you are dismissed, the Navy Commodore announced. Everyone then dispersed, discussing in small groups, and Rain followed the crowd back to the naval home inn. Strange, why did that young man trigger my alarm response? Could it be that his strength is sufficient to threaten me? It shouldn't be. I haven't heard that any scions from the upper nobility of Minster Province are here this time. The Navy Commodore pondered briefly, shook his head, and walked away talking to himself. At 7 o'clock sharp in the evening, about 30 personnel participating in the team task gathered, and under the leadership of the Navy Commodore and several officers, boarded a 20-meter-long sail-less swift boat. Upon boarding, Rain noticed that there were already several middle-aged men dressed in noble hunting attire within the cabin, who appeared to be officials from the Ennoblement Assessment Committee. After everyone had taken their seats in the cabin, an officer distributed a stack of papers. As the vessel progressed, the Commodore said resonantly, "The details of this assessment task have been distributed. You'll find them in your hands, along with recommendations for achieving different levels of rating specified at the bottom." Following the Commodore's explanation, Rain quickly scanned the contents of the paper. Qualifying rating kill recommendation. Kill more than 12 bloodsail pirates, the more the better. Note, the blood-colored headband on the enemy's head is the best proof, as you can't ensure that an assessor will see every bloodsail pirate you kill. Good rating kill recommendation. Kill 5 bloodsail pirate chiefs, whose strength is about that of a provisional knight. Or kill 1 bloodsail pirate boatswain or someone of higher rank, generally of full knight strength or slightly stronger. Note, if capable, it is advised to aim for the latter for a chance at a higher rating. Excellent rating kill recommendation. Kill bloodsail pirate first mates and those of higher rank. Their strength is about that of a senior and even peak knight. Note, dangerous. It is not recommended for those of insufficient strength to take unnecessary risks. Killing bloodsail pirates, huh? Why didn't they tell us in advance? At least we could have prepared something specific. Many whispered among themselves. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in noble hunting garb, took over the conversation from the Navy Commodore, saying, "Your ennoblement assessment task this time is not as simple as just clearing out the bloodsail pirates, but in fact to collaborate on a secret mission of the Imperial Navy. According to reliable information, a secret messenger from the Eagle Federation has already arrived at bloodsail pirate-infested Maritet Island. Therefore, the Ennoblement Assessment Committee decided to inform you of the specific task only after departure." Rain nodded in understanding. No wonder the specific task was only disclosed now. Such secret missions are naturally safer the later the information is disseminated. After the man with the handlebar mustache concluded his briefing, the Navy Commodore nodded to him with a smile and continued. "Of course, the strength of bloodsail pirate group leader Willie McCoy, known as Bloody Hand Willie and a great knight, is beyond your concern, as he will naturally be dealt with by Imperial Navy officers. First Mate and Captain Clout Dagan of the Rurik, Diviner and Captain Mala Nasser of the Wreckage, Captain Bilkul Jamal of the Hook, all possess peak knight strength, and likewise it is advisable for you to avoid them." Hearing this, Rain's eyes subtly shifted as he looked at the 4 wanted sketches on the paper, deep in thought. The first to catch his eye was the portrait of bloodsail pirate group leader Willie McCoy. You neatly bound into small braids on either side of the ears, dense lower jaw beard also tied into a braid, with a broad mouth and large eyes. Although wearing only a captain's hat, he exuded an extraordinary aura of a formidable figure. Overview. The leader of the bloodsail pirate gang, Willie McCoy, was once an imperial officer with the strength of a great knight. He mastered the imperial military swordsmanship, black shark breathing technique, and an unknown form of boxing, and he was skilled with a knight's longsword, rapier, and finger tiger. Due to his ability to resolve most conflicts with a pair of iron finger tigers alone, and his capability to punch straight through the chest and abdomen of a fully armored official knight with one punch, he was known as Bloody Hand Willie. Note: his close combat prowess is extremely strong, and if detected, it is strongly advised to avoid him. Finger Tiger, Rain knew about that. Typically consisting of 4 connected iron rings. The back of a finger tiger features a semi-circular iron hoop that is held in the palm of the hand, while the 4 rings fit over the index, middle, ring, and little fingers respectively. Additionally, some finger tigers have steel spikes added to the heads to further increase the damage dealt. If worn by someone proficient in boxing, both the speed and power of their attacks are quite formidable. The next one is the second in command of the Bloodsail Pirates and captain of the ruler, Clout Dagon. From his portrait, this is a standard handsome man, handsome face plus a goatee, looking more like a noble than a pirate. Overview: the deputy leader of the Bloodsail Pirates and captain of the ruler, Clout Dagon. Fallen noble of the Empire, possesses the strength of a peak knight and has mastered bloodsail swordsmanship and an unknown breathing technique. He is skilled with a knight's longsword, nicknamed the Gentleman Pirate. Note: second only to Bloody Hand Willie in strength, it is recommended to avoid him if encountered. The third person made Rain's pupils shrink. It was a knight combined with a wizard apprentice. Interesting. The third portrait depicted diviner and captain of the wreck, Mala Nasser. This was a hooded man. His face slightly pale and almost devoid of beard, looking quite young. From the weather-beaten look around his eyes, Rain believed his actual age was not small. Overview: diviner and captain of the wreck, Mala Nasser, of unknown origin, possesses the strength of a seasoned knight and a second-level wizard apprentice, clearly mastering aquatic plant divination and the hydrotherapy witchcraft. Other witchcraft skills unknown, proficient in bloodsail swordsmanship. Mala Nasser is adept at divination and healing and has a good reputation among the Bloodsail Pirates. Note: due to the unknown extent of his mastery in witchcraft, it is recommended to avoid him if encountered. The last person painted, the fourth, was the captain of the Hook. Bilkul Jamal. He had a signature hooked arm and a mouth full of rotten teeth from a pipe, indeed looking most like the kind of pirate who drifts at sea day and night. Overview: captain of the Hook, Bilkul Jamal, an old bloodsail pirate drifting at sea for over 30 years, has exceptional naval experience. Being the most senior in the bloodsail pirate gang, he was mainly responsible for lateral communication with other pirate gangs and enjoyed some renown among them. Nicknamed Old Rotter. Note: although he is older, his cunning and trickiness should not be underestimated. Inexperienced fighters are advised not to engage him in combat. At that moment, Rain's ears twitched slightly, as he faintly heard some people discussing something amidst the noise of the crowd. Choose the fourth one, nicknamed Old Rotter. Bilkul, should be the easiest to kill. We can go for that one. Right, the others are too strong, too dangerous. But Nazbai might choose the fourth too. If they beat us to it, we'll just go for the second one. I have high-level armor. If it's just swordsmanship, we should be able to fight. Yeah, too bad that diviner knows witchcraft. Too dangerous, one curse and we're done. Rain looked up, recognizing the speakers as the noble's progeny Hassan had once mentioned, who were among the top contenders in the credential exams. An excellent evaluation would involve killing the first mate, but naturally, it would be even better to take down a captain directly. However, from what had just been revealed between the lines, it appeared not to be so simple. These men likely had the same target as him. Were they aiming to achieve a high enough score to receive an invitation to become a sword bearer? Returning his gaze, Rain's eyes swept past the portraits of the 4 individuals once more, and finally they went back up, lingering a bit longer on the portraits of Bloody Hand Willie and Diviner Mala. Then, Rain continued looking down. On the paper, following the portraits of these 4 key figures, were the designs of 2 pirate ships. One a 4-masted bark and the other a 3-masted bark. The 4-masted bark was Bloody Hand Willie's flagship, looking almost identical to the regular main force barks of the Imperial Navy, which got Rain thinking. The 3-masted barks, however, belonged to the other 3 pirate captains. Likely all manufactured in the shipyards of Rossby City, they shared mostly similar boat structures. Therefore, the 3-masted barks could share one design diagram. Rain mainly focused on the placement of the captain's quarters, the first mates and the bosun's and other high-ranking staff quarters, taking a detailed look. The captain's quarters in these three-masted barks were usually positioned just shy of the stern, on the second deck level. If it were moored at the harbor, Rain estimated the draft of the sailboat to be about 4 meters above the waterline base. On the design plans, additionally, the design plans showed that the captain's cabin was equipped with a small side window, some circular, others semicircular. Thus, they were quite easy to recognize, especially if there was a light on in the opponent's room. This made Rain nod slightly to himself. However, a note on the design plan indicated the hull thickness of the three-masted sailboats was about 30 centimeters, and that of the four-masted ones nearly 40 centimeters. This made Rain's eyebrows furrow slightly once again. At the bottom of the paper was a structure resembling an ancient castle, 2 stories high and housing dozens of rooms in size. From the annotations beside it, Rain learned that this was the main base of the Bloody Hand pirates on Maritet Island, known as Bloody Hand Fortress, built from the island's massive rocks, very sturdy. However, the pirates preferred to call it the Little Fortress. Seeing this, a mixture of ships and fortress, Rain couldn't help but wonder, were they planning to split forces for the battle? One team responsible for boarding combat, another for assaulting the Little Fortress. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "Sir, is this going to be a boarding battle? Are those leaders on their ships or in the Bloody Hand Fortress?" Sure enough, Rain wasn't the only one puzzled. "We don't know yet," the naval commodore shook his head and said. "However, once we disembark, we should find out. It will not be a boarding combat but rather an assault on the ship," he added. "What you need to do is familiarize yourself with the structural plans of both the ships and the fortress," the commodore further instructed. At this point, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in noble hunting attire, reminded everyone. "Lastly, I want to remind everyone that unexpected situations can arise during combat. In some cases, even the few of us responsible for the assessment might not be able to rescue in time. So please cherish your life and don't overreach," he added. He paused for a moment and said reassuringly, "Even if you do not pass the nobility examination this time, you can still apply again in 5 years." Although the man said this, Rain looked up slightly and felt that not many were taking it to heart. Since most had signed up for the nobility examination, they believed in their own abilities. And for the few 27 or 28-year-olds, with age being a penalizing factor, this could be their last chance. After all, in 5 more years, they would be in their 30s, and unless their skills reached the level of a veteran knight, the hope of passing the nobility examination would naturally become slimmer. Hence, for them, going all out in the fight seemed to be the preferred choice. Isn't there a saying from the previous life? Strike it big, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Now they strike it big, a commoner becomes a noble, so they naturally had to go for it. Now that the objective was clear, Rain slowly removed the chrome iron suit he was wearing and put on the leather armor made from otter skin. Fighting in the cramped space of a ship's cabin, being more agile could offer significant advantages. Besides, wearing heavy armor would be quite awkward if one fell into the water. Moreover, Rain had the iron skin LV3 transcendent trait, which naturally made him more suited for combat in leather armor. After shedding over 100 pounds of weight, Rain immediately felt much lighter. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at Maritet Island. Only then did everyone realize that another ship followed behind them, from which dozens of elite naval assault troopers, dressed in the light armor of swordsmen and accompanied by crossbows, as well as more than 10 naval officers, disembarked in orderly fashion. It seemed that these were the main attacking forces. "Oh, she actually came too." Rain quickly noticed one of the officers was someone he was familiar with, the female major named Mary, who had been responsible for receiving them at the Navy's home inn. However, Mary was not the only woman there. There were also 2 other female officers, who were likely responsible for recording, communication, and coordination. As Rain jumped off the ship, his dark vision allowed him to easily discern his surroundings. The island was not large, and the first thing that caught his eye was the low fortress at the island's center. Despite being labeled a castle, it indeed resembled more of a small fortress. This was obviously the Bloody Hand Fortress. Rain could vaguely make out several guns, their dark metal gleaming, mounted on the walls of the little fortress. Besides, there was the makeshift dock about 200 to 300 meters to their left, where a 4-masted sailboat, 3 3-masted warships, and several small boats were moored. Clearly, these were the main ships of the Bloody Hand pirates and the 2 kinds of vessels depicted in the design plans. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a pirate with a red headband suddenly emerged from the front, about a dozen meters away from the bushes, startling everyone. But the naval commodore seemed to have expected the man to be waiting for them and calmly asked, "What's the situation now?" "Sir, because the Bloody Hand pirates are on high alert for an attack from the Imperial Navy, Willie has arranged the meeting with the messenger on the central four-masted sailboat, the flagship, Bloody Hand. From the banquet up until now, Bloody Hand Willie and the messenger haven't come out, and they should still be on the flagship. The other three-masted sailboats are also on full alert. Including the captains and first mates, they are all aboard. Find exclusive stories on Empire. So, it's actually the small fortress that's the weakest in defense. Due to the absence of its core members, the spy disguised as a bloodsail pirate quickly reported the latest situation. Rain nodded slightly. It turned out there was a secret informant inside. No wonder the Commodore said we would know the situation as soon as we landed. Looking at the current situation, it seemed they were planning to assault the pirate ships. However, from here to the makeshift dock where the pirate schooners were moored first, they would have to walk along a rocky path, reach a beach with 4 or 5 signal bonfires burning, and only after that could they engage in shipboard combat. At that moment, at the end of the path, Rain could see a line of torches slowly moving toward them. It seemed likely to be a pirate patrol, and on the beach over 100 meters away, there were the vague figures of 20 to 30 pirates stirring. It looks like they would have to clear out the trash fish before boarding the ships. At this time, the naval commodore spoke up. The assessment will now officially begin. You are all clear about the situation, and there will be someone keeping a record of all your kills. Let's begin. At this, 7 or 8 newly knighted archers took the lead, moving out in front. Others, a bit more cautious, hid aside with their bows drawn, aiming at the group of pirates carrying torches as they approached. The ambush came from trained knights against the unsuspecting bloodsail pirates who were mere good fighters. Pirates had no time to mount any effective resistance. The knights took aim and whoosh, whoosh, quickly shot down the 7 or 8 patrolling bloodsail pirates without even letting them scream. The record keepers behind them then began busily noting down the scores. As they continued along the path, they soon brought about the demise of a second bloodsail pirate patrol squad. By the time everyone reached the beach, the most successful of the newly knighted had already made 8 consecutive kills on the bloodsail pirates, a bow expert among them. And by the bonfires on the beach, while the numbers of bloodsail pirates weren't few, when the time came to attack, was still an embarrassment of riches, especially one pirate leader, whose death was particularly gruesome, instantly struck by 2 sword thrusts and 4 sharp arrows. This was despite several knights carrying heavy weapons having had no opportunity to showcase their skills. Because most of the time they had to silence their enemies stealthily. After all, they hadn't officially started the shipboard combat yet, so even if they were going to alert the enemy, it couldn't be so soon. The newly knighted, armed with heavy weapons naturally, didn't move as nimbly as the other knights. Rain glanced to the side and saw dozens of elite naval assault troopers, already holding strong bows or crossbows, aiming at the bloodsail pirates, confirming his guess even more. So, when the dozens of pirates on the beach had been neatly dispatched, some of the new knights still hadn't made any moves. The journey continues at Empire. Among them was one next to Rain, also carrying a warhammer, who now couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. He had been planning an ambush on a bloodsail pirate, but was vexed when an arrow from another direction snatched away his target prey. Although he glared in rage, there was nothing he could do. However, seeing Rain calm and composed, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why aren't you worried at all?" "The fastest among them have already met the 12-kill requirement for the assessment," he added. "Ah, no worries. Moreover, I'm not skilled in archery." Rain shrugged. The other glanced at the dual-handed greatsword and 2-handed warhammer on Rain's back and couldn't help but offer consolation with a feeling of shared misery. "Indeed, you didn't even bring a bow. That makes it even tougher." "Sigh, I wish I had practiced archery well," the other knight sighed. At this point, Rain stepped forward, picked up a thick plank that seemed to be used for ship repairs, coated on one side with tung oil. He examined it carefully in his hands, then forcefully broke it in 2. He nodded to himself. By this time, the bloodsail pirates had been cleaned up from the beach, and the main event, the boarding battle, was about to begin. Everyone thought the Commodore would step forward and make arrangements, but to their surprise, The 20 or so naval officers and the nobles in hunting attire tasked with the examination didn't seem to have the intention of interfering. They just stood back smiling as they watched how the rest would act. Quickly, quite a few gathered spontaneously around some of the most powerful scions of nobility. At this moment, a man Rain had just heard of, Nazbai, led about a dozen people towards the Barbhaken. At the same time, several naval officers who were peak knights followed, along with the black-clothed examiners and the statisticians, who also promptly followed suit, since each ship had a figurehead at its bow. Like the Barbhaken with its large curved hook, recognition was quite simple, of course. Not all the participants in the examination chose to take part in the boarding combat because, according to the spy's intel, the easiest target should be the small fortress nearby, which almost lacked enemies of peak knight status. So a significant number of people spontaneously formed groups and charged toward the small fortress. With those two groups moving out, the remaining group wasn't large, including Rain. There were only about 10 people left. "Pesk, a bunch of loafers," a noble scion said disdainfully. "Only those who come with me to ruler will get a good evaluation. It's tough to get it at the small fortress," he continued. "I'll take care of gentleman pirate Clout." Upon hearing that he could withstand the most troublesome second in command of the bloody sails, the rest of the newly minted knights looked at each other. It was clear they were not content with just a passing evaluation. They aimed for a good one. After a moment's thought, most of the others followed the noble scion to ruler, docked next to Hook. After all, their numbers were no longer sufficient to attack another pirate ship. In other words, of the two remaining pirate ships, one was a 4-masted vessel, the flagship Bloodsail. Bloody Hand Willie of great knight strength clearly being the Navy's target. The captain on the other wreckage was a mysterious professional with strange methods and equally troublesome. "Rain, aren't you going?" The Big Hammer Knight walked a few steps and seeing Rain still unmoving turned his head and asked in confusion. Rain shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not going." "All right then. If it doesn't work out, given your youth, you should still be able to get a passing evaluation at the small fortress." In the glow of the campfire, the Big Hammer Knight saw Rain's youthful face, assuming that it was a lack of strength that kept him from acting until now. "As for me, I plan to follow and see if there is a chance to get a good evaluation," said the Big Hammer Knight before quickly heading toward ruler. Now, the only ones left on the beach without taking action were Rain and a red-haired female knight. Rain glanced at her. He seemed to remember as mentioning her at the training field, something about her being Evelyn, the daughter of a certain viscount from Rossby County. Evelyn also looked up at Rain, this youth carrying 2 heavy weapons that she hadn't seen before at the training field, seemingly popping up out of nowhere. Evelyn was curious, while she planned to join the Navy. In attacking Bloodsail, she wondered what this young man planned to do. Could he possibly be thinking the same as her? The pretty Navy Major America also noticed Rain still on the beach and found it strange. In her opinion, this young man's strength was far from poor. After all, knights proficient with dual-handed heavy weapons rarely lack strength, especially someone who carried a dual-handed greatsword and an additional heavy hammer. But him staying on the beach couldn't mean he planned to attack the flagship, could it? You see, in a Navy commando team's group attack, most of the time you wouldn't even find an opportunity to strike before the enemy was killed. Unless you planned to duel with the higher-ups of the bloody sails, perhaps the Navy would give you that opportunity. At that moment, Rain suddenly started moving. He made his way alone towards the northernmost 3-masted ship, wreckage the ship of the diviner Mala Nasser. It was known that no examinees had chosen this warship because it was manned by a wizard apprentice whose strength was a mystery. The Navy Rear Admiral, preparing to divide forces to attack Bloodsail and wreckage, was taken aback by Rain's action. But the next second he waved his hand, and Major America, along with an officer of peak knight strength, quickly got the cue and followed immediately behind Rain. Is he going to scout for information by himself? Wearing leather armor, carrying heavy weapons, such an odd style. Even if he can sneak in and scout out first-hand information, this evaluation counts kills. Surely this young man doesn't think that scouting information alone will get him a passing evaluation. Besides, if he is discovered, he will immediately be surrounded by pirates, and the mission would essentially be a failure. The Navy officer following Rain thought, as several questions arose in his mind. However, strangely enough, when Rain got near the wreckage, he stopped. He looked up, scanning the rear of the ship for a while. Then, he simultaneously removed the dual-handed greatsword and the heavy hammer from his back. This action, both the Navy officer and Major America exchanged a questioning glance, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Why take out both heavy weapons? Was he planning to use them as single-handed weapons? That would be quite unlikely. At this moment, on the sunken ship, inside the captain's quarters, Captain Mullah Nasser, dressed in a black robe, was not fiddling with his bottles and jars. Instead, he was unusually engaged in discussion with his first mate and the ship's boatswain. The first mate was a one-eyed middle-aged man with a rough face and a fierce demeanor, clearly possessing the strength of at least a senior knight. He said, "Boss, why do you oppose collaborating with Bloody Hand Willie and the Eagle Federation? I've examined the 50 matchlock guns they brought this time. They are well crafted and powerful, seemingly quite sincere. Although such matchlock guns don't pose a threat to us, the Transcendent Knights, for the brothers under our command, having more of these guns would substantially increase their combat ability. Yes, boss, speak to Bloody Hand Willie, distribute a few more to us on the sunken ship. The brothers have been complaining to me all day." The boatswain, a big man with a full beard, also chimed in at this point. Mullah, with a worried look, glanced up at the two of them and said, "We can cooperate with other pirates, but if we partner with the Eagle Federation, I'm afraid we'll become a thorn in the Empire's side if they find out. Moreover, do you think the Eagle Federation is really here to help us? They just want to use us to further weaken the Imperial Navy." The one-eyed first mate and the bearded boatswain, both no fools, immediately realized the implications of Mullah's words and exchanged glances. "Why don't you divine that, boss?" The one-eyed middle-aged man hesitated, then suggested as an idea occurred to him. "I've already divined it. Although the results were neither good nor bad, I have a nagging feeling that something is off, as if the divination was interfered with." Mullah explained as he paced. "However, I plan to divine it again right now." Mullah's face tensed up with determination. This time he planned to attempt the blood-grass divination, a more advanced method than the aquatic plant divination. Blood-grass divination requires mixing the diviner's own blood with aquatic plants, thereby increasing the accuracy of the divination. However, this more advanced method of divination, due to its toll on the body, was seldom used by Mullah, but the keen senses of a wizard apprentice seemed to warn him that danger was imminent. Especially since this evening, his eyelids had been twitching non-stop by the dockside. The attack on the Bloodsail pirate flagship Bloodsail had been launched. Led by 4 naval officers with the strength of peak knights, the Navy's assault team followed closely behind, with the rear guarded by a rear admiral and another expert. Meanwhile, the Navy's assault team left behind 15 men who, under the command of another naval officer, seemed poised to simultaneously strike the sunken ship. "By the way, Leonard, how long will the divination interference around Maritet Island last, sir?" "It will last until dawn, if only a wizard apprentice performs the divination. I believe they won't detect any problems," a confident naval colonel behind the rear admiral spoke up. "Execution of divination interference is a routine procedure for some special operations." The rear admiral nodded, then turned to a middle-aged man in hunting attire with a handlebar mustache and said, "Lord Theo, let us then go and meet Bloody Hand Willie and the Eagle Federation's envoy." "Certainly, I'd also like to see the prowess of Bloody Hand Willie." Theo, the head of the examination team, agreed with a smile. "Huh." At that moment, the rear admiral seemed to sense something and turned his head towards the direction where Rain was. At that moment, Rain, with a greatsword in each hand, began murmuring a spell. High-temperature field. As the deep incantation began, a subtle change appeared around Rain's body after 3 seconds. Although from an outsider's perspective, Rain's form was still clearly visible, the difference in temperature caused a change in air density, creating a refraction of light. Simply put, if an enemy were to thrust a sword at Rain's eye, there might be a slight deviation, diverting the strike to Rain's forehead or another nearby area instead. The next second, Rain's figure suddenly expanded, his muscles swelling as if inflated, doubling in size. Luckily, he had switched to an otter skin armor, which was more elastic than metallic plate armor, thus preventing it from bursting suddenly. Suddenly, with a motion akin to throwing a javelin, Rain forcefully hurled the glimmering greatsword toward the stern of the sunken ship, anchored about 20 to 30 meters away. Swish! In an instant, the greatsword flew like a giant arrow straight toward the stern at a high velocity, so fast that only a bright blur was visible. By the time the sound reached everyone's ears, The greatsword had already embedded itself in the ship's hull at the stern, piercing through several tens of meters of the thick ship's outer shell, and leaving about a meter of shiny blade humming and vibrating. With limit break and the superhuman trait huge strength LV3 activated, Rain forcefully pushed off, sprinting towards a small boat moored by the shore. The next second, Rain stepped onto the deck of the little boat, instantly causing a creaking sound from the deck, overwhelmed by the force. Apparently, Rain was using the small boat as a stepping stone. His powerful step immediately pressing the boat's body down several dozen centimeters. Immediately following, he leapt into the air again like a large bird and flew toward the stern of the three-masted sailboat the wreck. At this moment, the beautiful Navy Major Mary, with her cherry lips wide open enough to fit an apple, stared with wide eyes, unable to recover her wits for a long time. It was as if her expression was frozen in that moment forever. It wasn't until Rain was flying straight from the dock to the stern of the wreck that she came back to her senses, muttering, "He has this kind of strength, why doesn't he join the others? And what is he planning to do?" The stern. Evelyn, the redhead girl, also widened her eyes quickly, watching Rain's figure as he soared toward the stern of the wreck. However, her mind was rapidly trying to grasp Rain's intentions. The few maneuvers he just executed had already demonstrated that Rain was undoubtedly an expert not inferior to her. But she was still somewhat perplexed as to why Rain was doing this. Why not take the common approach and board the wreck using the gangplank? At this moment, the gangplank of the wreck had not been removed and was still connected to the dock. With his strength, it should have been a breeze for him to barge in. Running to the stern. Could it be, he thought, there would be fewer people if he boarded from the stern? It seemed that was the only explanation. The redhead girl nodded to herself, thinking in secret. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire, and the Navy officer standing next to Major Mary, whose strength had reached that of a peak knight, was also looking at Rain with a face full of surprise. A thought instantly crossed his mind. That was that this young man could very likely create an explosive scene for them. Additionally, he murmured softly, "This is definitely not just a knight who has stepped into the transcendent realm for the first time. Not even a seasoned knight's muscle changes can be this exaggerated, could he be?" A bit farther away, a Navy Rear Admiral and the middle-aged man from the examination group both raised their eyebrows, their eyes clearly revealing surprise. Could it be he wants to directly attack the captain's cabin? "But the hull thickness of a three-masted sailboat is a full 30 centimeters at least," said the middle-aged man with a mustache, seemingly discerning Rain's goal, speaking quietly. "That should be the case." The Navy Rear Admiral nodded, agreeing with the opinion of the mustachioed middle-aged nobleman. Just as everyone on shore was watching to see what Rain would do next. Rain, while descending, perfectly landed both feet and stood firmly on the glimmering greatsword wedged into the hull. Due to his body weight and the force of his high leap, the sword body, which was exceptionally flexible because it was mixed with stardust iron, immediately bent about 30 degrees, like a tightly pulled bow. At that moment, Rain bent his knees in preparation for a jump. Rain's bent knees suddenly straightened with force, combining with the upward elasticity of the sword body. Rain, holding the massive hammer, shot up more than 4 meters high. Strength burst. Simultaneously, his already bulging muscles swelled even more as he swung the massive hammer heavily using unbreakable strength. From bottom to top, spinning 360 degrees with a rotating force, he fiercely hammered toward the location of the small round window in the hefty hull. For there was the captain's resting chamber of the wreck. Rising dragon hammer. At this time, inside the captain's resting chamber of the wreck, and was biting into his own finger, dripping blood drop by drop onto a slender water grass. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow passing by the small window at the side of the captain's room. As he looked intently with confusion, suddenly, boom, the thick wooden hull 30 centimeters in front of his desk burst apart with a loud bang. Countless tiny wooden splinters under the impact of a tremendous force scattered in all directions. These pieces of wood of varying sizes and bizarre shapes, with extremely sharp edges, scattered like a storm of high-speed bullets, overwhelming N and the other 2 people in the room. If it was just the shards of the hull, it wouldn't be too much of a concern, as all 3 were at a transcendent level and would only sustain minor external injuries at most. But as the 3 of them raised their hands to block the splinters attacking their eyes, something happened that terrified N to the core. Through the gaps between his fingers, he saw a massive, gleaming dark metallic hammer, along with the flying storm of wood shavings, coming down from above, fiercely targeting his forehead. Earth-splitting hammer. At that very moment, the wizard apprentice instinct within N overwhelmed the knight instinct. His immediate reaction wasn't to roll and dodge, but to use spiritual power to trigger the life-saving amulet on his chest. This amulet was a one-time instantaneous witchcraft tool that N was loath to use unless it was a critical moment. Just like the sudden storm of wood shavings that had just occurred, he had not been willing to use it. With a scream from N, the amulet on his chest burst open, and at the same time, a water-blue film instantly enveloped him. With the protection of this shield-like film, and no longer panicked at the incoming hammer, his terrified expression calming down a lot. The sharp end of the black massive hammer, full of dense black spikes, hit the water-blue film forcefully, immediately denting it significantly. Then, to N's disbelief, the longest and thickest of those spikes actually pierced straight through his water film shield. Although only a little bit was pierced through, the black spike carried a violent shock force as it embedded about 2 centimeters into his forehead. At this moment, Marla's light blue water membrane shield, possibly due to being punctured, burst like a bubble with a pop, completely shattering. Rain maintained his posture with both hands gripping the hammer as he had just delivered an earth-splitting hammer strike downwards. Marla stood stiffly on the spot, his palm still open with fingers spread, guarding in front of his eyes, in a defensive manner. His facial expression was one of relief as if he had just released the life-saving water membrane shield. Boom! Just then, the back of Marla's head, directly opposite where the forehead was pierced, suddenly exploded. Blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Instantly, his head was hollowed out, because the back of Marla's head had been completely blown off, but his face still remained intact. This gave people an illusion that from the front, Marla still bore an expression of relief on his face, as if he were still alive. The next second, his body twitched twice, and he fell heavily to the ground. At this time, the first mate and boatswain had just put down their arms that had been shielding them from flying wood chips. They both looked at the scene before them in utter shock. Eyes bulging, mouths agape. The scene had happened too quickly. They had no time to react, but as the storm of splintered wood cleared, they were immediately confronted with a terrifying sight. Their boss had just died like that. They, specializing in divination and water witchcraft, with strong self-defense capabilities, Marla, their boss, just died like that. This suddenly gave them an absurd feeling, as if Marla had done nothing, just stood there and let the enemy hammer him to death. But obviously that couldn't be. A cornered rabbit will even bite, let alone their boss. Because the last time, when Rain was in triple stack state, a giant hammer strike with a 261% strength amplification almost broke Adam's black membrane shield at the time. That's why he chose such a fierce approach this time. This time, with Rain's strength further enhanced, reaching a 273% strength amplification, along with the hammer technique secret skill earth-splitting hammer, he finally achieved a shield-breaking strike. After killing the diviner Marla with a hammer strike, Rain, to avoid exhausting his strength, immediately cancelled strength burst but retained limit break and the transcendent trait huge strength LV3. As a result, his entire stature quickly shrank. Although Rain's constitution had improved quite a bit, with his limit break value increased. Deploying limit break, the transcendent trait huge strength, and a full 100% strength burst in such a triple stacked state, his explosive power was further enhanced. So, the strain on his body was still not minimal, but compared to the previous muscle-tearing aftereffect, it had obviously improved quite a lot. However, to others, it seemed like after killing Marla, Rain was in a weakened state after a burst of secret techniques. Immediately, the two inside the captain's cabin came to their senses and roared furiously. He killed Boss Marla. Men, you're dead, quick, get someone here. There was no need for them to yell. Such a commotion in the captain's cabin had already prompted the bloodsail pirates on guard nearby to rush in. Only to be confronted with the sight of their boss's head hollowed out, they could not help but turn pale. Kill him! The bloodsail pirates were enraged. No matter what, Rain was only one man while they were an entire ship's crew. Amidst the clamorous shouts, many fearless bloodsail pirates immediately charged at Rain, brandishing various weapons. Enjoy new stories from Empire. However, as they approached Rain, they suddenly felt an intense heat, as if they were sprayed face first with steam at 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. Instantly, many weaker bloodsail pirate lackeys screamed, trying to push themselves backwards in retreat. But they forgot they were in the captain's cabin, a confined space that was not particularly spacious, yet so many of them had poured in. Although there was no stampede, the idea of retreat was simply wishful thinking. Ah! One after another, the lackeys too weak to withstand the heat screamed as they covered their faces. In just a few seconds, many people's skin had been scalded by Rain's high-temperature force field. Turning from bright red to starting to whiten, this was a sign of almost being cooked. Few who were too forceful in clutching their faces tore the epidermis from their faces, revealing the bloody underlying flesh. The surrounding bloodsail pirates witnessed this eerie spectacle, and for a moment none dared step forward. But soon, from the continuously arriving bloodsail pirates, several raised their brand-new matchlock guns, already lit. Rain narrowed his eyes. Although he had the transcendent trait Iron Skin, LV3, and did not fear such low-caliber bullet attacks, he had no need to have a showdown with the enemies here. He would stick to the plan he had set before, thought Rain. The next second, Rain used the weighty pig-head hammer to heavily strike the floor, breaking a large hole in the deck of the captain's room, and he immediately jumped down to the next deck. Compared to the hull, the thickness of this deck was much thinner, making it much easier to shatter. The bloodsail pirates, like a pack of hyenas, led by the burly first mate and the bearded bosun, pursued Rain relentlessly. But just as they jumped down and some more bloodsail pirates were rounding to the next lower deck, they saw Rain once again striking the deck. He quickly jumped into the hole in the deck, reaching the very bottom layer. This left the first mate and the bosun from the wreck momentarily dumbfounded. They had never seen an assassin who, after completing the assassination, did not rush to escape, but instead continued to penetrate deeper into enemy territory. The mysterious actions of the enemy were completely incomprehensible. At this moment, because of Rain's layer-by-layer destruction of the deck, he had nearly mobilized all the bloodsail pirates aboard the wreck. So, nearly 200 bloodsail pirates began to rush toward the position where Rain was now. This instilled tremendous confidence in the burly first mate and the bearded bosun. Even if you are the great knight, you're done for this time. A single piss each could drown you, by the dockside. What is this nonsense? Even if he could shatter the hull, launching a solo attack is bound to face an ambush by the bloodsail pirates, truly a stupid act. The male naval officer standing next to Marine Corps Major Mary exclaimed in astonishment, then scolded angrily. His long military experience had taught him to value perfect coordination and tight cooperation. He deeply detested this kind of individual heroism. Furthermore, as a peak knight himself, when he first saw Rain shatter the thick hull of the wreck and break into the captain's quarters with a single blow, he was initially taken aback by Rain's strength, but this was immediately followed by a deep frown. Because no matter how strong one's personal ability, human strength always has its limits. Facing more than 10, or even dozens of bloodsail pirates single-handedly was clearly unwise. But compelled by duty, the naval officer of peak knight rank immediately tapped his foot on the ground and quickly chased toward the large hole in the wreck. He probably wouldn't make it in time, but he might at least recover the body, he thought. At this time, the beautiful Marine Corps Major Mary finally recovered from the shock of seeing Rain shatter the thick hull. She closed her cherry lips and followed the naval officer, hurrying after him. As one of the record keepers for this knighting examination, she naturally had to keep up, or how could she document the first-hand situation? Following her, 2 naval officers and 1 person dressed in noble hunting attire from the assessment team immediately followed. Read the latest on Empire. These 3 individuals moved rapidly and efficiently, with every action showing signs of high-level expertise, appearing to be peak knights themselves. The blow that Rain struck to shatter the hull of the wreck also caught the eyes of the naval commodore and the nobleman with a handlebar mustache on the beach. Strangely, the 2 remained motionless, appearing completely unconcerned for Rain's safety. The naval commodore watched Rain charge into the captain's quarters, and after several seconds, he turned with a smile to the man with the handlebar mustache and asked, "Sir Theo, having overseen so many knighting assessments, have you ever encountered such an interesting young man?" The handlebar mustachioed middle-aged man, also looking pleased, pondered briefly before replying, "General Zilva, it must have been 3 years since I last saw such a spirited young person." The knighting examiner named Theo used the word spirited, which was quite telling. Naval Commodore Silva, clearly understanding the implication, smiled and continued, "Indeed, there are many talented young people but few as spirited as this one. So Theo, I might have to trouble you with something." "Oh." Theo raised an eyebrow, eagerly awaiting Silva's next words. After all, the opportunity to earn a favor from one of the young representatives of the Imperial Navy Commodore Silva was not easy to come by. In the blink of an eye, Rain had reached the bottom of the shipwreck, where his glimmering greatsword was inserted. At this moment, he could see a short section of the gleaming greatsword's tip penetrating the thick hull, appearing to his right. However, coming to the bottom hold wasn't just about retrieving his greatsword. More importantly, it was about implementing the plan. For this level also housed the storage location for the shipwreck's gunpowder barrels. In front of his eyes, inside a separate small cabin, dozens of large wooden barrels were neatly stacked on metal racks, which seemed to be raised off the ground slightly to prevent dampness. Rain first forcefully withdrew the greatsword and then switched from the hammer in his hand back to the glimmering greatsword. At that moment, a large group of bloodsail pirates, led by the brutally faced first mate and a bearded sailing master, surrounded him from all directions. Rain assessed his own physical exhaustion. The recent continuous bursts of energy were indeed very draining, so in his mind, he silently opted to allocate more points. Following the pre-planned allocation strategy, as his remaining attribute points changed from 3 right arrow 2 and his spiritual power from 23 points right arrow 24 points, Rain suddenly felt a surge of warmth pumping out of his heart and rapidly spreading to his limbs. In an instant, Rain had restored his physical strength to peak condition. In terms of endurance battles, Rain, who could restore with points allocation, had never feared anyone. The sight of Rain calmly holding the greatsword intimidated the group of bloodsail pirates momentarily, causing them to shrink back in awe. This infuriated several pirate leaders who had not witnessed Rain's prowess before. "Attack! Kill him!" bellowed a few of the bloodsail pirate leaders as they led the charge. As the pirates roared, they launched another assault on Rain. Rain's body once again swelled, most noticeably his bulging neck, as if his chest housed a boiling, bubbling pot of water, and his wide-open mouth was like a roaring steam whistle, releasing a colossal stream of heat. Roar! A roar louder than all their voices combined emanated from the bottom hold. Roaring strike, this made every pirate there change their expression, thinking to themselves, "This is bad," but it was already too late to retreat. First, there was this wide-range sonic attack, which was most difficult to counter unless your speed of retreat could surpass the speed of sound. Moreover, being in a cabin, a confined space, the lethality of the sonic waves was further enhanced by the echo. Thus, a moment later, a loud noise exploded by the ears of all the pirates. Dozens of bloodsail pirates' facial skins stretched, trembled, and distorted under the impact of the sonic waves. Their eyes lost focus and even rolled back, and their heads went blank. "Ah!" screams echoed continuously. And after the loud noise, there was a buzzing noise in their ears and brains that lasted a long time without subsiding. Unlike before, this time Rain did not immediately unleash the whirlwind slash, but instead took this opportunity to cast the Witchcraft blaze of light. As a glaring flame suddenly lit up above the palm of Rain's left hand, the previously dim environment was brightly lit like daylight in an instant. Now those bloodsail pirates were indeed miserable, their eardrums torn, heads throbbing with severe pain. Just as they were starting to recover, they were almost blinded by the intense light, seeing only a sea of whiteness. The shift from extreme darkness to extreme light is unbearable for anyone. Thus, just as the screaming had subsided slightly, it rose again sharply. Seconds later, when the bloodsail pirates realized they could barely see again, they saw that intensive light moving towards a pile of cylindrical objects at the bottom of the hold. The first mate and sailing master, the first to recover their sight, saw Rain plug and light a fuse on a barrel of gunpowder, their expressions struck with horror. SSSS, the burning sound of the fuse as relentless as a death sentence. Judging by the length of the fuse, it was probably going to explode in 3 seconds. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Even faster. The first mate and sailing master immediately abandoned all caution, scrambling to the upper deck. They were well aware that if that pile of gunpowder barrels exploded, not only would they be sent to heaven, but the shipwreck itself would likely also be blasted in two. Just imagining that scene filled both with sheer terror. What kind of maniac has come from where to kill himself and choose mutual destruction? The two cursed in their minds, panicking as they ran for their lives. Run! Ordinary pirates also caught on at this time, and it was not feasible to push through this formidable opponent to extinguish the fuse. The only option now was to run. As long as they could make it to the decks at either end, even if there was an explosion, they might still have a chance to survive. Boom! Just as the bloodsail pirates scattered chaotically, squeezing toward the ladder of the upper chamber like headless flies. Rain's physique swelled once more. The 2.2-meter muscle behemoth reappeared, instantly switching weapons, and with one hammer blow created another large hole in the 30-centimeter thick oak hull. Then Rain forcefully pushed off with his legs, leaping through the large hole, his entire body soaring like a giant bird towards the nearest small boat over 10 meters away. It had been breaking in before, but now it was breaking out 2 seconds. At that moment, mid-leap Rain suddenly caught sight of a familiar, beautiful face peeking out from the hole in the captain's quarters at the stern of the shipwreck. This couldn't help but make Rain's pupils constrict, and his face changed drastically as a thought flashed through his mind: how is she there? But without time to ponder the reason, he quickly shouted, "Run! The ship is going to explode!" While shouting, Rain swung his arms heavily twice. It turned out, just moments ago, Navy Lieutenant Mary, following a male Navy officer, had entered the wreckage captain's rest chamber through the hole Rain had smashed. Upon entering the captain's chamber, they were shocked to see the wreckage captain and the diviner, Mullah Nasser, lying on the floor. They stared dumbfounded at this scene, completely unable to comprehend what kind of attack would cause such an effect where the back of the head was hollowed out, yet the face remained intact. Dual-handed hammer. If you smash with a hammer, wouldn't the face be a mess too? Dual-handed greatsword. Shouldn't that have either decapitated or split the person in two? Mary, shocked, then picked up a quill and hurriedly wrote, "Participant Rain killed the bloodthirsty pirate wreckage captain and diviner Mullah Nasser." But before she could finish writing, suddenly, they felt the ship violently tremble as if another large hole had been struck. Thus, they immediately stuck their heads out to see Rain escaping from the hull at high speed, shouting, "The ship is going to explode." The color drained from everyone's faces. Although they didn't understand how the ship was going to explode, they didn't dare to stay a moment longer. This newly appointed knight, participating in the knighthood examination, had already shocked them too much. It was highly likely he was telling the truth. They had to run first. So, everyone also quickly scrambled out of the hole in the captain's chamber and jumped onto nearby boats, each leaping like a large bird over the sea surface. 1 second. Compared to the bloodthirsty pirates stumbling and trampling each other in the cramped cabin and wooden stairs, the Imperial Navy officers were very lucky, covering 10 or 20 meters in the same time frame. Your journey continues at Empire, facing the threat of death. Every pirate scrambled frantically. Finally, as the explosion arrived, most of the pirates had barely managed to climb a few stair steps. Boom! An explosion that shook the entire Maritet Island suddenly erupted. Including Rain, everyone was hit by the shockwave from behind, stumbling and nearly falling, followed by a shower of water dozens of meters high that drenched them all. They were all in such a disheveled state, one could only imagine the situation of the bloodthirsty pirates on the wreckage. Turning their heads, they saw the 30-meter-long wreckage split in two, ablaze with fierce flames and beginning to slowly sink. But since the wreckage was docked at the pier near the shore, the water was not deep, which caused both halves of the ship's body to protrude high out of the water, standing like giant reefs. On the dock outside, Navy Admiral Silva was about to say something. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the direction of the wreckage, like the tangible roar of a giant bear. This made Admiral Silva and the noble middle-aged man Theo stop their conversation and look toward the wreckage once more. They saw the middle bottom part of the wreckage suddenly explode open, and a familiar figure was quickly running out. The speed didn't look like a retreat, but rather an escape. Is he being overwhelmed and fleeing? On seeing this, the thought popped into both their minds. However, upon hearing Rain's loud exclamation that the ship is going to explode, the two high-ranking officials exchanged a look, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. "It's going to explode." He blew up the wreckage. As the two officials were stunned, a terrifying explosion roared through the docks. The two raised their hands to block the fierce airflow caused by the shock wave. Even at a distance of over 100 meters, the violent airflow still made their clothes flutter loudly. What on earth did this young man do? Didn't they say on the way here that killing a pirate ship's First mate was already considered an excellent evaluation. The hell is blowing up a whole ship of bloodthirsty pirates, the two thought. Yet both being seasoned in major events, Navy Admiral Silva quickly recovered and said to the noble middle-aged man, "This kid not only disrupted my earlier plans, but he also destroyed a three-masted warship we were about to capture." Yes, but what he did, upon closer inspection, didn't violate any assessment regulations, the middle-aged nobleman Theo said with a resigned smile. Who could have expected a knight participating in a knighthood examination, when dealing with pirates, to be fiercer than an experienced naval special forces team? He really stirs up trouble, this kid, plus we might have to get busy. Navy Admiral Silva once more focused his gaze on the bloodsail. Possibly influenced by the wreckage being blown in half, the activities on the bloodsail markedly increased at that moment. Both men, one after the other, charged towards the pirate flagship, the bloodsail. Everyone on the pirate ships, including the bloodsail, whether they were pirates, elite Imperial Navy, or knights participating in the knighthood examination, was shaken by the tremendous sound. On the Rule, led by a previously mentioned noble scion, a group of young knights was battling on the deck with curved sword-wielding bloodthirsty pirates. Many people involved as they boarded the fuel. It was inevitable that they would be discovered sooner or later. Thus, after a period of stealth attacks, the conflict eventually escalated into a full-blown battle. As the explosive sounds from the wreck rang out, everyone watched the fiercely burning and broken three-masted ship in awe of the Empire's naval grandiosity, instantly boosting everyone's morale. The same scene was unfolding on the Hook. Enjoy new adventures from Empire on the Bloodsail, being the flagship of the Bloodsail pirates. The pirates' strength was not to be underestimated. They were fiercely battling with the Empire's naval assault team, which was why Commodore Silva had mentioned he would be busy for a while. At that moment, Rain, who had caused such a commotion, stood calmly, seemingly admiring his own masterpiece. But in reality, he was just checking the system notifications. Skill high temperature field has been improved. Experience plus 17, your skill giant bear sword technique has been improved. Experience plus 54, your skill tackle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 377, your skill blazing light has been improved. Experience plus 19, you have undergone a battle, knight, transcendent. Experience plus 81, wizard apprentice, transcendent. Experience plus 46. At this moment, Colonel Mary, stepping with a clack 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 in her thick-heeled boots, quickly approached Rain and said somewhat angrily, "Knight Rain, why didn't you tell us before you made such a big commotion? Just now, we almost." Rain turned his head and glanced at the drenched beauty of the colonel. Her shapely naval uniform was clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her voluptuous figure. A pity that her pretty face was glaring at him with its beautiful eyes. However, Rain somewhat understood her feelings, as anyone would be furious if they nearly died at the hands of friendly fire. As for Mary, who always cared about her appearance, not only was she drenched by the explosion of the wreck, but drops of salty sea water were still trickling down her beautiful thick hair. That was indeed too much for someone who always loved cleanliness. Indeed, I was negligent, he said. However, it doesn't say in the guidelines that new knights taking the assessment need to report their action plans in advance, does it? Rain felt it necessary to explain clearly. After all, had he not alerted his allies in time, it could have resulted in casualties on their side, so he added another sentence. "You." Mary's bosom heaved as Rain's words resonated with her, but upon careful thought, she actually couldn't find any flaw in what Rain had said, because indeed the assessment rules never stated that new knights must report their action plans. "Then you tell me, how should I record and tally your kills?" Mary sharply turned the conversation, pointing to the bloodsail pirates still alive in the sea and the many more bodies drifting with the waves. Rain grumbled internally, "You're the recorder, isn't that for you to figure out?" While he soothingly said, "Colonel Mary, just record the captain, first mate, and boatswain of the wreck, let's not bother about the others." "No, as the recorder, I have to document everything clearly." "Then I really don't have any good solution." Long before Rain saw the blueprint of the three-masted ship, he had considered this battle plan. At that time, he had studied the data on the ship's hull thickness, deck thickness, and more several times. On the other hand, near the campfire on the beach, he also found the thick oak planks the pirates used for repairing their hulls and personally tested their strength. After ensuring all conditions were met, Rain finally decided to implement this battle strategy. His goal was simple: to kill as many bloodsail pirates as possible and thus secure a high evaluation. After all, a mere excellent rating wasn't Rain's goal. Receiving an invite to become a sword-bearer the reason Rain didn't choose the bloodsail was that it was also the main attack direction of the naval assault team. Obviously, if the underlings were also counted, it wouldn't compare to potentially capturing the wreck in one fell swoop. Moreover, on the bloodsail, there was also a great knight-level expert, Bloody Hand Willie. Rain thought challenging him with a leap slash was too risky from any perspective. Even though, now with the strength of a level 2 wizard apprentice, his total combat power exceeded that of a peak knight. But compared to a great knight, Rain estimated there was still a significant gap. As for how much of a gap, he really wasn't sure, because he had never crossed swords with an enemy of the great knight level. Lastly, another critical point was the mysterious messenger from the Eagle Federation. What exactly was their strength? The Imperial Navy's provided information didn't specify, and the Navy Commodore hadn't mentioned it either. Unknowns are the biggest uncontrollables and sources of risk. However, choosing the wreck essentially eliminated those issues. Looking back now, Rain thought his decision was quite wise. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have forgotten to pick up the spoils of war, especially those of the wreck captain and diviner, Mala Nasser. As a wizard apprentice, there might be other witchcraft models on him, or some other items of interest to Rain, but he wasn't particularly concerned about the spoils of others. Fortunately, shipwreck had split into two, but it had broken in the middle. Both ends, the stern and the bow, were now standing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, and had not sunk into the water. Rain immediately turned his head and asked, "Major Mary, is the loot from the knighthood assessment considered personal property, or does it belong to the Empire?" Mary, who was still fuming, did not expect Rain to suddenly ask such a question out of the blue. After thinking for a moment, she responded, "It's personal property, of course, unless it involves something related to national security of the Empire. Then it must be turned over." Rain nodded, "Thank you, Major Mary. I think I need to go find my loot. Would you like to come with me?" Sure." Mary was taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, diverting attention is a good way to stop a woman from nagging you. Rain had often used it on his mother, Emma. Now it seemed this was a universal skill. Shipwreck's captain's quarters. Although it was Mary's second time seeing the diviner's body, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Knight Rain, how on earth did you?" While speaking, Mary pointed to the empty skull of the deceased. "Just a secret technique. By the way, I should have no problem getting an excellent evaluation for the assessment, right?" Rain didn't wish to elaborate on his methods and used diversion of attention once again. "Of course, in my opinion, you deserve a higher level of evaluation. Unfortunately, the highest grade in the knighthood assessment is excellent," Major Mary said with a slight smile. "Bloodsails, stern deck." Baron Zilva's face was livid as he gazed at a ripple quickly moving away hundreds of meters out at sea. He knew beneath the surface was a newly developed device from the Eagle Federation, capable of short-duration underwater navigation. It seemed that his ship stationed at the open sea would probably not be able to stop the Federation's approach. The raid had not been fully successful, a pity indeed. However, looking at Bloody Hand, Willie sprawled beside him. Like a mud doll, Baron Zilva's complexion finally improved a bit. At least he should be able to extract some useful information from Willie's mouth. "Report, General, we found a batch of new matchlock guns. Judging from the material and craftsmanship, they are likely from the Eagle Federation," a messenger reported. Zilva nodded without saying much. Meanwhile, the battle on Maritet Island was gradually reaching its end, and the task of compiling statistics was being rushed through overtime. Especially on Shipwreck's side, Major Mary had to ask her colleagues for help to fish out the floating corpses and the half-dead bloodsail pirates. The male naval officer was directing the assault team, members originally meant to attack Shipwreck, in clearing the surface of the sea. Rain was quite lucky. The first mate with the full face of flesh and the bearded boatswain were both fished out. The veteran knight's robust bodies allowed them to survive, having avoided the center of the explosion. However, heavily injured as they were, they did not escape the Empire's Navy search and were captured on the spot. According to the statistics rules of the knighthood assessment, it had to be either witnessed by a recorder or corroborated with distinctive items or corpses. Now, the three giants of Shipwreck had all been accounted for and recorded under Rain's kill list. An hour later, The new knights participating in the assessment were gathered once again and boarded the Navy warship heading back. Unlike on the way there, this time they were on a large four-masted sailing ship of the Imperial Navy. Inside the cabin, some could not hide their joy, while others were downcast. This time I killed 6 bloodsail pirate leaders and got a good evaluation. I should have no problem. Alas, I only killed 11 common pirates. I'm afraid I might not make it this time, a young man said, unable to hide his disappointment. That's what happens when you choose Little Fortress. It's safe, but there are much fewer pirates inside than on a ship, and too many of you went there. Not surprised by your outcome, said another slightly older young man with a hint of disdain. Many people are always like that, wanting big rewards without taking any risks. He had gone to Hook's Might, killing 7 bloodsail pirate leaders and 8 common pirates, securing a good evaluation for himself. Did you hear? The red-haired girl Evelyn killed the boatswain of bloodsail and several pirate leaders. That fierce, doesn't that mean she's definitely getting an excellent evaluation? Tusk, that's a direct barony title right there, so envious. Yeah. Many knights serve decades for the Empire and only end up with a barony, said another young man enviously, glancing sideways at the red-haired girl. However, what puzzled him was that the red-haired girl Evelyn's eyes kept darting to a black-haired young man beside her. Although the ship named Sunken Vessel exploded in two, all the newly knighted participants of the knighthood exam had heard and seen it. However, apart from the red-haired girl Evelyn, who had witnessed that Ren was responsible for it, everyone else had only heard the loud explosion and seen the sunken vessel burning and breaking in two. Therefore, they naturally assumed it was the work of the Imperial Navy, never even considering that it could have been one of the young participants in the knighthood examination. On the other hand, perhaps due to rules concerning confidentiality, the exam committee members and Navy officials who had witnessed Ren blowing up the ship kept completely silent about the situation at the time. As for Evelyn, the only other eyewitness, she was reserved and a bit proud, and she had no desire to spread the news. Thus, one thing led to another, and none of the youths knew that Ren was behind the explosion of the ship. As for Ren himself, he naturally wouldn't go around proclaiming his deed. At this moment, Ren was quietly sitting in a cabin chair, replaying the entire battle in his mind, as if the noisy sounds within the ship had nothing to do with him. If during that time, the Diviner Mala's protective film had resisted his earth-splitting hammer, then the experienced knights, the first mate and the bosun of the sunken vessel would have surely joined the fight. But since he had released a high-temperature field that lasted about a minute ahead of time, and the fight took place in a closed and small captain's quarters, he still maintained a significant advantage. Defeating those few was just a matter of exerting himself a bit more. The only scenario in which he might have failed was if the Diviner Mala had chosen to flee right after resisting his hit. Then, relying on his familiarity with the sunken vessel, Mala might have escaped immediately, and Ren would have been too slow to catch up, all while being fatigued from killing off the bloodsail footmen along the way. In that case, there would have been many variables. Even if he ultimately managed to destroy the sunken vessel, the Diviner Mala would have certainly escaped, and his achievements in battle would be significantly diminished. However, upon further reflection, Ren realized that this possibility was not very high. After all, the sunken vessel was Diviner Mala's lair. He had many treasures stored in the captain's quarters, and also he had never confronted Ren directly before. Putting himself in his shoes, he wasn't likely to just give up his treasured possessions and quickly flee from his lair upon an encounter. Speaking of treasured possessions, Ren couldn't help but glance down at the black cloth bag at his feet, which contained the spoils from Diviner Mala. Inside the black cloth bag was just a small iron box. At that time, Ren had considered that carrying just a small iron box would be too conspicuous, so he found a black bag to cover it. This way, it appeared less conspicuous. Because many newly knighted participants had their gains in similarly large and small black bags during the knighting exam. In the small box found under the bed of the captain's quarters of the sunken vessel, the first thing inside was a fish scale scroll documenting a water-related witchcraft called hydrotherapy. Combining this with the information previously given by the Imperial Navy, Ren guessed it was likely Diviner Mala's signature water witchcraft. If it were another wizard apprentice, they would likely be thrilled to obtain an opponent's signature spell. However, Ren felt slightly disappointed since it was not the best-suited fire witchcraft for him. For him, the shortage of witchcraft to learn wasn't an issue. He had yet to study 2 curses from Adam, and now he had acquired hydrotherapy. He could study these witchcrafts, but in terms of power or effectiveness, there would be considerable discounts otherwise. The concept of affinity wouldn't exist. Secondly, there was a letter inside Mala's iron box. The letter itself was not important, it was a letter Mala wrote to a friend, but it mentioned a piece of information. Regarding this information, Ren considered its value no less than the just obtained water witchcraft hydrotherapy, because the letter mentioned a mysterious market in Rosby City called the Nightingale Market. This immediately reminded Ren of Meister's Bat Market. Perhaps in the mysterious market in Rosby City, Ren could encounter something useful to him. Last, there was something interesting inside the small iron box. It was half of a treasure map. Upon seeing this, Ren couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't set out on a great voyage yet, but he had already come across a treasure map. Originally, Ren wasn't very interested in treasure maps because the gold and silver treasures hidden by the pirates weren't a great temptation to him. However, after seeing the notes written by Malo on the back of the treasure map, he changed his mind. Because it was the treasure of the Pirate King. The origin of this treasure map, after Mala's long-term and meticulous investigation, was discovered to come from a pirate king named Vincent Sanborn, a fire witchcraft wizard and a great knight. Active hundreds of years ago, who was renowned for his fireball technique comparable to heavy artillery. It's said that the power of a single fireball technique is even stronger than a 32-pound cannon. Especially when the target is those wooden-hulled ships, one fireball not only shatters the hull but also ignites the body of the ship. So Vincent Sanborn easily ascended to the throne of the Pirate King, known by the nickname Shipburner. Fireball technique, Rain couldn't help but long for it. Although there is currently no clue about the other half of the treasure map, he already has one half after all. What if one day he could find the other half? Once he learns the witchcraft fireball technique, he would definitely add 5 skill points. 3 would simply not do the word fireball justice. Half a day later, after a night of battle and tense statistics, the naval officers who participated in the assault on Maritet Island and the Imperial Ennobling Evaluation Team members were holding a joint meeting in the conference room of the Imperial South Sea Fleet's 6th Division, across from the Navy House Inn. A crisp female voice was reporting data clearly. The other party was a female officer dressed in a Navy uniform, just like Major Mary, except her shoulder bore 3 stars, indicating she was a captain. Felipe Kerbin killed the Lihook's first mate, 3 bloodsail pirate leaders and 8 common pirates, scoring 400 points. Bridget Sanchez killed the Lihook's captain, Bilkul Jamal, 5 bloodsail pirate leaders and 3 common pirates, scoring 615 points. Upon hearing this, many in the meeting room whispered, "Hiss, if it weren't for that Rain, this one would have been the top scorer in this ennobling evaluation, right? Right, if it hadn't been for Rain who blew up the ships, this one would have been first." This score in the previous 2 evaluations would have been confidently first. It's hard to imagine that now it can only settle for second. A member of the evaluation team dressed in noble hunting attire murmured. Rain Carlin killed the Rex captain Mullah Nasser. The first mate, the boatswain, 22 bloodsail pirate leaders, 149 common pirates. The female captain paused upon reaching this point, then continued, score, 2,285 points. Perhaps because of this score, the female captain's final tone was much more excited than before. Hiss, inside the meeting room, many couldn't help but gasp. Tusk, tusk, many others made sounds of amazement and surprise. Although the event of ship blowing had almost spread among the naval officers and the evaluation team at the scene last night. At that time, many had guessed that the newcomer Shipburner Knight would receive an extremely high score. But now, upon actually hearing such an exaggerated score of over 2,000 points, they were still left flabbergasted. Not only because this score had left the second place more than 3 times behind, but also because you should know that the current second-place score in previous ennoblement evaluations would have been securely the first as well. This left everyone in awe. When was the last time such a preposterous score appeared in the ennoblement evaluation? Viscount Theo, dressed in noble hunting attire, couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. This situation, even in the memory of this officer, who had been in charge of the ennoblement evaluations for 5 years, seemed to have never occurred. Even considering the records of all previous Minster Province ennoblement evaluations, such an exaggerated score had not appeared in a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, the score report is complete, the female captain declared firmly. Very well, now that everyone has heard the statistics, do any of the reviewers have objections? Vice Admiral Zilva said with a smile, nodding at the female captain to signal that she could sit down. No objections. None. As Zilva's gaze shifted to each reviewer, they each responded in turn. At this moment, a male naval officer serving as a reviewer furrowed his brow and raised a different opinion. Concerning Rain's score, I have a question. His ship-blowing action, to some extent, disrupted the Imperial Navy's attack on the Bloodsail pirates' flagship, the Bloodsail. Therefore, I think there is a problem with his actions, and it would be more appropriate to deduct some points. No sooner had the officer finished speaking than some people nodded slightly and began whispering among themselves. It seems there is a certain rationale to it. Rain's act of blowing up ships did have elements of taking advantage, indeed. Some points should be deducted. Correct, he is strong but not strong enough to leave second place so far behind. I object. At that moment, a voice sweet as an aureole spoke up, as the svelte figure of a female naval officer stood, none other than Major Mary. Under everyone's gaze, she spoke confidently. I believe that we must first clarify something. Do the participants of the ennoblement evaluation need to pre-report their individual plans of action? I think this point has not been required, neither in the notices nor during the operations on site. As such, from the perspective of the participants, making maximum use of existing conditions to increase the kill count is not inappropriate. In any way, as she spoke, Mary looked around the room, catching everyone's eyes. Many people thought it over, then nodded, seeming to agree. Indeed, it was so. Seeing this scene, Mary revealed a slight smile and continued. Moreover, Night Rain was able to combine the information from the records with the actual situation on site and implement it effectively. I think this point is key to his scoring far above others. Hearing this, Admiral Zilva of the Imperial Navy also looked at Mary with admiration. Because this was also the reason he held Rain in high regard. Apart from Rain's own formidable strength, the ability to grasp the crux of a problem and execute a response swiftly was extremely important. And to find a young person with both aforementioned abilities was rare even within the whole Imperial Navy. And within the 6th Squadron of the Southern Sea Fleet, it was even rarer. Seeing that no one else had opinions to offer, Admiral Zilva turned to Viscount Theo and said, Viscount, as the person in charge of the ennoblement assessment, the decision is yours to make. Viscount Theo nodded with a smile and said, Admiral Zilva, you're too courteous. I personally see no issue with Rain's current score. However, according to our protocols, we need to take a vote. Of course, this is a necessary procedure. Now, please, those in favor of Rain's current score, raise your hand, Zilva said with a smile and raised his own right hand. Viscount Theo, next to him, naturally raised his right hand as well. Seeing that the two influential figures at the scene had reached an agreement, who else would not know what to do? Immediately, hands shot up, and the male naval officer's mouth twitched slightly before he also raised his own right hand. Passed unanimously. After the people in the conference room dispersed, Admiral Zilva said to Viscount Theo with a smile, Lord Viscount, do you remember last night when I mentioned I needed a favor from you? Of course, Admiral Zilva, go ahead, Theo responded with a smile. I've reviewed Rain's record, and I did not expect such a talented young man of the Empire, who has such strength, is currently just a minor deputy officer of the peace in Flashgold Town. It's quite the waste. Viscount, what do you think about allowing me to jump the queue and deliver the transfer orders to Rain? At the same time as the assessment results are delivered, I think such a spirited young man should serve in the Imperial Navy. It would be a heinous waste otherwise. Viscount Theo listened and smiled gently. He had vaguely guessed that the favor Zilva spoke of might have something to do with Rain, and it turned out to be true. Under normal circumstances, after participating in the ennoblement assessment, whether a new knight passes and what kind of title is granted requires about a month's wait for the result. At a slower pace, it might take 2 months, or even longer, because according to regulations, the outcome of the ennoblement assessment should be announced and communicated to the concerned parties within 3 months after the assessment. For Viscount Theo, granting the title in advance was not a problem at all. As long as he reported it to the Imperial Senate, the results could be clarified in as soon as 3 days, and Rain could be granted the title of Baron. Such degree of maneuvering did not violate the Empire's regulations, as it was within the scope of his authority. Therefore, the favor Zilva asked for was naturally doable. Of course, Admiral Zilva, I agree with your suggestion. For such capable and driven young men, they should indeed be placed in positions suitable for them, Theo said, still smiling. What does placing them in positions suitable for them mean? Admiral Zilva scoffed inwardly. Could a normal person even come up with such roundabout talk, crafty fox? Not long after returning to the home of the Imperial Navy Inn, Rain's room was suddenly met with an urgent knock. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Rain saw an elated Has standing there. Has suddenly grabbed Rain's arms and jubilantly said, Rain, I've passed, ha ha ha. Has, I remember your task was a solo one, but isn't it only after a month that one finds out whether they've passed the assessment? Asked Rain, slightly puzzled. My assessment required me to kill 5 ink-spewing merfolk, but I managed to kill 6. Those damnable deep-sea merfolk have much stronger combat abilities than ordinary merfolk. Each one was no less formidable than an appointed knight. Also, their cursed ink-spewing ability not only has a potent poison, but also obscures the vision. It's easy to get hit if you're not careful. Has babbled excitedly. But Rain could tell that Has was simply too happy and wanted someone to share his joy with. After talking for a while, Has suddenly remembered something and asked, Rain, sorry, I forgot to ask you. How did your assessment go? With your skills, you should stand a chance to receive a good evaluation, right? Has asked earnestly. Because Rain had saved him from that group of men before, Has knew Rain was stronger than him, though he wasn't quite sure by how much. And although he had invited Rain to the training ground several times, Rain had declined. However, he believed that Rain had strength close to that of a seasoned knight. After all, that group had 2 official knights, which an ordinary knight would not be able to contend with. This shouldn't be a problem, I suppose. Rain thought for a moment and nodded. If he outright claimed he should receive an excellent evaluation, Rain felt it would be too pretentious. Additionally, he didn't want to dampen the spirits of this new friendship with his current state of happiness. It's just like you to receive such a high commendation. That's really impressive. Has slapped Rain on the shoulder admiringly. At that moment, the clomping of boots echoed from one end of the corridor, and the graceful Major Merica, now in a brand new naval uniform, approached Rain. When she arrived in front of the 2 men, Has's face turned slightly red, and he lowered his head, becoming oddly quiet. Merica turned to Has and said, Knight, may I have a word alone with Knight Rain? Oh, of course. Of course, Has scratched his head and stumbled over his words. Once Has had left, Merica said to Rain with a smile, Knight Rain, I've just been informed by my superiors that you need to stay at the Navy Home Inn for another 3 days. Is that all right? No problem. Rain hesitated briefly but then quickly agreed. He didn't ask for a reason, because 3 days might just be enough time for him to find that mysterious market, Nightingale Market. Besides, for him, having the opportunity to learn more about the outside world was beneficial, and Rossby City was clearly a place with more information. After all, he had been staying in Flashgold Town and rarely had the chance to learn about external affairs. Seeing Rain agree, Merica's beautiful eyes gazed at him with a peculiar look and she smiled, saying, Well done, Knight Rain. With that, Major Merica turned and left. This left Rain a bit confused. Only 5 or 6 hours earlier, the Major had been angrily airing her grievances to him, and now she was offering him praise. But then again, receiving praise felt quite good. Hence, that afternoon, while most of the newly promoted knights, including Has, began packing their bags to return home, Rain, who had been notified, continued to comfortably settle down. Meanwhile, in a mansion within Meister County City's underground hall, High Priest. After days of investigation, we believe the druid who encountered Lord Giovanni is no longer in Flashgold Town. The Black Flame monk Lamar reported respectfully to the bulky figure seated before him. You mean to say the druid who suddenly appeared was just passing through? The High Priest's tone was clearly one of surprise. 7 or 8 days earlier, he had been shocked to hear about Giovanni's serious injury. He had not expected a novice knight from a small town to become involved with a druid. If that were the case, it would certainly be worth scrutinizing. Well, I can't be sure. Because Rain also isn't in Flashgold Town at the moment, I can't confirm any connection between the 2 through actions directed towards Rain. Lamar thought carefully before cautiously answering the High Priest's question. What do you mean? High Priest, Reliable sources indicate that Rain went to Rossby City a few days ago to participate in the noble title examination. Therefore, it is currently unclear whether there is a connection between Rain and the druid who injured Lord Giovanni. Besides, we have no leads on the origins of that druid, Lamar said, finding himself at a loss for words. Because even to him, the entire response seemed rather perfunctory. But he really did his best. After Giovanni returned severely injured that day, Lamar was assigned the task of investigating the druid. At the time, he was deeply concerned, for if even Giovanni was no match, then he was even less so. Only through several days of discreet investigation did he confirm that the druid was no longer in Flashgold Town. But by that time, he discovered that Rain also seemed to be gone from Flashgold Town. Lamar was comparatively responsible, exhausting all sorts of efforts to inquire through a secret channel before learning the news that Rain might be attending the ennoblement assessment. It happened that he received an order from the high priest to return and report, which led to the scene today. After listening to Lamar's investigative results, the high priest did not reply for a long while. Thus, the underground hall fell into a brief and gloomy silence, where Lamar could hear even his own breathing distinctly. The high priest was speechless internally. This Rain, wasn't he just a newly risen knight? How could it be that, after several encounters, they couldn't deal with him, and instead, there seemed to be a trend of him getting stronger and stronger? This simply defied all logic. The previous installment of the Black Flame Prayer had also been missed due to the failed blood sacrifice in Flashgold Town, resulting in a fruitless effort. Right now, preparing for the next installment of the Black Flame Prayer ceremony was of the utmost importance. But if this Rain was not taken care of, it would not only be an embarrassment, but who knew if he might once again disrupt the Order's actions. At that moment, the high priest's large and corpulent body shifted slightly in the expansive chair, and he turned his head to look at Lamar, asking, "Just now, you said that this Rain has gone to Rossby City for the ennoblement assessment." "Yes, Your Eminence." Lamar nodded affirmatively without hesitation. "And what do you think? Will he be able to pass the assessment?" Lamar really wanted to say of course, but felt that he shouldn't boost the enemy's morale and undermine his own prestige, so, after carefully choosing his words, he said, "He should be able to, right?" The corpulent high priest didn't mind Lamar's slick use of a questioning tone at the end, but continued, "If he can, then when he returns, it will be time to wait for the awarding of knighthood and his promotion. Is that correct?" "Yes, Your Eminence, that is the official procedure according to the Empire." Noticing that the high priest was simply confirming the imperial official process, Lamar spoke with a much lighter tone. "H.M. Lamar, contact Baron Alonso and inform him of this situation. Since Rain has become a noble, let's find a way to have him appointed as the sheriff of Fishing Port Town." As the high priest spoke, a sharp gleam flashed through his small eyes on his chubby face. However, Merrill frowned upon hearing this and said, "Your Eminence, do you intend to use the pirate's hands to deal with him?" "No, it's the Sea God sect." "The Sea God sect? Are they emerging again? Aren't they afraid of another imperial purge?" Lamar asked in a startled and urgent manner. "Yes, after a long period of inactivity, they have begun to make moves. Otherwise, why do you think the pirates were so cooperative with our actions last time? It was the Sea God sect behind them." So that was it. Lamar wore a look of sudden realization. No wonder the timing of the pirates' attacks during previous actions was so well coordinated with the Black Flame Order's activities, diverting a significant portion of Meister County's official imperial attention. At the time, he did not understand how the Black Flame Order could possibly restrain the pirates, only now realizing the High Priest had reached out to the Sea God sect. Everything made sense now. "Lamar, go to Alonso and see to this matter. Afterward, our focus remains on preparing for the Black Flame Prayer ceremony." The High Priest's deep voice resonated after a long pause. "By your command, Your Eminence, I shall go now." Lamar bowed with his hand on his chest and retreated slowly. Rossby City Navy's home inn, a tall figure was bidding farewell to Rain. "Rain, I'm currently residing in Richmond Fishing Port, right next to the Golden Coast. If you travel south from Rossby City, about a 2-day journey will get you there. Remember to come and find me when you have time," he said. "Oh, and boiling giant spine salmon is our local specialty. I'll definitely take you to enjoy it properly when you visit." As he mentioned the boiling giant spine salmon, as his Adam's apple visibly bobbed. "I didn't expect this kid to be such a foodie." Rain, however, heard a familiar term, Golden Coast. Master Ganther, the swordsmanship master mentioned by Clea, lived in seclusion on the Golden Coast. Perhaps he did indeed have a chance to meet Hez again in the near future. Rain had been contemplating whether to take advantage of his trip to Rossby City for the assessment to continue southward to the Golden Coast to learn from the swordsmanship master, or to return home first. After thinking it over, Rain decided to return home first, because if he went to study with Master Ganther, it could be a month at the least, several at the most, and not informing his parents in advance would surely cause them worry. Moreover, he was also the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town, and if he were gone for a month, it was at least necessary to notify Hamilton in advance. "All right, Haz, I'll definitely come to look for you when I get the chance," Rain said with a smile as he nodded. "Safe travels." After sending Haz off, Rain began to stroll around Rossby City. On the very day he arrived, he had already explored the area around Navy's Home Inn, gaining a basic understanding of Rossby City. In terms of scale, Rossby City was almost twice the size of Meister City and also more prosperous, a characteristic of a trading port city. In general, a trade-oriented city situated by the sea, as long as it has unfettered sea navigation and constant trade, will flourish far more than an inland city. Having 3 days, Rain was in no rush. He planned to first explore some bustling alleys or perhaps near some taverns. Just like the Bat Market, the Nightingale Market might also reside in a tranquil spot amidst the commotion. Under the warm winter sun, bursts of relatively warm and moist sea breeze blew, carrying a faint, briny scent. Along the vibrant stands he passed, Rain saw a greater variety of seafood, shell products, and goods from remote islands than he had seen on the busy streets of Meister. After a large loop, Rain surprisingly couldn't find the entrance to the Nightingale Market, which puzzled him a bit, since he had wandered most of the bustling and lively areas of Rossby City throughout the morning. Could it be that the Nightingale Market was located in the opposite direction, perhaps among noble estates or affluent districts? After a short deliberation, Rain felt this possibility wasn't highly likely. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Rain's mind. He had an epiphany. There was a place he had possibly been overlooking all this time. That was the docks. Rossby City had several docks, such as the Navy-only dock, fishing docks, and cargo docks, among which there were 2 fishing docks. Thus, Rain began searching each dock. Soon, as Rain reached near the cargo dock, he immediately saw a Nightingale emblem not far from a tavern named Sailor's Home. This made Rain's face light up, and he walked over. Similar to the Bat Market, after walking through an illusion array, Rain found himself in a market, still with that familiar scent. People were coming and going, most wearing hoods or even veils, a sign of concealing their movements, although some freely showed their faces, though they were relatively fewer. The market was rather crowded, yet voices were kept low. At that moment, the red-haired girl Evelyn was also in the Nightingale Market, gathering some raw materials for potions. Soon, she noticed that familiar figure. "Hey, what brings him here?" Seeing Rain roaming about, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Truthfully, Evelyn was quite curious about Rain, who had executed the ship explosion during the ennoblement assessment. Although she was somewhat introverted and proud by nature, it depended on the person. Being the most powerful among her age in Rossby City's nobility, facing most young talents made a bit of pride and reserve inevitable. But Rain was different. His performance during the ennoblement was incredibly striking, commanding her respect. And with Rain's keen senses, he naturally noticed the girl's gaze. Although she wore a hood, the strand of red hair peeking out, and the familiar bright eyes quickly allowed Rain to recognize her as the red-haired girl Evelyn. Soon their eyes met. Rain smiled slightly at this, which made Evelyn immediately return the smile. After a thought, Evelyn approached and said, "Knight Rain, hello, I am Evelyn. Your performance during the ennoblement was quite astonishing." "You flatter me, Knight Evelyn. Haz has told me about your strength and beauty. In comparison, I only found a loophole." Evelyn covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "Knight Rain, I thought someone as formidable as you would be busy practicing and not so eloquent, but now I see that is not the case. By the way, Knight Rain, if I may ask boldly, what brings you to the Nightingale Market? Perhaps, as a local, I can be your guide." Evelyn offered. Evelyn also found it strange. Why did her mood suddenly brighten upon hearing Rain's compliment? After all, the young men who flattered her daily weren't less than 10, usually 7 or 8, were inevitable. Moreover, these individuals spoke more straightforwardly and exaggeratedly than Rain, but none gave her the same feeling as he just did. Rain had merely complimented her once, and since it was their first formal conversation, it was mostly polite, yet somehow it made her very happy. Perhaps it was because his strength was substantial enough. Evelyn pondered. Of course, having the beautiful and powerful knight Evelyn as my guide would absolutely be an honor. Rain promptly responded with a smile. Moreover, he thought about it and saw no point in concealing anything. After all, having come to the Nightingale market indicated that from some perspective, both he and Evelyn were like-minded individuals. Likely, she was also a wizard apprentice, just uncertain of which specialty. Thus, Rain continued, I am looking to see if there are any witchcraft models suited for me, but after looking around, it seems there aren't any powerful witchcraft available. Evelyn smiled and replied, of course. On a market of this mystical level, you won't find powerful witchcraft or first-grade witchcraft. However, sometimes you might find some decent beginner-level witchcraft. Is there a reason for that? Rain asked, slightly puzzled. Because the actual managers behind these markets are a combination of the Empire and some wizard schools. Some items are still restricted. Evelyn explained, I see. Rain couldn't help but nod. No wonder. He still remembered that last time at the Bat Market, he had taken a big bag of items from Adam's shop and was later stopped by two managers of the market. However, after he revealed his identity, he was safely let go. Sure enough, behind these mysterious markets, just as he had guessed, was some kind of management under the Empire. Looking at the red-haired girl Evelyn in front of him, Rain couldn't help but think of Jenny, who was also a noble girl. However, Jenny was of a slightly lower status and moreover, she was merely a noble lady without any combat skills. But the girl before him, Evelyn, was not only a viscountess, higher in rank than a baron, but her personal strength was also quite remarkable. Rain had a feeling that her strength might not be much weaker than his own. Like him, Evelyn was both a wizard apprentice and a knight, and belonged to those surpassing the strength of a typical peak knight. Then Rain continued to inquire, so, if one wants to learn powerful witchcraft, what are the ways to do so? Evelyn looked at Rain with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, saying, Knight Rain, you're really pretending to be ignorant here. What other way could there be? Generally speaking, there are two paths. One is to join an ancient school of wizards. The other is to hold a high enough position within the violent institutions of the Empire. If the position is high enough, naturally you can access many secrets, confidential witchcraft, combat skills and research materials, etc. can all be accessible. The two chatted as they browsed, quickly becoming familiar with each other. Evelyn had just realized that Rain was not actually a noble heir, which suddenly made her understand why Rain had asked so many questions that, to her, seemed like common knowledge. But on second thought, she was even more amazed. A commoner's son attaining such a level of strength. Evelyn found that she was unable to see through Rain even more, because she knew that whether as a knight or a wizard apprentice, the path of cultivation required numerous resources. If a commoner's son wanted to reach Rain's current level, it would be extremely difficult. With Evelyn as a guide, who was familiar with Nightingale Market, Rain quickly explored almost every part of the Nightingale Market. Indeed, as Evelyn had said, one could hardly see those powerful witchcraft at the market. However, there were many rare materials, such as the star grass required for another potion, Spirit Potion, noted in Rain's Beast. Taming Diary, which was available for sale here. Spirit Potion. After consumption, it can enhance an animal's spirit. In some places, it is also called Wisdom Potion, which, when fed to animals, will improve their intelligence to a certain extent. This potion requires a primary ingredient, the sea star grass, which grows in the sea and gets its name because it has 5 points like a sea star. Rain, inside a shop, spotted an old book, and from the magical script on the cover, it was titled Witchcraft Notes. There should be a name before those words, but perhaps due to its age or another reason, it was unreadable. Rain thought for a moment and asked, Hello, may I browse through this book? You can see 2 pages. The clerk nodded and handed the book to Rain. After carefully turning through 2 pages, Rain closed the book. Evelyn also glanced over it from the side. Although Rain's face was expressionless, he was quite delighted inside, because the content on the first 2 pages indicated that it was likely a witchcraft notebook documenting fire magic. How much for this book? 2,000 imperial gold coins. Rain nodded. The price was fairly acceptable. Just as he was considering buying something else to acquire this book, Evelyn suddenly interjected, The first 2 pages are indeed official wizard manuscripts, but the material of the remaining pages seems a bit off. If you look closely, there's a subtle difference. I feel this is not a complete piece. After hearing this, the clerk's expression changed, but he simply forced a smile and said nothing. Rain instantly understood what had happened and immediately left the store with a darkened expression. Thanks for the warning, Knight Evelyn. He had almost been duped. Rain felt that searching for witchcraft formulas at such mysterious markets was like hunting for antiques at Pangaean Market in his past. Life want to pick up a genuine artifact. It's not to say it's impossible, but the chances are extremely low and one needs to have a discerning eye. Don't mention it, Knight Rain, it's just that I have a bit more experience than you. Finding good items here is still very difficult, Evelyn said with a slight smile. Minster Province capital. Special Envoy, Javier Stewart in his office, received the assessment materials for you this ennoblement from Theo of Rossby City, and was quite surprised for a moment. Because the name at the top was Rain. He had thought that Rain might achieve a good result, but after seeing his performance this time, it truly shocked him. What did scoring over 2,000 points signify? He was very clear about it. After pondering, he quickly stamped the approved seal on the documents and immediately sent them off to Imperial City. 2 days later, Baron Theo was initially quite happy after receiving a reply from the Imperial Elders' Council. However, accompanying it was a piece of paper in the style of an invitation, which immediately made Viscount Theo's face turn solemn as he whispered, "It's a sword-bearer invitation." Subsequently, he slightly shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I failed to earn General Zilva's favor after all." After thinking it over, he felt it necessary to inform Zilva of this bad news prematurely to prevent further fruitless efforts from him. Just as he reached the office door of Zilva, he heard an unmistakably angry voice from inside. "That fool in Meister County actually rejected my order. Let me see, the one who rejected it is a baron named Alonso Habs. Oh, Habs, this person must be a direct descendant of Count Habs." As he mentioned Habs, Zilva was clearly surprised since, though he was stationed far in Rossby County, he was naturally aware of Count Habs, the responsible person of the neighboring county. Since under current administrative authority, Rain is naturally subordinate to Meister County. Any orders to transfer Rain should in principle go through Meister County. For horizontal or non-direct superior department orders, Meister County has the right to refuse or reject them, unless it is from Minster Province or a higher level order. Hearing this, Viscount Theo outside the door felt a surge of joy and quickly knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Viscount, your timing is perfect." Upon seeing Theo, Zilva involuntarily repeated his grievances. "No way. If the face of the Sixth Fleet is not enough, then I will issue the order under the name of the Imperial Southern Naval Fleet. I want to see who in Meister County dares to reject it." After listening to Zilva's complaints, Viscount Theo responded with a wry smile and reassurance. "General, I think you need not be angry. Perhaps you should first take a look at this." Zilva, puzzled, took the invitation handed over by Viscount Theo. He saw an invitation he recognized yet rarely encountered before him. The invitation depicted 5 giant dragons of different postures, flying in the sky. These were the 5 colored giant dragons. This is an invitation from the Imperial Sword Bearer Organization. How could it arrive so quickly? Zilva exclaimed in shock. Initially, Zilva had planned to beat the timing, to recruit Rain under his command before some special departments in the Empire noticed this promising individual. After all, on the Empire scale, the Southern Naval Fleet was a huge entity responsible for the security of Imperial territories. After transferring Rain, even if a special department wanted someone transferred, it would not be so easy. They could at least engage in some bureaucratic wrangling, and even if they ended up transferring him away, they could gain some other forms of compensation. But now, his order from the Sixth Fleet has been rejected by Meister County, and the sword-bearer's invitation has already arrived. These days turned out to be a flurry of futile activity. Exactly, General. Once Rain receives this invitation, he will be a candidate for the sword-bearers. Hence, even if you succeed in poaching him, the significance isn't substantial. Zilva thought for a moment, sighed, and said, "Indeed, instead of this, it might be better to train someone on my own." "Lord Viscount, I will leave the announcement to you when it's time. I won't go over to Rain's side, so I'll leave it to you." As for Rain, he naturally had no idea about these intricate twists and turns. Rain was also completely unaware that he missed a chance to participate in a great voyage, experiencing the vast, tumultuous ocean and clashing with pirates for treasures. The Navy's home inn, a room on the second floor. A rhythmic yet steady knock suddenly came. Rain opened the door and was slightly startled to see the important figure he had only met during the ennoblement examination before him. This man, dressed in noble hunting attire and sporting a handlebar mustache, appeared to be Viscount Theo. Title Mary, the female major, had told him. "Lord Viscount, good day." Rain quickly invited him into the room. Clearly, the visitor must have an important matter to discuss. Theo entered the room with a smile, looked around, and seeing that Rain's belongings were neatly arranged in the inn-room, his approval of Rain grew even more. Who said Rain had no sense of order? Clearly, he had plenty. "Knight Rain, I have just received a letter from the Imperial Ennoblement Examination Committee. Your excellent performance in the examination has been reviewed and approved, so you will be granted the title of Baron." "Thank you, Lord Viscount." Rain immediately rejoiced, his fists clenched slightly. The dust had settled, and starting from today, he was a noble, a baron. "However, Knight Rain, perhaps you might be more interested in seeing this." Viscount Theo handed over a piece of paper styled as an invitation with a broad smile. Rain took the invitation letter, his heart already faintly guessing what it might entail. It was a pale cyan invitation, made from no ordinary paper, but what struck Rain the most was the design on its surface. 5 dragons with different postures, soaring through the sky. When Rain opened it, he only saw one line of text. "Rain Carlin is hereby invited to participate in the sword-bearer selection of the Dragon Empire's Minster Province 3 months from now." Upon closer inspection, at the bottom right-hand corner, there was another line of small text outlining the selection's time and place. "The last day of the month of Vitality, No. 1 Shaded Boulevard, Minster." It was indeed an invitation to become a sword-bearer. However, the invitation was quite different from what Rain had anticipated. Initially, Rain thought that receiving the so-called invitation letter would mean immediate membership into the ranks of the Empire's sword-bearers, but it seemed that was not the case. It turned out that the meaning of this invitation letter was to invite a person to qualify for the selection process. This was similar to a production crew from a previous life being invited to a film festival. Whether they would win an award was uncertain, but it implied, "Your production has caught the attention of the jury, it stands a good chance of winning an award." Similarly, this sword-bearer invitation letter conveyed, "Rain, your performance has been notable, we have taken notice, you might succeed." Nonetheless, as long as the opportunity was present, Rain believed he could seize it. On the other hand, the vast majority of people would never have such an opportunity in their lifetime, nor would they come into contact with a sword-bearer invitation letter. Even though there were further selections to be made, this was undoubtedly good news. 2 pieces of good news in a row left Rain struggling to hide the excitement in his heart. At this moment, Viscount Theo, who was nearby, noticed Rain had finished reading the invitation letter, and with a smile, he kindly reminded him, "Not every newly appointed knight who receives a commendation is granted a sword-bearer invitation. Only a few among those who are top-ranked receive such invitations. By the way, Rain, perhaps you should take some time soon to think about designing a coat of arms that represents your baron status." A coat of arms? Rain immediately snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. He remembered that, like the carriage from the Crawley Baron family that had come to pick him up numerous times, it bore the exclusive emblem of the Crawley family, a kite shield with a rose-like flower on it. However, according to Jenny, there seemed to be some customary rules to follow when designing a coat of arms. These rules had gradually become a consensus among the nobility over the many years since the establishment of the Dragon Empire. For example, images like lions and crowns were typically not included in the coat of arms design of families that were not dukes or marquises, let alone those of a lower status. For example, a shield in the coat of arms might signify that the family's combat skill is renowned for a particular shield technique. Of course, it could also indicate sword and shield or hammer and shield combat skills, etc. But if your family is not proficient in shield-related combat skills, yet you use a shield as the emblem, it would be ridiculed by other nobles. Upon reflection, Rain thought he would need to consult with the Crawley Baron's wife or Jenny upon his return. "Indeed, you have plenty of time, Rain. Once you have decided, you can submit it," Viscount Theo added. "There is another matter. On the last Sunday of the month of green grass, new barons and viscounts within Minster province of the past year need to go to the provincial capital Minster to receive formal ennoblement by the Duke of Minster. Of course, this is merely an ennoblement ceremony. You, Rain, are already a baron and can enjoy all the privileges that come with the title. The Duke of Minster simply represents His Majesty, the Emperor, in conferring the titles upon you. You are swearing allegiance to His Majesty, the Emperor, and the Empire. Since Theo knew from the records that Rain was of common birth, he elaborated in detail. Rain nodded, signaling his understanding. The month of green grass, huh? The sword-bearer invitation letter marked the month of vitality, which according to the calendar of his previous life corresponded roughly to March, and the month of green grass represented April. It seemed certain that in 3 months he would need to make a trip to Minster. Additionally, the series of noble privileges you enjoy after becoming a baron, such as the right to debate and immunity, can be learned at a leisurely pace once you return home. As he spoke, Theo handed a small booklet to Rain, saying, "Rain, I look forward to your future performance. Should there be no unexpected events, we may meet again in Minster." Viscount Theo smiled and then left the room. The 2 attendants by the door followed suit, the group departing from the Navy Home Inn. For Rain, his journey for the ennoblement assessment had nearly ended perfectly. He had not expected that within just 3 days he would receive the assessment results and the sword-bearer invitation letter. The efficiency of the Empire's operations had brought him an immense surprise. After a brief consideration, he decided to pack his bags and set off early for home, eager to share the good news with his parents and his sister Bo-hee. However, as Rain descended the stairs, he unexpectedly saw a striking figure waiting for him on the first floor of the Navy Home Inn. There stood Major Marika, looking at Rain with a smile as he carried his luggage. Taking 2 steps forward, she said, "Knight Rain, no, rather Baron Rain, are you ready to head back?" "Major Marika, just call me Rain." Rain naturally could tell there was no malice in the other party's words. "Baron Rain, have you considered taking a position in the Navy? Given the capability you demonstrated in this ennoblement assessment, you would surely be heavily utilized. The South Seas Fleet also needs capable young talents like you to join." Rain raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Major Marika would directly recruit him to join the Navy. Honestly, if he hadn't received an invitation from the sword-bearers, he would seriously have considered her suggestion. Because in terms of opportunities and the scale of the organization, the Imperial Navy, no, just the South Seas Fleet alone, far exceeded Meister County. The promotion opportunities there, as well as the potential to encounter various kinds of witchcraft, naturally far surpassed those available in the remote Meister County. But now, this recruitment had lost its allure to Rain. Instead, dealing with many trivial matters in the meantime would drain a lot of his energy. For now, Rain planned to settle his family affairs and then find a time to head to the Golden Coast to seek further enhancement of his capabilities from Master Ganther. Because this was the most efficient and safest choice to improve his capabilities. Of course, handling certain mysterious events had brought Rain handsome rewards, but the inherent risks could not be entirely ignored. "Thank you for the invitation, Major Marika. I have long admired the Imperial Navy, but unfortunately, I have already received an invitation from a special department of the Empire, so I am truly very sorry," Rain sincerely said. He mainly did not mention the sword-bearers because he did not want to give Marika the impression of boasting. "Oh, so soon." A trace of surprise flashed across Marika's beautiful face. How could the special department of the Empire have contacted Rain so quickly? With such capability and efficiency, could it be? "Baron Rain, the special department you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be the Empire's sword-bearers, would it?" Marika couldn't help but ask curiously. "Eh? How did you know?" "It indeed is the sword-bearers," Rain nodded. This in turn surprised Rain, as Viscount Theo was unlikely to spread such news actively. This meant Marika had guessed it herself, and Major Marika suddenly seemed to realize something. No wonder, when she had talked with General Zilva about why not invite Rain to the South Seas Fleet, General Zilva had cryptically said, "You might try, but I certainly can't." It appeared that General Zilva had already known about Rain receiving the invitation from the Empire's sword-bearers at that time. Resultantly, she had excitedly taken it upon herself to become this mediator. The old fox was taking a shot in the dark to see if he could persuade Rain to stay. Understanding this brought a slight flush to Marika's cheeks. Rain, observing Major Marika, felt a bit puzzled. Why was the major showing a bashful expression? But her naval uniform combined with this shy expression indeed formed a beautiful scene. Indeed, several men nearby were already staring, dumbstruck. Then Baron Rain, I wish you a smooth journey. Remember to write to me. Having realized there was no hope for Rain to join the Navy, Marika quickly adjusted her mood, smiling as she waved her hand. Thank you, Major Marika, I will, and you are welcome to visit Meister County anytime, Rain said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Marika, Rain, carrying his luggage, came to the stables at the side of the Navy Home Inn, placed his luggage on a chestnut horse, then mounted a black horse, merging into the street crowds. However, Rain didn't head north directly to Meister County, but proceeded towards the noble residential area west of Rossby City. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a luxurious mansion where the servant at the door immediately opened the gate, smiling as he greeted. Knight Rain, Miss Evelyn is with her friends at the training ground. This was Evelyn's home. Ever since Rain had encountered Evelyn unexpectedly at Nightingale Market, their relationship had quickly warmed up. Yesterday, at Evelyn's invitation, Rain had visited her home, so the servants at the door were familiar with Rain, the young man who was a new friend of the Miss. Initially, Viscountess Norman, curious yet slightly worried that her daughter had invited a young man she had never met before to their home as a guest, felt reassured when she met Rain and realized he was of commoner heritage, which was quite different from Evelyn's status, even though he was a newly knighted knight. But when Evelyn said, "Mother, Rain is very likely to be the first in this ennoblement assessment," Viscountess Norman immediately dropped her objections, even strongly supporting her daughter to invite Rain over more often, saying it was proper to show extensive hospitality. This left Evelyn somewhat speechless. With her friends at the training ground, Rain didn't think much of it, stopping the servant from taking the horse to the stable for care, but instead followed the servant, riding directly to the training ground located beside the mansion's back garden, because he planned to greet them and then head straight back to Flashgold Town. There he saw Evelyn, a redhead, sparring in combat skill with a male knight about her age. Aside from servants and guards obviously dressed in service uniforms, 3 men and a woman wearing noble hunting outfits or knight armor was spectating.